Testarudos y gruñones, el corazón enternecerán. Eran buenos jugadores y molaban mucho más. Ellos son los juegos de la tercera edad.
Hola a todos, feliz domingo. Es sábado, pero mañana es domingo. Feliz sábado en resurrección, no sé qué pasaba los sábados. Espérate, creo que llegué a bajar el volumen en su momento. Y lo otro es que no he mirado. Hoy no he hecho llamadas, así que creo que no he. Vale, está bien. Está bien el volumen del micrófono. Se me ha olvidado comprobarlo antes de empezar el directo. Hoy les ofrecemos.
Let's go.
Si no sabéis por qué estamos haciendo directo hoy en vez de mañana, no pasa nada. ¿Os esperáis 6 horitas? ¿Sí? 7 horitas. Os esperáis 7 horitas y sabréis exactamente por qué. Muy bien. A ver. No sé qué hice con los arquetipos al final. Los tengo movidos. Y realmente no sé. No sé qué haremos. A ver. Estoy subiendo aquí el archimago. Porque todo lo demás ya está mínimamente subido. Busca magia 20. Está hecho. Farsante 20. Mercader comandante. Lo que me gusta está subido ya. Stroll está subiéndose Pugil. Porque ya tiene el samurái maestro. Como vamos a ir a un jefe, le puedo dejar el samurái puesto. Hulkenberg ahora está subiéndose el paladín. Porque ya está el caballero oscuro terminado. Heismei está como asesino. Y Yuna está subiendo el farsante, que está ahí. Pulsa bien el botón de correr, ¿no? Realmente cualquier enemigo que vea. De acuerdo.
Impressive as ever.
El mapa es... Esto de que cada juego me tenga los controles cambiados. Vale, no está... por aquí.
All right. How's that?
Great job.
Come on.
That was brilliant.
Hasta el 4, ¿no?
So apparently,
Este temblor es peor que el de antes. Parece que por fin estamos cerca del dios dragón. Ay, estaba pensando una cosa. ¿Y si el dios dragón fuera el responsable de la caída de la ciudad perdida?
That can't be.
¿Qué estás diciendo? El dios dragón es de una deidad maligna. Bueno, pero no podemos afirmar con rotundidad que no fuera el caso. ¿Dracodios no se descubrió aquí? Ya, eso es cierto, pero eso no significa que...
no.
No es el momento ni lugar para debatirlo. La única manera de averiguar de qué pico Gea es verlo con nuestros propios ojos.
Let us continue forth.
¡Hostia, que la mazmorra continúa! Lo que pasa es que está todo en azul, así que nos da igual.
We'll find a use for that.
All right. How's that?
There are enemies around. Watch your step.
Come on.
Very impressive.
Against this. Do it again. Hey, you gained a level.
Como Frostina.
All right. How's
Very
that?
impressive.
Oh, I think they see us.
That was well done.
Oh no, we're respawning. There are still some foes around.
Estos también
Don't
dan.
let your guard down.
Our immediate vicinity is secure.
Capacidades de Magla tenemos ya por un ratito, ¿eh?
They found us. Look alive.
Come on.
Oh right, we hit him where it hurts.
Let's push through.
Is that the end then? We've cleared the way.
¿Qué tal lo he hinchado?
Remain steadfast. Some foes still draw breath.
Te explotan en la cara. Es como que reconectando con el chat. Ah, vale, se me ha roto justo el chat con tu entrada. No, no.
Watch out, we've been spotted.
Jefecito.
To arms!
It was a demon.
Assassin! Purify!
You hit their weakness.
Come forth, royal soul.
Who's Heisme?
Scour.
Toma, ciclone.
No holding back!
En 3 niveles, ¿eh? No está nada mal. Vale. Estaba mirando si tenía algo de esto.
What a mess. You first.
Guardia mágica, martillo de caballeros sagrados, tocada voladora.
Behold, we stand together.
Let me help!
Shine.
¡A la mierda!
They chose the wrong opponent.
All right.
Amazing.
Festín de Magla, restablece todos los PMs de un aliado. Hay un montón de papeles antiguos en el suelo. Parece que en ellos hay algún tipo de gráfico.
Mayhaps.
Estos son números antiguos. Quizá fuera un registro de los días como un calendario. ¿Y por qué se dividen en 7 días? Si fuera un calendario, las semanas deberían separarse de 5 en 5. Quizá no contará las semanas de la misma forma que nosotros. Aunque por lo que se ve aquí, el número de días del año es el mismo.
Whoa.
All right. How's that?
Exemplary.
Hay un disco fino en el suelo que refleja la luz. Quizás sea algún tipo de espejo antiguo o algo por el estilo. ¿Para qué será el agujero?
Look,
Tiene circuitos de Magla integrados. Puede que sea algún detonador ancestral. Él sabe los colores del arcoíris y tiene un agujero en el centro. Quizá lo hacían por girar de alguna manera.
Perhaps.
Quizá fuera un arma arrojadiza. Ser un antiguo instrumento que usaban los asesinos del que se hablaba mucho en mi pueblo. El legendario Shuriken. Casi. Ven.
Come on.
We're weak against this. Do it again. I bet we can use something near here.
Cat.
that was brilliant.
Is it racket? Are you having
A ver. No me están poniendo.
Nice. Well, I hope we've seen the last.
Literal no me está dando tiempo. Vale.
Let's push through. All right. How's that? Through. Come on.
That's the end of it. I hope. If it's useful, I say grab it.
Let's push through.
Looks like they found us. Look. Against this. Do it.
We can't get
I
sloppy.
know these guys
No llego.
will, but stay focused.
Now accept your fate. Encore.
Wizard!
You hit their weakness.
Summer.
That's your opening, Captain.
Run them, they die hard!
Paladin! Not now.
¿Verdad? La lanza de viento.
What a finale! Keep your energy up, everyone.
Good.
Pam, pam, pam.
To greater heights.
Guardia protectora. De hecho, no aprende dentro lo que cabe nada de activo. Son todo pasivas. Hasta que aprenda el contraataque. Probabilidad de repeler. Contraataque es repeler. Y en el otro está el repeler mágico. Hostia, revitalización 3.
Don't let your guard down.
Buenísimo.
There's more of them.
That was neatly done. Great job, Lord.
Such skill.
Come on!
That takes care of that. That worked like a charm.
All right. How's that? All right. Come on. All right. How's that? Push through.
A ver, creo que se gana más
Well done.
experiencia
The
de
scourge
arquetipo
is no more.
usando los arquetipos. Pero bueno, que no haya...
Very thought.
Que dentro de lo que cabe no haya nada malo por usar un arquetipo ya en maestro. Está bien.
Come on.
I knew I could count on you.
We cannot avoid this fight.
Let's push through.
I knew you could do it.
Cofrecito.
Come say hello,
Pam, 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 pam.
Perfect specimen.
Grebas de liebre. Lanza su cucaja al inicio del combate. Resistencia más 2, agilidad más 2. Sala verga.
What now?
Jaisma, ¿y tú qué tienes? Magia más 4. He hecho magia más 4.
What now?
Dámelo a mí. Hay un palo con agujeros en el suelo. Al cogerlo ha hecho un ruido extraño.
Huh?
¿Y ha sido ese ruido? ¿Hay alguien ahí? No, parece que el ruido procede de ese aparito. Ha sido como un rugido, un desprendimiento de tierra en múltiples heridas. ¿Será algo que usaban para amedrentar a los animales? Hazlo sonar de
It
nuevo.
would seem that.
Parece que está roto. Creo que ese sonido ha sido su último, excepto.
No, don't tell me. I don't see any more. They found us. Look alive.
Ven aquí. Venga, buen par de huevos.
Not all that glitters is gold, I suppose.
Brial del
If you see
tormento.
What
¿Qué
now?
es eso? Mejoran mucho la evasión contra viento. Ropajes mágicos que lleva un Homo Stormu. Oye, pues es interesante. Dase... Buah, 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 buah. Qué brutalidad de evasión.
Some enemies are still around.
De por sí ya da
Careful now.
evasión base.
Oh no. Found us.
Are you feeling okay? Just making sure.
Hay un recipiente transparente en el suelo. Debe de ser la cuenta vasija antigua.
Hey.
Oye, atacate esto. Pensaba que es una botella normal, pero está blandito. Vale, primero le hacen ruido sordo y cebolla. ¿Qué material es este? Un material blandito que no se rompe. En este, ¿no? Esta gente era una adelantada a su tiempo. Me gusta el plástico.
This
Pam,
looks
pam,
valuable.
pam, pam.
Perfect specimen.
Grebas de caparazón. Lanza racucaja.
What now?
Lleva el de fuerza y magia más 3. De hecho, creo que lleva
What now?
herencia. Ah, mira, las facultades aumenta todo. Que lo tengo para la bendición protectora.
All right.
Vale, entonces ya le puedo poner... No tiene ataques de perforación. Irónicamente.
All right.
Are you feeling okay? Just making sure.
That hurts like a charge. Keep the pressure on.
Hay unos papeles raídos esparcidos por el suelo. Alas rasgan el cielo, tierra en llamas, fuego infernal. Capital, cae ciudad que envuelve magna. No deberíamos rendirnos al mundo.
Hey.
Qué turbio, ¿no será? La crónica de la caída del mundo antiguo. Es como estar viendo el infierno.
No, don't tell me.
Esa no es la peor de todo. Las alas que rasgan el cielo serán las del dragón.
Well,
¡Ven, ven, ven!
Weak against this.
Hola.
Do it again.
Let's stash that.
Arma
somewhere
larga
safe.
musgosa.
Let's push through.
If you intend to take risks, I might suggest healing first.
Need your beauty sleep after this?
Staying alive isn't a contest. Heal if you need to.
Look alive. Oh, right.
Vale. Por aquí primero.
Right in the weak spot. Good job.
All right. How's
Staying
that?
alive isn't a contest. Heal if you need to.
Inciensos, incienso.
What now?
Tengo 10 hojas de héroe de luz, que son 10.000 de experiencia de arquetipo. Hay una pequeña tablilla de metal en el suelo. ¿Será una pieza de algo? Una tarjeta metálica rectangular. Pero también dice que es algún tipo de clave. Pero no puede ser. Está roto, parece que voy a probar parte de pues el motivo llave de Batla.
For real?
Es de imaginarse que un chisme de metal tan chiquito sea una llave. Ojalá conocer a quien lo ha diseñado.
Whoa.
I shall be your opponent.
Purify!
I will fight wizard! You better be sure. The next one's yours. No holding back!
Es del usuario solo.
Let me. All yours!
Behold!
All right, let's go!
Got them right in
You
their
think
weak spot.
assassin?
Vale, lo he dejado poquito.
Wish every fight was that easy, eh?
All right.
We're so lucky.
Gorro de los buenos días, magia más 4.
What now?
Uno evita el sueño, viene siendo lo mismo.
Ah!
Muchísimo equipo en esta mazmorra, ¿eh?
On your guard!
They saw us! On your toes, everyone!
Oh, that's not half bad.
¿Dónde vas?
All right. How's that?
Yeah, nice work!
Vale, imagino que ya se puede entrar. O a lo mejor siempre se ha podido.
No,
Let's push
they
through!
found us! Hit him right in the weak spot! Good job!
Ese es Dracodios. Es un mural, tiene inscrito Dios Dragón Et, en lengua arcaica.
What this is?
Este mural muestra al Dios Dragón manifestándose ante la sacerdotisa. El Dios Dragón suele morar dentro de Dracodios, pero muestra su forma cuando yo, la sacerdotisa, lo desee. ¿Solo cuando tú lo desees? Entonces, ¿cómo termina el pueblo sagrado? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Que puede aparecer y liarla siempre que se pone nervioso?
See here.
Es la primera vez que hago todo esto, así que no sabría deciros. No obstante, el Dios Dragón es una deidad protectora. Si hacemos lo correcto, no me cabe la menor duda de que acudirá de nuestra ayuda.
But
¿Qué quieres decir con lo correcto? ¿Acaso los isleños han hecho lo correcto? Denis dijo que el pueblo puso todos sus miedos y angustias sobre tus ojos.
say,
Eufa, ¿por qué el sacrificio es el único camino que contemplas?
but that's
Porque ese es mi deber.
very well.
No soy Penny. Mi linaje está plagado de sacrificios, está marcado por ellos. La sacerdotisa no puede hacer caso a mi sola llamada. Sé que para ti es de orgullo que te has tomado muy en serio tu papel. Pero jamás me parecerá bien sacrificar una vida en vano. Con toda la que te preocupas por los demás, creo que serías más útil si te quedaras... si siguieras con vida.
But then,
Nice find. Looks like it could be useful.
Yep, we're safe here.
I imagine that would be of use.
¿Hemos llegado ya? Es un mural, está inscrito la sacerdotisa y el dios dragón en lengua arcaica. Una sacerdotisa con una lanza y un dragón. Eso significa que la lanza tiene que estar en las profundidades de este lugar.
Hey,
Hay algo que no me cuadra de esta imagen. A la izquierda está el dios dragón, ¿no? ¿No tiene pinta de que se vaya a hacer para sacerdotisa para almorzar? ¿Estás del medio? ¿No son los habitantes del pueblo?
Indeed.
Así es, lo que yo interpreto de esta imagen es que la gente que está de pie está protegida por el dios dragón y la sacerdotisa. Nos quedamos y la sacerdotisa luchará junto con el dragón. ¿Seguro que hay que sacrificarla? ¿Es que la leyenda es correcta?
See here. It's...
Pero las sacerdotisas iban ofreciéndose al dios dragón desde hace generaciones.
Might I ask you something? Why have you come to this island? For the lance, I know, but why risk your very lives for it?
Well, we've come this far in together. I suppose she deserves to know something, at least.
There is someone we aim to save. One who was ambushed in shadow. Cursed to die. And the blackguard responsible for this cruelty now seeks our land's throne. If we are to thwart this tyrant, we must first ply him with power and favors. That is why we seek Dracadios.
No lo haces ver muy...
So you do not bid for the throne for yourself? I had heard that the mainland's aspirants were all seeking relics for their own gain in the race.
But just so you know, we still meant that part about not wanting you to die.
Perhaps. It was the same with my own parents. My mother and father served as the priestess and island chief before my time. They died in an accident out to sea. More than 10 years past. We knew they'd set sail to seek the dragon god. But we never knew why they made the journey at such a time, when no ritual was needed. To hear all of you now, I think I might understand. Perhaps your aims are not so different from theirs.
They sought to question the ritual itself. Whether these sacrifices held any meaning. That way, they might protect their dear daughter. Is that it?
Yet there are those in the village who will not suffer any doubt in the dragon god's ways. My brother left for the mainland, claiming he'd change us for the better.
Your parents were not alone in their love for you. There are others on the island who would see you live.
And truly, I'm grateful. But as a priestess, even surrounded by such chaos and despair, I have already known such joy and freedom. To me, offering my life is no sacrifice. Those born into blessing must give back in turn. Such a duty is no more than simple common sense. It is the only way to live.
Well, that settles it. I'm getting you out of here. Deal with it.
Wait, but did you not hear a word I just said?
Oh, we heard. But fools like us rarely
Díselo.
listen.
Let's go. Everything's pretty standard.
Vale, la sala que precede a... Ah, va por el jefe. A lo mejor explota el jefe, ¿eh?
Let's go.
What now?
Ahí estamos. Será débil al hielo,
The
dragón.
deepest part of the temple lies just ahead. It is the altar of the 12, where the dragon god Et slumbers.
What is this really sinister voice? There's unquestionably something totally not good back there. This Magla. It feels like that of a normal dragon, but somewhat different. What is this?
Well, that's why we're here. Let's go.
I don't like this. Ready?
Percibe una hora muy fuerte.
Time to go!
Sí, el dios Dragonet nos espera. Al Dragonet.
Yep, we're safe here.
Literalmente está ahí. Joder, ya me está dando un ataque. Me está avisando mucho, ¿eh? Altar de los 12. ¿Qué tiene la... ¿Hay algo montado?
No! It can't be!
Oh, hell. There was a dragon after all.
I thought this thing needed a priestess to summon it.
Is that the lance?
We are in no condition to claim it. Fire and flame! Has even the dragon god succumbed to melancholia?
Me molesta tantísimo esa pseudo guarda que tiene ahí.
Look! On its back!
Something clings to it. A human. Is that the fiend behind
No
this
lleva un
chaos?
casco,
That's the worst double act I've ever seen.
Look at its eyes. Its mouth, like it's shielding itself, or... like it
Vamos,
refuses to
Eufa.
confront anything.
Que tienes un
or
corazón que no te
almost
cabe en el pecho.
Yufa, get back! We've got bigger problems than the ritual. This thing wants to eat us!
You would fight our god!
What can we do but defend ourselves?
Rechazo, tu dios.
Yufa!
I'm...
Yufa, quítate el casco. No asalta a combate, asalto cinemática. Venga, ya los bordes negros. Los bordes negros solo salen en el despertar. ¿Qué para qué te pones tú? Que se ponga la otra, que es la tanque. Bueno, pero te ha dado la lanza.
Yufa!
What can I do? You would have me abandon this end. You would send me away to live my life. But how? How can I? This is all I have. Please. You can't take my purpose away from me.
¿Sabes que estás hablando de morir, no?
I must apologize. I was wrong to assume. I was quick to judge. But your rites are not acts of barbarism.
Menos mal que el dragón está esperando a que le llegue el turno.
Yours is a proud heart. But still, see the truth.
¿Es este tu dios?
Is this your god?
¿El mío o no?
A god who demands martyrs, who desires tragedy. Is that truly a god worthy of your devotion and faith? Arise now, priestess! Have you come here only to be saved? Or will you find purpose beyond death, to stand and fight as a savior?
I want to!
O lodestar, you torn maiden of faith. O thou anguished traveler.
Quítate el casco.
Thy long stagnant stance hath finally been broken. Now choose thy path.
I love that island. I love the smell of its verdant flora. But what I love more than anything is its people. Their words may be coarse, but their hearts are true. I must save them. Please!
Thank you. Thou hast chosen a noble parting. Henceforth, thy fears and insecurities become thy light. O Lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path, awaken.
If I cannot save them in death, then I swear I'll protect them with my life.
¿Qué cojones es eso?
All of you, let me fight by your side.
Vale, pero ¿qué coño es eso? Forma tu equipo. Yo que sí. Cierto, ¿qué hago delante? ¡Atrás!
Yuba, you can fight?
And that power!
I found my answer. I offer my life in battle, not in sacrifice.
Then we fight as a team.
That thing on its back! That's the human possessing it, right?
Yes, it must be. If we strike at the human precisely, we may be able to separate them. Everyone, you need not hold back. We fight to save the dragon god, Et. And I shall fight with all I am.
We're not sacrificing anyone!
Invocar hombre lagarto, invocar Águila León, invocar Noctiluca. Eso de invocador. Daño mágico grave de viento a todos los enemigos reduciendo su ataque. Cura está alterado un aliado, el lector con defecto le permite recuperar el 10% de SPS cada turno.
It is your turn! Yeah! Yuba hit their weakness!
I will fight with pride.
Homo Margo.
Let's go. We'll do this together. Vida's power. Wind.
You hit their
Al final todo es
weakness!
débil a viento siempre, ¿eh? Hoja
After
fantasma.
me.
Daño físico extremo de viento.
Go.
Pues dale.
The power of wind!
You hit their weak point! Keep
Dios
it
de
up,
mi
Joel.
vida. Martillo de la justicia ya con otro más.
As one. Fab, come. I'll run you through.
Everyone is counting on me. Summoner, come forth now.
I'll show you the essence of truth. I won't hold back. Scour.
Boom.
I can't afford Samurai! Poison?
Y yo para que te subió la evasión. Buah, no hace una mierda de daño.
Stroll's poisoned!
For all
He's
the
gonna wither
waste
away if we
drive
don't kill
fall.
him!
There.
Hulkenberg got them right
This
in their
is the
weak
power
spot.
said to. If we all work
Invocar
together.
hombre lagarto. Invocar rey águila león. El rey.
Let my power support you. Heed me.
Estos no son.
It's okay. Vida's power. Wind.
No son demonios.
You hit their weakness! That's your opening, Captain!
Samurai! Hack and slash!
You see that?
We did it! Now we just need to take down the body!
Observe the enemy. Come! As the point of a sword!
I shall do my best. I can do this.
It is your turn!
Helpful as ever.
Let's stay calm. I won't hold back! Ice!
Está sufriendo. Pues más que vas a sufrir.
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
Fuego, rayo, luz y oscuridad.
The power of lightning!
Rayo no.
With blade in hand! Burst forth! They yet cling to life.
This is the power pool, souls of kings. Give me strength. Come forth now.
I will come forth, royal soul! Fire! Still here?
This is poison.
I call upon royal power
Keep
within!
wearing her down.
Pierce! Not done yet.
Paladin! Join with me!
Coordination is key!
Vale, le he bajado suficiente. Corazón de sacerdotisa. Oh,
Satisfactory.
I shall rise to the occasion.
Ha! I have never known such heights.
The dragon!
The dragon god Et has returned to its sacred vessel. Legend has it that while in its vessel, that's when the dragon god's power is greatest and weakest when it takes to raging wing.
cambio de forma la lanza también.
So if it has a true form, you see it now before you. And here is our village's divine relic, Dracadios, Lance of the Dragon God.
Y le vamos a dar esto al malo.
But now it almost gleams.
So dragons aren't just magical beasts. They're a manifestation of pure Magla. My sister's research. She was right.
You all had the right of it. All these tragic calamities, they are not born of the Dragon God's wrath.
Then maybe they arose from the temple's melancholia. Perhaps that human was the source.
'Tis not the first time. Thinking back on it now, a human has always been at the heart.
You think humans are what's causing all of this?
No, I don't think that's quite it. Something about that monster. The way it instinctively tried to shield its eyes and ears. It was as if we faced the living past of the Mustari people itself. The Mustari reject the world beyond ours, lost and comforted by ignorance. And in adversity, it is our God we cling to as cause and answer to our suffering. Maybe we have only ourselves to blame. A self-inflicted madness. Our hearts are the source of Magla, of magic arts. Even this new power, this archetype that has awakened within me. Another. I did not know this one existed.
El que lo resuelve todo. Recuerda el
If
templo
this
del
mural
dragón.
had been lost until now, then
Dame un momento. Epa, vale, sí, esto se para. Dame un momento que tengo que pausar. Dame un momentito. Mira, justito. Justito exacto.
This paints quite a different picture of the priestess.
Vale.
She looks to be fighting.
You suppose this is the truth of the priestess's duty?
Hay un
I mean-
Kraken,
Offering her
el
life
que mató.
to quell the calamity threatening the village. Maybe that's what it meant all along.
It had always seemed odd that the dragon god dwelled within a lance, of all things. Not a sealed urn, but a weapon. My brother often wondered about it. We were wrong. No, we did not even think to question.
You would have died
voy a
in the
coger la
name of an
manta.
era of semantics. The world has not been kind to you, girl.
No. On the contrary. I feel I've
Buah,
been
la manta está tomando
saved.
por culo. Voy a cogerla de
I
la cama.
finally see my path laid
No quiero
before
levantarme más.
me. So thank you.
Burrito, voy a hacerme.
Let us return now to the village. You said you had business with the lance when all this had settled down, did you not?
Yes, but I doubt you'll want to let go of it after all that. We have to figure that out.
I cannot simply relinquish it, but perhaps instead...
What was that?
¿Hay más? Ay.
Surely not. The human from the altar? How was it not
Se la dejó.
perished?
I heard it enter the water. This channel leads straight to the ocean. If it seeks prey, to regain its strength.
Then it can only be headed for the village.
Damned beast! So much for taking it slow on the way back. After it!
Veamos, Dracodios, de la Isla Verga. La amenaza de la Isla Verga. Es muy probable que el humano debilitado haya ido a recuperar fuerzas a la Isla Verga. Si se desboca por aquellos lares, provocará un tremendo desastre. Tengo que partir a Isla Verga cuanto antes. Yo necesito ver ese arquetipo. Y esto me está pidiendo que llevar la bata. Necesito mi bata, ¿eh? Como hemos corrido.
Someone, please!
Monster! A monster in our village!
I hear screaming. It's gotta be here.
You lot came back! We honestly... Ha! Looks like the little lady made it out, eh?
Of course! But more importantly...
Right. We've got a human on the hunt. Del's helping the villagers get to higher ground.
Truly? I'd not have expected it of him.
That's Fidelio through and through, isn't it?
I am Euphausia, the priestess. Thank you for helping with the evacuation. Here on we shall...
Oh, priestess!
De hecho, creo que tiene la voz de
It's the
Yuna.
priestess!
Juraría.
Lady Yufa, please save us.
What don't you lot get about evacuate? You want to live, do as you're told.
Priestess, what happened to the ritual? What of the dragon god's wrath?
Did you even perform the rite?
¿Dónde se ha metido la
This
lanza?
is a disaster. How can we survive now?
The dragon god Et is here as our guardian deity.
Don't worry, you'll get your ritual. The real one, that is. The ritual that's been buried for hundreds of years.
As
Ese
the
que no nos han
priestess,
enseñado.
On my life, I will drive back
Han
this
dicho, mira lo
calamity.
que hay aquí. Y
Hold on now.
no nos han
You're
dejado verlo.
actually gonna fight, are you?
Basilio, where's the monster?
Que es débil a viento.
So be it.
Como
We end
la mitad de
this
cosas del
here.
juego. De hecho, el mago, entre comillas, se está quedando desfasado. Está rezando.
We can
Y
do
ahora es
this.
gigante. Venga, fase 2. Forma tu equipo. Pues necesitamos cosas de viento, ¿no? Yuna, te puse cosas de... No. Pues como antes.
It is time I put the truth to our teachings and rituals. I stand anew. I stand with you.
I thought we already finished this guy. Guess he's a stubborn one.
Wind!
Ya no es débil a viento.
I shall fight. I shall vanquish evil.
Even my
Invocar al dios dragón.
powers.
Daño mágico severo de fuego a todos los enemigos.
Here I go. This is for victory.
It's up to you now.
A ver.
Heed me.
Literal. Dios. Tras la oración algo cambia en domo amargo. Hijo de puta.
Looks like we can't brute force through this
No
one.
podemos verlo. Lo que ha cambiado.
Oh, bolts of lightning! They're unfazed.
Bloquea el rayo.
I'll show you the essence of truth. Come forth, royal soul. Nothing.
Bloquea todo menos uno. Vale, tiene que ocurrir algo.
Can we win this?
Hulkenberg's fighting her anxieties. Keep the enemies off her.
A lo mejor bloquea los elementos solamente.
It's no good.
No.
Nullified?
Everyone is counting on me. I pray you're ready. Come forth now.
Thank you. Observe the enemy. Paladin!
Parece que me toca fijar en el color.
My strength.
Let's go.
¿Otra?
Fire.
Are you kidding me? That didn't do a thing.
Now, what's the play? I call upon royal power within. Perhaps not. Here.
I shall do
They're
my
Vale.
best.
totally fireproof. We better use something
Oh,
else.
souls of kings, give me strength. Now isn't the time. I pray you're ready. That did nothing?
It didn't affect
Solo el hielo
them.
le afecta.
My
Brilliant.
Hulkenberg's fighting her anxieties. Keep the enemies off her.
I will fight with Blizzard. Free.
No holding back.
This summoner.
Pues no tienes de
Let us
hielo.
combine our powers. I must do this.
Dracodios es todopoderoso. Ha cambiado a viento, ahora le afecta el rayo.
Hulkenberg's
cannot
fighting her
bear this.
anxieties. Keep the enemies off her.
I won't hold back.
Are you prepared? No, not that. You first.
I ask for your aid.
No puede.
There's an I can do this.
I'm obliged. I stand ready. Paladin! Still standing, I see.
Wizard. Still here?
I call upon royal power within.
Summoner.
Ahora sí, el hombre lagarto.
Show them our might.
It is your turn.
Lizardman. A toda por culo.
This is for the future of the Mastari. Fall.
Talismán del nocturno.
I'm capable too.
I'll strive for greater heights.
Tremble before.
Does it seem that I've grown stronger?
Sí, magia pura tiene.
Buena, weón. Me alegra de que vinierais, weón.
Estamos disfrutando del cine, Stack. Estamos...
Right.
Viendo el nuevo arquetipo.
That's the end of that.
Everyone, once again, thank you so much.
What a spectacle! To think I could have evacuated and missed the performance.
Yufa, that power.
It must be the same power wielded by priestesses of old. My rescuers helped me realize that.
You mean to say sacrifice was never the intent of the ritual?
The priestess offers her life in service, not sacrifice. She takes up arms and faces the scourge. That is why our relic is a lance.
A mural on the altar suggested as much. It's likely the murals of this village don't actually depict sacrifice either.
You saw what was inside the temple? What was it? Something the church would rather keep buried? Some other mystical relic?
A relic? Hardly. We saw a ruined city of the old world. Evidence for history before our own. Small wonder the clergy can't send their monks. Anyone who saw that would have their faith shaken. It's all but physical proof that the Sanctus Scriptures are fiction.
You don't say.
However, we of the islands have done no better in upholding the truth of our past. With all my heart, I wanted to save our village. But all I did was sit and hope.
Lady Yufa.
I clung to my determination with such fervor. Perhaps without my noticing, it became a desire for atonement. The day you left, Adeni, even the night Father and Mother left this world, I could do naught but sit and wait and hope. I believed it was my role as priestess. If I had done anything at all to change it, perhaps we would not have faced such horrors.
You can do your changing now. After all, you're still alive, you've got years ahead of you, and you've got friends and family close. You needn't bear this alone.
We support her. Without the rite of sacrifice. Was that also
Seguro que está muerto el humano porque yo lo veo ahí muy entero.
Is that really the truth of the teachings? Is that so difficult to understand? What matters the murals or the truth of the teachings? Do you believe the priestess fought out of tradition alone? She fought because she wanted to protect us. This village. She fought for you and I. Our lives and joys. Is that not enough reason to support her?
You made good on your promise to save my sister. Words cannot express my thanks. But there is something that must finally be said. Yufa, I'm glad you chose life.
I think I understand now. It's not slaying monsters that gets rid of the melancholia. I think it goes away when we help people overcome their fear and anxiety.
I have to say, for the moment there, it looked like we'd have more dead than alive. But now they've got the lance, priestess, and the whole sodden village in their corner.
It's only relevant as far as it matters for Luis's sake, Baz. Remember, we're doing this for a world where your blood don't matter, long as you can fend for yourself.
Suppose, but what about them that can't fend for themselves? Like them village folk you helped save. Reminds me of that Glodell business too. They're tough enough that they don't need dirty tricks. If you challenged them, and they won fair and square.
Pack it in, Basilio. Our war may be quieter, but we're still fighting. Hesitate out there and you're dead.
Basilio se va a unir.
Tell.
Y Fidelio, sigo diciendo que tiene muchas banderas de muerte. La amenaza de la Isla Verga ha sido completada. Pero ahora, ¿qué haremos con la lanza? Porque no la podemos regalar. O sí, por eso es todopoderosa. No creo.
So, that's the lance everyone's after. Don't suppose you could chuck it our way, young miss?
I wanted to discuss that. Unfortunately, I cannot let the lance leave my side. But to that end, what if I were to accompany you? The monster is gone. The Magla-made distortion is visibly fading from our lands. The threat looming over the island has passed. That said, if I am to be a warrior priestess, then I feel I must learn what the world is like beyond our borders. Besides, if you were to hold the lance, you would lose your powers of magic, which would be inconvenient.
¿Cómo que perdería mis poderes?
Wait, we lose our magic powers?
Well, a flow of some protective magla surrounds you. Yet, when the lance nears you, it seems to dispel that magic.
Huh.
I can only assume it's one of Dracodios's powers.
What? Hold on. Protective magla? You don't think she's talking about the king's magic?
What's come over you, Stroll? You seem
Por eso buscaba la lanza.
Can I talk to you for a second? There's something I want to test with Dracodios. Did you all see that? This changes everything.
Esto lo cambia todo.
Honestly, I was wondering how a whole dragon's worth of magla fit in such an ordinary-looking lance. Now I finally understand.
Your pardon, but might someone clarify?
He blocked it well enough, but the blow still landed. Our candidate was struck.
There's no doubt about it. This lance has the power to nullify the protection of the king's magic. That means, as long as you have this lance, any candidate can be killed. And if Luis knows that, it explains a lot.
Then I am well glad the brothers are not present to hear it. What a secret to have stumbled upon.
Maybe this is our chance. We can do what Grius couldn't, and this time he wouldn't see us coming.
His plan to assassinate Luis.
Yes. That was our original mission, after all.
You would use it to take a life.
Yikes. We've been blabbing in front of Yufa.
Doesn't matter. We'll need it kept quiet that we know the Lance's secret. And we can't ask that of her without giving a proper explanation.
I was the one who came asking to be included. No matter how heavy or grim your burdens, I would shoulder them alongside you.
Sheesh. Not much we can say when she puts it like that.
But how would such an assassination be enacted? Those brothers will make damn sure we turn the lance over.
A stealth mission's out. Last time there were hardly any guards about and we still barely managed to survive. I'd rather not push our luck. We need some way to keep the lance and use it to strike Luis down. Well, Captain? Any ideas?
No se me ocurre
We
esta.
could kill him with it at the handoff.
Not guaranteed we'll even be giving him the spear directly. He might just have the brothers deliver it, and then that plan's out the window.
Eso no va a funcionar. Hay que darle otra
We
vuelta.
need some way to keep the lance and use it to strike Luis down.
How about we give him a fake lance?
There's a thought. After all, the lance has been shut up in a temple for ages. Not even Luis would know what the real one looks like.
Tis an easy thing to say, but are we even capable of making such a replica?
If you just need a visual double whipped up, that's certainly within my repertoire, what?
Oh, good. We've got a certified craftsman on board. Have at it then. Give us a lance to turn heads.
Yufa, knowing what we want to do with the lance, are you sure you still want to stick with us?
I did not falter in choosing my fate as a sacrifice, and I will not falter in this. Please, tell me everything.
Well, settle in. It's a long story.
So the prince is alive?
I know His Highness can guide us to a brighter future. Laugh at my hopes if you wish, yet...
I do not know or love this prince as you do. But I can tell, by your faith, he is not one to cast others aside.
For now, we need to figure out when and where to ambush Luis. Treasonous bastard who cursed him.
Well, if we're going to trick him with a fake, there's only one answer. Saint's Day. The city will be chock full of relics by then. Perfect for a bit of cover.
'Tis the same day Luis plans to attack Forden. No doubt he has the same advantages in mind. The relics will be presented at Altabri's Grand Opera House, yes?
Well then, you could try it while I'm singing. Long as I'm on stage, I can keep everyone's eyes on me.
I suppose it is time I face my destiny as well. In the name of protecting my people, I've no doubt my understanding of life itself will be tested. All I can do is hope for your support in my journey. Time to go!
Nueva aliada, Eufa. Sacerdotisa que honra las auténticas verdades de su fe, se ha convertido en tu aliada.
Not just the lance, but now we've got Yufa herself. Things are
Y
looking
el
up.
arquetipo número 25.
Maybe you just draw people to you, like the prince did. Strange to think of an understanding of life, though. I get it. It's just not something I thought about until recently.
Iba a subir la...
You think a fairy could find any meaning in that?
I'm sure you can.
You're right. I want to believe that.
Percibo el tesón de Gallica. Rango 6.
With you on our side,
Ya
I
podemos
know
llevar
we'll figure
3
it out.
hechizos.
I will go tell my brother of my departure.
Then we shall rest at the inn. 'Tis altogether too cramped in these quarters.
Well, cramped spaces are the foundation of camaraderie, I say. Well, to each their own.
Now then.
Por cierto, cuando nos vamos de la isla, la cosa va para largo, ¿no?
No.
Bueno, sí tardaremos un poco en hacer la lanza falsa. Habrá que esperar a que esté terminada. Es decir, que tenemos que esperar a que Fidelis se recupere como excusa.
True.
Si tenemos hasta el Día de los Santos para llegar, aún queda tiempo. Pues entonces debemos reunir todo el apoyo que podamos y pulir nuestras habilidades. Si Eufa se une a nosotros, nos conviene que consiga toda la experiencia de combate posible. Ella también debe participar acompañándonos.
Hold on.
¿De qué podemos hablar? Del estado de las solicitudes.
Hey.
¿No has encontrado la roca que la anciana de la isla nos ha pedido? Seguro que no se pone contenta. Quería decir por resumir en su nieto que era pescador, ¿no? Una persona nunca deja de preocuparse por el bienestar de sus descendientes.
Hey there!
La ven, se hace tarde.
Hold on.
Me alegra de que hayamos logrado convencer a los hermanos Magnus de que se quedasen en la isla hasta que la lanza falsa estuviese lista.
Most helpful.
No podemos dejar pasar el tiempo humano sobre él. Nos esperan más batallas, así que debemos asegurarnos de que nuestros arquetipos están a la altura.
Now then.
Entiendo que nos merecemos este banquete. Picamos el diente y nos retiramos. Nos hemos ganado un descanso. Buen trabajo.
Apologies for the intrusion.
Something wrong, love? It's late.
My brother had already retired for the day, so I thought I'd wait for tomorrow to tell him. But now that I find myself alone with my thoughts, I'm quite nervous.
Think you'll be able to tell him yourself?
If I cannot even do that, there would be little point in leaving the island. He will understand. After all, he left long before I did. What is that book?
Oh, it's a fantasy novel. He's never without it.
A fantasy? But what is it a fantasy of?
Una definitiva. Un mundo ideal.
It's a story about an ideal world.
Well, so you do not merely strive against evil. You have a vision for the world's betterment.
'Tis a world where all people are equal and no conflict exists. Much like the world His Highness once dreamt of.
In truth, 'tis difficult to envisage. All I have known is our own island's history and doctrine, and naught beyond it. So, well, would it be all right if I read some? Remarkable. Despite all the people share in common, the world is filled with myriad faiths and beliefs. Accordingly, those in search of spiritual meaning may seek and find many different teachings to guide them. I see. So the people of this world are free to believe as they will. Anyone may follow any god, any dogma.
So basically the opposite of the Sanctus Church.
Our legends say that the ancient world was full of all manner of beliefs too. The people of Eld worshipped many gods from many pantheons. People confronted the anxiety that haunted them.
Thinking back, Some of those figures in the temple murals may have been gods.
Yes. That mural depicting myriad gods is an explanation of how this world came to be.
But ultimately, war claimed everything. Suppose that means it wasn't much of a utopia, right?
Perhaps freedom unchecked gave rise to conflict. Either way, to know the past is to ensure history does not repeat. If we are to create a utopia rooted in our world, faith is not enough. We must move onward and take action as allies, because I believe that's how this must be used. This power that guides us to ideals. To walk forward, firmly, fearing nothing.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Ese día cero ahí. Parece que Bardo me ha enviado una carta con inyección de magla. Está tremenda la inyección de magla.
Your pardon?
Yufa, and the mainlanders. What is it?
Brother, I must speak with you. Until now, I have understood nothing. But it is not merely the teachings I failed to grasp. I did not understand Mother and Father's wishes, nor indeed your own. As the priestess, I am duty-bound to protect our village. And I would do so not with a weapon, but with understanding. Brother, please permit me to travel alongside these people.
Your own journey. I never thought I'd see the day you'd ask to leave.
We can look after her.
My own journey's end freed me from our customs. Perhaps, had I sought comrades and friends of my own to walk with, I would have found purpose. So be it. Go and see this world with your own eyes. As a parting gift, Yufa, I entrust this to you.
What is it?
Mother's Kakara. With this staff in hand, she would travel the lands beyond our shore, seeking to spread our teachings.
Kakara no es
I
una
did
palabra
not know she
traducible,
left anything behind. I gladly accept.
I must ask, Yufa, what do you plan to call yourself, once off the island?
What do you mean? I am the priestess of Verga Island. Should I be called anything else?
Indeed. To outsiders, we are only the islanders. We have hardly named the land, much less our humble village. We once saw no need for a name. We had rejected the world outside for so long, we knew but two lands. Those within our borders, and those without. Now that the truth of our traditions has been restored, we may celebrate them. And in that spirit, I would like to name our village.
Our home will have a name?
By your efforts, there is no longer any doubt. The dragon god Et is our village's guardian deity. Thus, it seems only right to call it the home of the dragon god Et. Etria. One day, after years untold, I hope Etria will be a bustling town. People from far and wide will meet here. It will be worthy of its name. At least, that is my fantasy.
¿Qué se llama Etria? ¿Qué has metido Etria? No dice ahí por la puta cara.
I think I found a world I want to be a part of. To that end, everyone, I look forward to our journeys together.
So, you're off to Altaberry. You'll have to watch for the tide, but you should arrive with plenty of time. If you have time yet to relax, our island home is humble, but I hope it is to your liking.
Tras derrotar al humano y salvar a Eufa, la isla Verga, conseguí apoyo. Paso a paso lograremos ganar.
Well then.
Vale, hay que entregar eso, pero antes.
What now?
Hasta que no le dé la mano no podemos cotillar bien, pero... Vale, me imaginaba que solo tendría dos. Tiene Águila León y Noctiluca. No tiene siquiera para aprender.
That is...
Objeto requerido, vela negra. Rey Guptar o Rey Inmortal. Ah, no, que lo lleva...
Just lovely.
Hay que empezar su misión. ¿Por qué suele me estrella alguna piedra del cielo en la tierra? Me ha costado bastante. Ay, sí, es la piedra. Ahora puedo hacerle una muñeca a mi nieto. Le he salvado la vida a mi nieto. Ya que los rumores eran ciertos, ¿es verdad que tienes buen corazón? ¿O que tienes un detalle adicional?
Mission accomplished.
El chal de sangre caliente. Tengo las 3 piedras de nuevo en mi poder. No sé cómo darte las gracias, joven, pero espero que esta recompensa hable por mí. Pues tiene Mac la elixir divino. Aquí tienes de parte de mi nuera. Queremos daros esto. Pensaba que todo esto era porque no podías decir lo que había pasado. Sí, al principio quise ocultar mis errores, pero después de enviaros a por ellas lo estuve meditando. Las piedras son herramientas para guiarnos a nosotros, los pescadores, y encontremos un buen camino. Como iba a dárselas a mi nieto si yo no lo había seguido. Desde luego se llevaron un disgusto, pero al final todos le dieron la gracia y me perdonaron, mi nieto incluido. Y cuando les hablé de ti, les sorprendió que ayudaras a una completa desconocida. No sé si servirá para mucho, pero apoyaremos tu candidatura al trono. Al final parece que le hemos sacado partida a este tema, ¿eh?
What now?
It's all right.
No te preocupes, las mareas cambiarán y llegaremos al Taburi. Verás, es que hay algo que quería pedirte. Aún no me he hecho la idea de vivir fuera de la isla. Me gustaría saber más sobre el mundo para no meter la pata en nuestros futuros viajes. ¿Te importaría hablarme de otras ciudades? Me conformo con poco.
I'm quite grateful.
Muchas gracias. Hablemos del tema mientras damos un paso hacia la playa. Le he hablado a Eufa de la avenida San Lumeo, la calle más concurrida de Gran Trad.
Wow.
Qué distinto es
It's
todo.
nothing like Etria. Incredible. Oh wait, do people in Grand Trad have big families?
What makes you think that?
If it's called San Lumio Street, then all its residents are of the San Lumio, are they not? On the island, places are named after the people who live there, so... Oh, maybe that's not how it works there? I'm sorry, I must come across so strangely.
Yufa?
Brother, I'm learning about the outside world from him. If I remain naive about it, I will only be a burden.
Does living beyond our borders make you anxious, Yufa?
A little. But I shouldn't be, no? This was my own decision.
There's nothing wrong with standing behind your decision.
Precisely, yes. The first time I left the island, I was so nervous my knees shook.
Really? Is that true, brother?
No one steps out into the unknown without some trepidation in their heart. That said, people only fear what they don't know, because they don't fully understand themselves. I believe this is your time, sister. You've heard of the trials of Malnever, have you not? It is an island where a peculiar monster lives. Raised in stagnant magma, the monster reflects the anxiety of those who challenge it, and it provides those who overcome it with proof of their victory. I am one such victor, and I gained a great deal from it. I think you could stand to benefit as well, Yufa. You would count your new friends as reliable warriors, correct? Perhaps you might tempt them with the discarded treasures and armaments of our ancestors there. It will challenge you, to be sure, but you'll walk away better for it. Before you leave, consider testing your strength.
But... what if it proves too challenging?
We'll do it together, Yufa.
The weather on the island is unpredictable at best. We won't know how dangerous it will be.
I would never send my precious sister off without regard for her safety. I have some idea of how to handle the weather. Won't you put your faith in your new friend and me? Your focus must be solely on the trial.
I understand. If this proof you speak of will give me the power to step boldly into my future, then I will want for nothing else.
That's the spirit. If you do decide to go, pay me a visit before heading out. I would see you all off safely.
This one's important.
La prueba de las Malnovas. Debo completar la prueba en lo más recóndito de la tierra ceremoniosa para ayudar a Eufa. El informante del Ciervo Dorado de la Isla Verga nos contará más detalles sobre los monstruos que allí moran. Vale, bien.
Yes, that's the place.
Esa es la isla de...
I wouldn't mind visiting if we've the time.
And right there's a labyrinth.
They'll face danger here.
Well, rather mysterious, isn't it? But knowing you'll be at my side, I admit, I do find my courage. A trial awaits. Please, lend me your strength.
Hey, hasn't that island been abandoned for quite some time? I hope the Magla isn't too strong. But you'd better be prepared for the worst, okay?
Ya puedo subir a María, porque subí justo la sabiduría al ir para allá.
But maybe.
Vale, hop. Vale.
Now, where was I?
Simply amazing.
Como ya sabrás, lo que has descubierto se llama invocador, un enigmático arquetipo que atrae invocaciones de otro mundo. Sin embargo, para ello se necesita un receptáculo, un catalizador exclusivo para ser invocador. Por ello he añadido un nuevo tipo de experimento especial, cuando daré forma a esos receptáculos. Indagaré al respecto en alguna de mis disertaciones. Estoy más que invitado a escucharme.
Now why do that?
Me asombra que hayas logrado estudiar tantos arquetipos. Pero prodigio, has conseguido que recupere otro recuerdo como mínimo.
Incredible.
Más imaginación.
All right.
4 puntitos a la imaginación. ¿Qué se me cuesta? Falta por siglo 4.
Everything okay?
Yes.
Sí, he recordado algunas cosas, gracias. Pero antes...
Please.
Ya que estás aquí, ¿por qué no me cuentas alguna historia de tus viajes? Aunque he estado observándote, creo que es mejor escucharlo de tus propios labios. Qué interesante. Aunque nada de lo que has dicho me da ninguna pista sobre este lugar. Eso me hace pensar que el rey me tiene que encerrar aquí en el cuerpo. ¿Has averiguado algo?
The truth of the matter is...
Sí, me ocurre un sitio. Pero de ser cierto, me temo que muchas cosas no tendrían explicación. Si mi instinto no me falla, creo que el rey me encerró a propósito en un lugar que yo conocía, donde podría continuar la investigación.
What?
¿Por qué quería ayudarle a investigar? Ese es el quid de la cuestión. En ese caso, las intenciones del rey serían un misterio. ¿Qué le llevaría a encerrarme aquí? Creía que me habían encerrado aquí para impedir mi investigación, pero es todo lo contrario. El rey buscó un lugar donde pudiera seguir desarrollando la magia de la transformación. Si sigo investigando, recuperaré mis recuerdos. En cierto modo, puede que todas mis tribulaciones fueran parte de su plan. Solo había una manera de dar respuesta a mis preguntas sobre este lugar y mi identidad, y era continuando con mi propósito.
This research.
Las piezas van encajando. Parece que ha llegado la hora de desvelar la verdad.
Yeah.
Vamos a ello.
Surely.
Con tu apoyo soy capaz de enfrentarme a la verdad, sea cual sea. Lo aceptaré sin vacilar. ¿Soy un pecador que debe pagar por sus ofensas? ¿O un revolucionario que debe cambiar el futuro?
I'm grateful, truly.
A propósito, también te lo debo a ti. Por hacer realidad mi utopía, pienso enfrentarme a mi pasado. Percibo la voluntad de Mor de aceptar la verdad, sea cual sea, así como la sincera confianza que me profesa. Mor, el erudito en busca de la utopía. En su interior mora la virtud del explorador. Vuestro vínculo se ha transformado en una confianza forjada a fuego y en ti ha despertado un nuevo nivel de heroísmo. Domina este poder, fortalece vuestra relación y con su fuerza cumple con tu cometido. Ya puedo ser robaalmas. Y aumenta en 4 las ranuras de explorador.
Listen here.
Me de tu siguiente tarea. Se trata de la prueba definitiva, la tesis del proyecto. Tienes que investigar un arquetipo de élite. Los arquetipos de élite solo se manifiestan si se tiene un vínculo inigualable e inquebrantable. Además, hay que cultivarlos al máximo. Lo importante no es en cuál decidas centrarte, sino lograr que alcance el máximo nivel.
This one's important.
Ya tengo de eso, ¿no? Creo. Para conseguir la fuerza que necesitaré para desafiar a Luis el Archimago, tendré que reforzar un arquetipo de élite hasta el rango 20. Este objetivo puede completarlo cualquiera. Yo creo que ya lo tengo. Este es un hito que nadie ha conseguido hasta ahora. Cuanto mayor sea tu poder, más impacto tendrá. Cuando la investigación haya culminado, se nos abrirá el camino hacia el arquetipo definitivo. Entonces hallaremos las respuestas que buscamos. Todo está en tus manos, Kuyuki. Juntos superaremos las barreras de esta prueba y cumpliremos nuestro sueño.
I have faith in you.
Confío en ti con todo mi ser. Tengo un samurái y un caballero oscuro al 20, si te refieres a eso. Le he dicho a Mor que ya he completado la tarea de investigación que me encomendó.
Unbelievable. You've truly fulfilled your task?
Sí.
Your abilities know no bounds. Why, it beggars belief. Incredible. Utterly incredible. Incredible.
Epílogo completado.
All right.
4 más de imaginación. Ta ta pa pa pa.
Oh, he's really gushing this time. Though I'd say you definitely earned it.
It cannot have been an easy journey, full of meetings and partings, trials and joys, all from which you've come to find your own way of life. There must have been many people who have wished, worked, and given themselves for your support. Indeed, you could never have achieved so much alone. I see. If you have come so far, with motes of the people's light in your wake, then perhaps I was wrong, and the world is not lost to hope. A strange revelation, but I confess, I do not resent being proven wrong.
I could have told you that. There's always hope.
Is that what you believe? Then the power of fantasy has given you strength indeed. Now then, I'd like to present your next task. But, alas, I have none to give. There is nothing more to be done. With this, you have seen our mutual endeavors through to the end. There are 2 reasons. The first being that my knowledge of archetypes ends here. I have nothing more to teach. You have outpaced me on the path to the ultimate archetype. I believe I have helped you all I can. As for the other reason...
What's wrong? Oh, by the way, did you get that lost memories thing figured out?
Unfortunately, the rest of my memories have not come to me. However, I did arrive at a conclusion of sorts. Why was I confined here? And where in the world is this place? My apologies, but for now, I'll refrain from explaining my conclusion so simply. It could cast a shadow over the archetype's growth.
¿Tan malo es?
No, more so your own.
What's that supposed to mean?
That you and I met was no coincidence. Everything has been connected from the beginning. If the hypothesis I've reached is correct, my memory will soon return in full, and I will gladly tell you all. Yes. Though there is one memory I know for certain, beyond speculation. The reason why I wrote the fantasy novel. I mentioned once that in my youth, I went on a journey. I met many people in my travels, and it is for their sakes that I wrote my tale. as an ideal I hoped to make true.
In your youth? You don't look that old to me. You're talking like this is all way in the past.
Ah, indeed. I suppose I am. I shared my stories with the people I cared for dearly, that we might dream of the same future, and thus strive toward it. I've no idea what became of them, or how they now live, but I'm glad to have remembered them. Their echoes have given me a new goal, crystal clear. Someday I will leave this place behind and reunite with my companions. I'd like to give you some tangible token of my appreciation as well. If we only ever meet in this mind space, I can't give you so much as a single letter.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, as am I. Thank you. When we met, I styled myself as your guide, but in truth, I think you guided me just as much. It seems he'd like to show his appreciation too. Thank you, my friend. I'm glad we met.
Percibo que amor, siento una infinita lealtad y una profunda gratitud por mí.
The scholar in search of utopia, more, keeper and heriter of the seeker's virtues. By the grace of his newfound powers, work to give truth to our hopes and fulfill thy destiny.
El evangelista. Aumenta en +3 las bonificaciones de estado de un arquetipo al canalizarlo.
I truly look forward to the day where you
No ha dicho
master the
nada de lo
power
del
of
texto
all
definitivo,
archetypes and become a hero
¿Cómo con los
king,
otros dos?
a great unifier of heroic spirits. We will meet again.
Se ha añadido experimentos sociales. Úsalos para crear los receptáculos que necesita el invocador para invocar monstruos. Los materiales para los receptáculos se obtienen como los de las máscaras. Solo hace falta crear cada receptáculo una vez para que la invocación correspondiente esté disponible y no es necesario equipar nada. ¡Roba almas! El nivel del archimago, que está al 15. Ya tengo bendición protectora. Vale. Lo que me interesaba. ¿Tiene cosas distintas?
Fascinating.
El roba almas. Este es el arquetipo que he logrado dominar después de conocerlo.
This right here.
Su comprensión heroica es la del viajero de élite, que mediante el uso de la sabiduría obtenía en sus viajes en lugares ignotos adentro de las profundidades del alma.
All right.
Es necesario tener una cantidad irrisoria de mag.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Pues que así sea. Por nuestra resolución compartida y el honor de nuestro lema, transfórmate en un explorador de élite. Oigo las voces de las almas del pasado.
Really? I found new power.
Pam. Onda de vacío, daño mágico grave de viento que reduce el ataque. Ya veo que empiezan a ser todos de ese estilo. Bendición protectora. Carito, sí, pero... Vale, le pongo un auto algo. Que no le tengo que poner un... Robar, saqueo, vital, filo... Y Talja está muy bien, ¿eh?
All right.
Del roba almas. Con la máscara busca magia y la máscara del explorador, vale. Vale. A ver. Calzón de trasgo. Vale, al menos me puedo lo que es. Rey trasgo, golpes críticos. Magia de fuego. Contra objetivo, inflige quemadura. Magia oscura, inflige veneno. Solo estos tengo, ¿no? Vale. Ahora puedes invocar al lava golem. Habrá que buscar estas cosas. Rey Inmortal, el Rey Guptaros, Soldado Inmortal y Cocatriz. Me hace falta encontrar talismanes. No hay más. Me sale verde eso, ¿eh? Está actualizado. Evita el encanto, evita el sueño. A ver, no le va mal tenerlo. Maestría de arquetipos 20%, 45%. ¿Qué necesitas tú? Tener el... Este le he metido esto. Tener el buscamagia al 10.
I see. Fascinating. This, right? All right.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
It seems I've grown.
All right.
Hola. A ver, parece que el invocador va a estar fuerte si tener el invocador conlleva tener todas las invocaciones. Por eso no aprenden al subir de nivel. Una fórmula mágica que parece escrita por un rey. Se titula La magia real, pero está escrita en una lengua extraña que apenas entiendo. Al final del documento ponelo. Amor dice que es un nombre de persona.
Yes.
Estaba a punto de sacar el tema. He recordado algo después de ver eso en acción. La lengua misteriosa en la que está escrita la fórmula es del mundo antiguo. ¿Mencionas que está escrita en un idioma que se remonta a los tiempos de la ciudad que encontramos soterrada bajo el templo del dragón? ¿Por qué usar una lengua tan antigua? El rey era un investigador compulsivo de la magia hasta el punto de financiar él mismo la creación de la Academia de Magos. Un ser descabellado que conociera la lengua. Entonces, ¿ese nombre que hay escrito es de alguien que murió hace tiempo? No sabría decirte, pero he averiguado algo. El nombre está precedido por Magos. Es una especie de título. El gran explorador. Sí, soy un explorador, igual que el arquetipo.
Fascinating.
Resulta inquietante, ¿verdad? ¿Por qué aparece el arquetipo del explorador en función de la fórmula de la magia real? ¿Acaso el explorador tiene algún poder especial? Sí, los estoy deseando descifrar esto de cada vez. Si vuelves a recordarlo, hazme el favor de echarle un vistazo. Mira. Hay algo más que ha obtenido un puntito verde. Está esto, que es el apocalipsis.
What's this?
That... All right.
Que es una herramienta mágica que algún día...
Oh. You'll come again, won't you?
Muy bien. ¿Qué es este icono?
Hello there.
¿Podemos hablar un minuto? Creo que será bueno para ti.
Yes.
Sí, es acerca de mi bastón. Es una reliquia divina que ha pasado de generación en generación entre los jefes, aunque descubrir su poder espiritual. Los conocidos videntes que pueden predecir la climatología del resto del mundo. Pues estima que un linaje de sacerdotes y yo tengo el mismo poder. Las utilizas de bastón para realizar una certeza. Creo que puedo despejar tormentas una vez al día.
What?
¿Despejar tormentas? ¿Y también puede enfriar los lugares en los que hace mucho calor? Sí, aunque aún no he exprimido al máximo su potencial. Por eso quiero utilizarlo para ayudaros. Nos presenciaremos hasta donde llegamos juntos. Por algo he estado toda mi vida entrenando al servicio de los dioses. Aunque a decir verdad también es agotador, así que espero que me lo compenséis con esto. No tengo claro cómo de bien funciona. Así que la primera vez que lo haré gratis. La próxima vez que requiso de oro todopoderoso 21 días de atún azul moteado. También puedes pedirle a Denny que cambie el mal tiempo de una mazmorra soleada durante 3 días. Puedes cambiar el tiempo en un solo lugar. Si te evita hacer mal tiempo en una mazmorra que quieres visitar, pide la ayuda de Denny. Ten en cuenta que aunque consigas más experiencia si luchas cuando hace mal tiempo, también desventajas. El guiso de oro todopoderoso es la especialidad de Ufa. Vas a echar de menos su cocina, ¿eh? En fin, supongo que lo sacaremos más partido de nuestros viajes con semejante poder.
What will you do?
Bueno, ¿lo probamos ya? No.
Sorry.
Perdón, a lo mejor me he precipitado. Pero si mi poder os es de utilidad en algún momento, venid a hablar conmigo. Os ayudaré si me lo pedís. A ver, técnicamente tenemos una cosa que hacer, pero... Nos quedan 7 días. Puede esperar un día. Porque quiero subir a María al rango 7 y desbloquear otro arquetipo. Mañana hacemos la misión. Ah, hola. Ahora que lo pienso, tengo los dibujos del Neuras. Creo que me le alegraría que le diera uno. Le he dado el dibujo de las cataratas del peregrino a María. ¡Wow! ¡Qué río tan grande! Y esa es una cascada, ¿no? Nunca había visto una. ¿Debajo de las cascadas siempre hay caras? Le hablé a María de mis recuerdos de pequeño. ¡Oh, qué casas más chulas hay fuera de Grand Trap! Tengo los dibujos del Neuras. Le he dado el dibujo del rompeolas encumbrado a María.
¡Wow!
¡Hala! ¿Se puede andar por el fondo del mar? Las paredes son olas. ¿Cómo sabes que no se te iban a caer encima? ¡Oh, qué cosa más chula si fuera de Grand Trap! ¡Vaya flores! ¡Qué cueva tan bonita! Seguro que ahí viven hadas, pero ¿qué hay en las paredes?
Thank you.
Gracias, le pediré permiso a la tía Fabián para colgarse las paredes de la posada. Cuando mire el dibujo ya no me sentiré tan sola porque me acordaré de ti. ¿Qué opinas? Si le enseño esto, seguro que... Verás, pues que quiero enseñarle algo a aquel niño. Al niño que estaba en el suelo, ¿te acuerdas? Igual no le caigo bien. Estoy nerviosa. Quiero hablar con él, pero me da miedo. He podido tranquilizar a María gracias a mi desbordante tolerancia.
Okay.
Gracias. Contigo a mi lado sé que no me pasará nada. Quiero hablar con el chico al que le di pan, aunque el otro día salió corriendo en cuanto me vio. Pero te me has enseñado a ser valiente, así que quiero volver a intentarlo.
Thank you.
Haré lo mejor que pueda. No la veo por ninguna parte. ¡Ah! ¡Es de bicho raro! Oye, ¿conoces al muchacho Paripus? Andaba por aquí deambulando hace un rato. Ya que rebusca entre la basura, ¿para qué lo buscas? Es que quería enseñarle una cosa. ¿No te quieres verlo tú también?
This.
Aquí es un dibujo precioso. Fuera de la capital el mundo es así. Me lo ha dado él. Ha viajado a muchos lugares. Que es bonito. ¿Y a quién le importa?
You know.
Fuera de la capital hay un mundo inmenso. Me ha contado que hay flores y árboles que jamás ha visto nadie. Y un montón de animales y monstruos. Cuando viene a verme aprendo muchas cosas. Bueno, ¿quieres que te enseñe los dibujos?
Yeah.
Fingiste. Un árbol de color rojo. ¿Se te ha manchado de pintura o algo? Lleva, este árbol existe de verdad. Me ha contado que hasta el ambiente era súper rojo. Espera, este árbol es enorme. Es gigantesco. Ni siquiera mi hermano mayor podría subir a lo alto. Mi hermano es un experto subiéndose a los árboles. No hay nadie mejor que él. Podría subirse al árbol más alto del Gran Tracto y despeinarse. ¿En serio?
Cool.
¿Cómo mola?
You know.
Es cierto. Me llamo María. Ah, vale. Oye, mi madre dice que toda la gente de la beca es muy peligrosa. Por eso te tenía miedo y te pegué la otra vez. Te siento mucho, María.
Okay.
No pasa nada, pero para que te perdone. ¿Quieres ser mi amigo?
Yeah.
Sí, vamos a ser amigos.
Thank you.
Gracias.
We became friends.
He hecho un amigo.
Really amazing.
Queda muy bien ser amable.
Mister.
Es todo gracias a ti. Le seguí los dibujos que me diste y nos pusimos a hablar. Si no compartes tus sentimientos con la gente, nos los conocerán. Pero ahora la tía Fabián y yo somos familia porque se lo cuento todo. A partir de ahora diré lo que pienso. Gracias a eso he hecho un amigo.
Thank you.
Gracias. Quería que supieras cómo me siento. Percibo la honestidad de María y la absoluta confianza que ha depositado en mí.
He gave me courage.
Aumenta mucho la experiencia de cada combate. Y al cocinar en el surcador se consigue un plato adicional. Es al 8. La tercera clase. Anda, ahí está. Oye, perdona, ¿estás bien? ¿Tienes hambre? Yo quiero ser amiga tuya y pues, he traído estos dibujos para... Tú no eres como yo. Creía que éramos iguales, pero no. Tú lo tienes todo. Se ha ido. ¿Qué querrá decir con que lo tengo todo? ¿Por qué la gente lo trata tan mal? Los adultos dicen que está hecho un guarro, pero es que no se ha bañado. Duerme del cementerio porque no tiene a dónde ir. Y rebusca en la basura porque nadie le da de comer. Nadie sabe nada de él y parece que a nadie le importa.
Well then.
¿Qué quieres hacer, María?
Okay.
No quiero rendirme. No lo haré. Voy a hablar con él.
Okay.
Encontraremos la forma de ayudarlo. Le preguntaré a la tía Fabián qué opina. Lo ayudaremos entre todos.
Bye bye.
Gracias, hasta luego. Nos pasamos por la taberna de la Isla Verga y alguien quería hablarme. ¿Se lo habrá olvidado? Espero que no. No me he olvidado. Ya que estoy aquí, te compro la tierra ceremoniosa. La tierra ceremoniosa alberga un significado especial para la tribu. Allí los jóvenes se enfrentan a una prueba antes de marcharse de la isla. No es obligatorio, claro. Por lo que he oído, la prueba en sí consiste en derrotar al monstruo que mora del interior. Al parecer se trata de una criatura rarísima que no se parece en nada a ningún otro ser vivo. Seguro que es un monstruo. Se rumorea que invoca a otro monstruo para hacerse más fuerte y que luego lanza una ráfaga de ataques con magia de viento. Al parecer es débil al fuego, o sea, a lo mejor que uséis eso en vuestro beneficio. También hay un monstruo con forma de pájaro llamado Leogrifo, y sus ataques se vuelven más fuertes a medida que os acercáis a él. Pero podrá atacarle desde lejos y evitando usar magia de viento contra él, ya que no tendrá ningún efecto. Bueno, será mejor que nos preparemos para lo que nos espera. ¿Qué tal si visitamos la academia? O sea, que toda la magia de viento que acabo de conseguir, mal. Vale, Yuna va a querer hablar. ¡Hostias! Podemos masterizar a Alonso, lo siento, ¿eh? Lo siento a todos los demás. Lo siento, se viene Alonso. Se me ha ido la cabeza Alonso. Quizás debería ir a hablar con él. Y tiene una visión que entregar, que no sé. Supongo que el Neura se refiere.
Eres Kuyuki, ¿verdad? Te he estado buscando por todas partes.
¿Tú eres?
Tengo que contarte toda la verdad, porque Alonso hizo lo que hizo. La verdadera versión de los hechos. Alonso dijo que apostaba por ti. Yo he hecho lo mismo. Por ese mundo nuevo que vas a crear. Conoces la taberna que frecuentaba, ¿verdad? Donde le di las malas noticias. Vamos a hablar allí. Dijo que te llevara allí cuando te contara la verdad.
Jope, dos arquetipos tochos a la vez.
Allow me to introduce myself once again. My name is Dataram. I'd like to thank you for your assistance.
¿Ayuda?
What assistance?
Right then, where shall I begin? The execution was proposed by Alonso himself. He agreed to bear the weight of my crimes and die with them. That is, under one condition. He had me declare my support for your candidacy by naming you as the key figure who put an end to the people's suffering. And in doing so, Alonso would accomplish his goal, to bring you great renown.
Why would he go through with that?
Perhaps it was meant to be a form of atonement. By giving you recognition and building your reputation, he could pave you a path to the crown. He truly believed that you could change the world. Alonso entrusted me with this letter, or rather, with his last words.
Murió de verdad.
I wager you must be furious.
Es un farsante, me puede haber engañado, pero.
I'm sorry I didn't let you in on the plan. I knew you would be against it. Believe it or not, I considered myself a just person. My cons were always in the service of a greater good. I convinced myself that it was all for my hometown, for my mother. But that pretense crumbled away, along with her life. I realized everything I'd done was out of my own selfish desires. Such a man ought to die. So, I found a way to make a worthy end of it. Come to think of it, death, too, is perhaps its own selfish escape. When you stopped me, I could finally confront that about myself. The truth of the matter is, I like lying. I like tricking people. Perhaps I never needed to be a good person. On the day of my execution, you'll be lauded as a hero, and everyone in attendance will be none the wiser about my deception. Yes, before long, you'll ascend to the throne, and the world will become a slightly better place. All thanks to my lies. I've done far too much wrong in my life. But in my final moments, I will become the kind of person I've always aspired to be. I owe it all to you. Even though I know this wasn't the conclusion you wished for, you have my gratitude.
Percibo la verdadera lealtad y el afecto de Alonso. Estas sencillas palabras de agradecimiento. Hijo de puta, se ha muerto de verdad.
The devious schemer, Alonso, keeper and heritor of the Faker's virtues. Your tempered bond has become a fire-forged trust. Thus, a new pinnacle of heroism awakens within thee. By the grace of his newfound powers, work to give truth to our hopes and fulfill thy destiny.
Ya puedo ser embaucador, con 4 ranuras de herencia. Los arquetipos del linaje ya tienen 4 herencias.
Are you all right?
I have to win, no matter what.
You mustn't be hasty. Alonso believed you could bring about a better future, didn't he? You there! Bring him what we've discussed. This is Alonso's fortune. Though half of it was pinched from my coffers. Still, the fact that he managed to steal all this is quite impressive.
What are you planning to do with it?
Rest assured, I won't be taking it with me. Not after all that's happened. Alonso intended to give this money to his village, but he was terribly distraught when they wouldn't accept it. However, if you, the hero, were to give them the money, that'd be a different matter. Might you donate his fortune in your name?
All right. I'll do it.
Thank you. He'll rest easier, knowing it was you. I'll make arrangements for a coachman to transport this to the village. Until then, his property shall be in my care. Come speak with me once you've arrived. I ask this of you in his stead.
This one's important.
La última voluntad del farsante. Naturán me ha encargado que lleve la herencia de Alonso a su pueblo. Hablaré con él en la plaza de la posada del pescador de Brailhaven cuando sea de noche. Me he despedido de Naturán mientras apretaba la carta de Alonso contra mi pecho.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Yo creo que puede tener diferentes finales este juego, ¿eh?
Here.
Hola, 15.000.
Speaking of which...
Como falta para que la lanza falsa esté lista, les he dicho a Basilio y a Fidele que no se sentaría más aquí.
Muy bien, no me les imagino dándose su aprobación con una sonrisa de oreja a oreja.
¿Qué va? Por eso me he inventado que en el mar que estaba demasiado revuelto para partir. Total, ¿qué daño puede hacerles otra mentira más? Parece que se lo han tragado.
Most helpful.
¿En serio? Me alegro. Ahora debemos actuar con normalidad y continuar con nuestras actividades para no levantar sospechas.
Eso haremos.
Well then.
Vale. Bardon. Requiere cositas. Brillita no me salta. Así que es probable que sea por la noche. Pero requería cosas. El Neura se puede hacer mientras estamos de viaje. Y María está en día de descanso igualmente.
What now?
I see. Fascinating.
Tiene debilitar, ¿eh?
This right here.
Su encarnación heroica es la del desvelador de élite, que siempre al caos mediante acciones que nadie puede anticipar y rompe hasta las más rancias tradiciones.
All right.
Es necesario tener una cantidad irrisoria de mag.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Pues que así sea. Por nuestra resolución compartida y el honor de nuestro lema, transfórmate en un farsante de élite.
Oigo las voces de las almas de los héroes del pasado. Si tu voluntad es experimentar lo desconocido y sembrar el caos en el corazón de tus oponentes, otorgará nuestra alma de farsante.
Really? New skills, new possibilities.
De hecho, con las armas nuevas... Reduce el ataque y la defensa del enemigo 2 niveles. Hostias, está muy bien. Transfiere PM a un aliado. El debilitar de toda la vida. Daño físico leve, todopoderoso a todos los enemigos en consumir PM. Y una de 3. Hostia, pues está... Está fuerte el asunto, ¿eh? Claro, ahora la cosa es que quiero subir ambos. Hasta el 11 no tengo el ataque de fuego, que se usaría para el de esto. Ignora resistencias, el vórtice esmeralda. Está muy, muy bien. ¿Cómo que restablece PM? Daño mágico grave de viento a todos los enemigos. Recupera PM por cada golpe acertado. Hostias. Recupera... Hostias, eso no me había fijado. No, va adentro. No me había fijado yo en eso. Por cierto, el clérigo está empezado. Pero no ha terminado, ¿eh? Nadie más tiene el clérigo, ¿no? Qué cositas, ¿eh? Cositas. Esta está subiéndose el farsante, así que podrá meterse el siguiente.
All right then.
Alright, alright.
Where to?
Let's go.
Vale, voy a hacer mini pausa. Ya que me voy al surcador acorazado. A ver si no me asaltan los gatos. Pues no, hoy nos han echado siesta. Y deberían echarse siesta en algún momento. Vale, pongo esto bien. Aquí, este que estaba movido. Ahora vuelvo. Vamos a hacer mazmorra. Ole. Me has pillado poniéndome la manta. No, mierda, perdón. Ya no, hostia el micro. Ay, sí. Aquí, vale. Se me ha hecho un pliegue raro. No conseguía yo. Ahí. Ahora ya está. Modo batamanta. Cumplido. Perdón. Tras enfrentarme a mí mismo en medio de la calma, he vislumbrado la verdad del mundo. La suerte aumenta en 1. O sea, cada vez que voy a mear hay probabilidad de subirme la suerte.
Everyone is here.
Now then.
Aquí hay una parada.
And right.
We might fill a
Siento haceros perder el tiempo así, pero me gustaría enfrentarme a la prueba para volverme más fuerte. No hace falta que te disculpes para nada. Somos amigos. Es normal que nos ayudemos. Por muy complicada que sea, superaremos esta prueba.
I should very much like to go there.
Claro, sí, estaré eternamente agradecido.
Yeah, but...
Aquí, me parece que hace muy mal día allí. No sé a qué hora llegaremos. Quizás se enoja con su tiempo. Para ir hasta allí tendremos que hacer noche por el camino, así que llegaremos mañana.
Great. Let's move out.
Venga, tirando.
Can you hear me?
En la sala de recreo ha aparecido un altar. Eufa dice que posee poderes divinos. ¿Puede ir alguien a echar un vistazo? Eufa ha dispuesto un altar en la sala de recreo para aumentar los premios máximos. ¿Quién habrá dejado aquí agua cristalina y carne de conejo? Vale, no me sale nada ahora. Pues vamos de camino. Pero habrás dispuesto un nuevo libro, imagino. ¿Menos valor? Pan mágico. Guiso de oro todopoderoso.
All good.
Vale, ahí está el altar, a ver. El dios dragón. Ah, me ha metido libro nuevo. Imaginación. Creo que... Tolerancia. Sabiduría. Valor. Imaginación.
All right.
Ya está. El siguiente libro ya será el 4. Y ya pues decidir. Elocuencia no nos ha pedido nadie aún, creo. Pero tolerancia, sabiduría... Bueno, nadie nos ha pedido nada al 5 aún. Eso igual luego lo miraremos, pero hay que elegir.
Nura speaking.
As the sunset stretches the gauntlet runner's shadow across the water, they arrive at the prismatic sea. Sailors whisper of an otherworldly view visible in these parts, if you survive the terrors of the deep. Yet somehow, the sailors have never found an unimpeachable source, and the party was about to understand why.
Y de paso subo sabiduría.
So pretty.
El cielo está muy rojo, es como si estuviese ardiendo.
El color rojo del atardecer inunda el cielo y el mar.
No sabía que fueras todo un poeta, Stroll, no me lo esperaba. ¿Ya piensas tú que yo qué?
Me sorprende bastante.
Hey.
Venga ya.
Be that as it may.
Todo parece muy pequeño cuando se compara con la grandiosidad de la naturaleza. Dan ganas de gritar, ¿no te parece?
No sé a qué te refieres.
Pues sí, quiero gritar ahora mismo.
But...
Yuna, ¿estas visitas no te dan ganas de cantar?
Supongo. A veces quiero expresar mis sentimientos cantando.
Oh my.
Un momento, no me estarás pidiendo que cante, ¿verdad?
A special little
Pues no me
number.
queda otra, pero solo un poco que a mi garganta no le siente bien la brisa marina. Siento que he desarrollado sabiduría mientras disfrutaba de unas vistas espectaculares y escuchaba cantar a
All right.
Hello.
Se lo entregaré a María un día de estos.
The Gauntlet Runner arrives at an encampment, yet the day draws to an end.
Campamento insular.
All right then.
Ah, es el casco, vale. Tiene sentido. No me olvido de ti, Neuras, pero debo decir que hasta ahora eres el más lento.
¡Ojo!
Hola, ¿vienes a comprobar el progreso de la lanza? Bueno, que sepas que nunca trabajaría donde esos hermanos me pudieran ver. ¿Cómo la búsqueda de reliquias? ¿Me he comprado algo? Aunque te parezca una tontería enseñándomela, puede que tenga un truco como las demás.
Pues ahora que lo dices, le he entregado al Neuras el cachivache que encontramos.
¿Y esto qué es? A mí me parece chatarra normal y corriente, pero lo comprobaré de todos modos.
¿Chatarra tu abuela?
Sí, esto va aquí, entonces esto... ¡Bingo! Tan alucinante como siempre, absolutamente magnífico. Toda la sabiduría ancestral en la palma de mi mano. Es todo fuertes a cualquiera.
¡Qué bien! Una referencia a Spider-Man, nunca viene de más.
Awful.
Esta vez otra vez, tus reacciones están resultando más interesantes que las propias reliquias, Neuras.
Así que este chisme va así. Entonces quizás se puede usar con tecnología moderna. ¡Ajá! ¡Eureka! He visto la luz, muchacho. El de Agoras de hace unos instantes era un bufón comparado con el de ahora. Todo gracias a ti, Koyuki.
Thank you.
Eso nos da más hojas de luz.
Cuanto más las miro, más misteriosas me parecen. Su proceso y función son totalmente diferentes en comparación con los detonadores. Sin magia ni detonadores es imposible hacer magia normal, ni para surcadores acorazados ni para otra cosa. De hecho, la tecnología de este país depende prácticamente de los detonadores mágicos. Es una dependencia peligrosa, y por eso nos fascinan tanto las reliquias.
¿Pero acaso los detonadores no son prácticos?
Of course.
Sí que lo son, hasta donde yo puedo usarlos, pero eso es el problema, claro. Si cualquiera puede usar un poder que no sabe controlar, se volverá loco. Tuve que experimentar mucho, preferiría olvidarlo, la verdad. Hace tiempo el gobierno me pidió que participara en el desarrollo de los detonadores. Me metieron a muchos paripus desamparados que no tenían dónde ir. Y los sometieron a una sucesión de horribles experimentos.
¿Estuviste metido en ese asunto?
No, en aquel momento por suerte no me hacía falta el dinero. Perdí la pista de varios ingenieros que consideraba amigos y participaron en ello. Es difícil imaginarse las maldades que tuvieron que suceder allí. Los frikis de la tecnología somos unos borregos. Cuando aparece un invento nuevo, la curiosidad nos puede y pasamos por alto los valores. Nunca me opuse abiertamente a los experimentos, sino que me volqué a investigar los surcadores. En retrospectiva lo hice para limpiar mi conciencia. Quizá fue un poco iluso por mi parte, pero quería lograr una tecnología que inspirase sueños, no una destinada a la muerte y la destrucción. Y ahora, después de todo aquello, me veo de nuevo del fondo.
No.
Creo que hiciste lo correcto.
Si te lo dices tú, viejo amigo, me cuesta menos creerlo. Aunque debido precisamente a mi pasado, ahora puedo presumir de mi trabajo, y el rey es un buen lugar para hacerlo. Eso es sueño para cualquier erudito.
Percibo el orgullo del Neuras como investigador, además de su profunda confianza en mí.
I'm a lucky man to be part of your
En fin, cuento contigo para que sigas trayéndome reliquias. Pues espero que haya una donde vamos ahora, porque... Lo que no entiendo, ¿por qué las reliquias están esparcidas por todos los rincones del mundo? En a mí que antes formaban parte de algo mayor. ¿Se habrán dispersado de forma natural y aleatoria o habrá algún otro motivo? Quizá la próxima reliquia que traigas nos dé la respuesta. Cuento contigo, como siempre. Me he despedido del Neuras y he salido de la sala de máquinas.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
What to pick? Right. Got it.
Va a estar el pan mágico.
Understood?
All right then.
Let's go.
A ver. No vaya a ser que me falte una reliquia en un sitio en el que ya he estado. Dijo que en la columna de la sala de máquinas. Capítulo de Martira. Hay 4. Nada, cerra el diario. Parece que hay uno en cada sitio.
All right then. Let's go.
Entonces eso explica por qué va tan lento.
Now then.
Imaginación del 4.
Imagination.
Y ahora pues a decidir cuál de los 4 sube primero.
The land of ceremony rises over
Hace
the
calor,
water's
me lo imaginaba.
horizon. Coming here eventually came to have ceremonial significance. Not even thieves dared to come near this mausoleum.
Pero bueno, vamos bien. Yo creo que no va a ser un problema como el otro lado. Es la primera vez que entro en la tierra ceremoniosa.
Now then.
Tenemos que dirigirnos a la zona interior, ¿no? Según Edeni, a lo mejor nos toca luchar.
También nos dijo que nos quedáramos con los tesoros. Seguramente no volveremos a pasar por aquí, así que se agradece. Sí, hemos salido ganando. Además, Fernando, esta es la chapa con lo que tú nos has metido en esto y con... Fernando, esta es la chapa con lo de que tú nos has metido en esto y con que eres una carga para nosotros. ¿Qué? ¿Cómo me has leído la mente? Tu cara es el libro abierto y seguro que nunca has sabido fingir. No me extraña que tu hermano se preocupe. Hablar distendidamente viene bien, pero no sabemos lo que nos espera a partir de ahora. Más nos vale tener los ojos que no
Leave it to us.
Dianas, Koyuki. Pues viento, viento, viento y viento. Un momento, percibo la siguiente de esto.
So, hey.
What now?
A ver, necesito gente que pegue con fuego. Y una que tiene la máscara. Así. De hecho, Yuna tiene los de estos, sí. ¡Hostias! Que no he ido a... Mejora las habilidades de síntesis de 0 PM. ¡Hostias! Tengo 2 además de puñales. Uno para cada uno. Hasta que aprenda el mío.
All right.
Golpe ardiente. Tengo bot puesto.
All right.
Yuna ya tiene flores de pira.
All right.
Ya a ver, Eufa de por sí ya tiene invocar golem. Daño mágico grave de... Así que... tiene sí.
All right.
Un poco de igual, ¿no? Igualmente necesita... subir de esto.
I've acquired a new ability. It seems I've grown. I've acquired a new ability.
Fascinating. This, all right?
I'm counting on you.
Ya. Le puedo poner el esquivar viento. Esto es verde.
I've acquired a new ability.
Le llama...
It seems I've grown.
esquivar viento.
All right.
Bueno, he mirado. Aquí. Vale.
Okay then. Let's go.
Entremos. Después de la mazmorra ya hacemos el recorrido de iglesia y limpiamiento de armas.
Please take care.
A ver, yo creo que la mazmorra la vamos a hacer con la punta del nabo. Porque esto debería de ir antes que la torre.
We're respawning. You'll be okay without healing, right?
Come on, Dad.
Your health is concerning me.
Just take it. You can always toss it later.
Would sure be a pleasure to find some treasure.
Hey, you.
Actuaremos en calidad de testigos en la prueba. A medida que se descienden los niveles inferiores, la magla se vuelve más densa. Allá hallaréis monstruos esqueléticos reanimados con el poder de la magla. Las lanzas y las espadas apenas surtirán efecto contra ellos. Nos enfrentamos a enemigos esqueléticos de la gran catedral, ¿verdad? Quizá podamos derrotarlos de la misma manera.
Será un desafío extenuante. Tenemos que ver con cuidado, Ufa.
Ya, de hecho, para... no lo pienso... Heismay. Es el farsante, no. Comandante.
I see.
Tiene el golpe ardiente.
Fascinating. This, all right?
I'm counting on.
Creo que ese tipo de cosas utilizan ataque en vez de magia. Así que mejor que tener bot.
I have retained my edge.
my power swells forth.
All right.
El saque vital lo tengo por si acaso. ¡Hala! Todos tenéis fuego. Pulpo de siempre. Pasa que ahora da tiempo a matarlo.
What a fortunate find.
Alright, how's that? Alright, how's that? Not out of the woods just yet. Come on!
I'm right here. If you intend to take risks, you have to speed first. Crystallize that. Should be enough.
Alright, how's that? Push through! Come on! Alright, how's that? Yeah, come on! Alright, how's that? That's the end of it. I hope.
Let's take it. We may yet
Nice.
find a useful.
Muchísima agua bendita. Buah, ha dado por culo el leogrifo.
I can feel the power coursing through me.
Here.
You!
Vale, parece que vamos a estar dando unas cuantas vueltas.
I bet there's treasure around here.
Good job, everyone.
Y el premio es... ¡Pam, pam, pam, pam! Elixir divino.
Everything's pretty standard.
Muchísimos cofres, ¿eh? Pues de momento está bien, pues... Ya hablaremos cuando lleguemos al jefe. Pero de momento está bien. Pues nos da más experiencia y más loot. Va a dar con mal tiempo. Y si a todos los monstruos de aquí les hago eso... Hemos llegado.
We're so lucky.
Columna con musgo. Un objeto cilíndrico recubierto de musgo. Encontré una piedra muy extraña. Hacia su interior emana una luz misteriosa.
Okay, so
¿Crees que será una de las reliquias de las que nos habló el Neuras? Vamos a enseñárselo al Neuras, a ver qué dice. Vale, por fin.
strong ones ahead. We gotta be careful. Amazing! Great moves back there.
Nos da bastante buena experiencia.
Careful now.
His power grows stronger still.
Such skill. Push through.
Well done. The scourge is no more.
I must do this.
You're not going to make it if you don't heal.
Vamos con los Marios solos. Zeta. Era para allá. Adiós.
Pasado este punto, la influencia de la magla es mayor. Una profunda oscuridad consume la zona y encuentra vuestro avance. No debéis quedaros allí mucho tiempo. Rezo porque superéis la prueba.
Hey, maybe there's something to do here. Sounds crazy. But something's around.
Alright, how's that?
That was brilliant.
That's the end of it. I hope.
Adentro.
They're gone.
Pam, pam, pam,
Look
pam.
at the quality.
Abanico danzallamas. Mejora los ataques de fuego. Alguien... Hostia, espérate. Que creo que ha subido, no me he dado cuenta. Ah, no, le falta poquito aún. Para el 19 20.
Would sure be a pleasure to find some treasure.
Don't let your guard down. There's more of them.
Nice! You're gaining strength!
Vaya chollo de sitio.
The generator will not bother us any longer.
Very impressive. How's that?
Come on, plan for you.
That should come in handy. That takes care of that.
We can't arrange this fight. Stand ready. Come on, Dad.
Such an elegant fighter.
Dad.
Great moves back there.
Talismán de la fémina. La fémina.
I think.
Pam, 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 pam.
Nice. Oh, you've done it.
Raíz en joya de héroe. ¿Qué más? Lleva al mismo sitio.
Everything's pretty standard.
Victory is ours, and safety hard won.
I get the feeling we could move something if we tried.
Look alive. We are not done yet. Vanguard!
They are broke. Our usual tactics should work.
¿Te has recuperado?
Oh, power of kings. Rancor.
Rompetetra, reto del explorador. Daño mágico extremo todopoderoso a todos los enemigos. Recupera PM por cada golpe acertado.
Maybe there's a bet. I won't hold back. Scour. What?
I thought you hit its weakness. I'll show you. Sorry, my mistake.
Every summoner, come forth now.
You missed.
¡Has fallado!
Come on, focus.
¿Cómo has...? ¿Por qué has fallado? Hija de puta.
You got this.
Total fue en verdad.
That's all of them. Yes? Be forewarned.
Good job, everyone.
We found something.
Our risk pays off.
Esmeralda.
How's that?
Incredible! This power.
What now? I see. Fascinating. All right. I'm counting on you.
Of course.
I'll always aim higher.
Otra vez a ponerle todo. Flores de Pira, vórtice del infierno.
All right.
De caja por si acaso. Mascarada.
Are you feeling okay? Just making sure.
I destroyed the crystal. Thank goodness.
Let's push through.
I'm right here.
There's an end to that.
Yep, we're safe here. It's all clear.
El otro. Amigo. La puerta.
Let's push through.
His power grows stronger still.
Está camuflado, ¿eh?
Hey, maybe there's something to do here.
Sí, subir para arriba.
Gotta be something we can do here.
Subir para arriba otra vez. Y aquí sí faltan cofres.
Más allá se encuentra la sala en la que habréis de someteros al desafío que os otorgará la prueba que buscáis. Es imposible saber de qué forma se manifestarán los miedos, pero todos nosotros, incluido el jefe, anhelamos que regrese sano y salvo. Te deseo suerte, Eva.
Yep, we're safe here. Hey, your help is dangerous.
Such skill.
A ver, el pesado.
There's an end to that.
¡Pam, pam, pam,
That's what
pam!
I call treasure.
Yelmo blanco de pureza.
It's all clear. What is this?
We found something.
How exciting!
We found something.
Let's take it and move on.
Cota de malla de coral. Vale, pues yo creo que la mazmorra está hecha. Y ahora pegarle una paliza a este hombre.
Yep.
This is the place.
Siento que la prueba se llevará a cabo en este lugar. ¿Estás preparado? Vamos. ¿Qué diferencia con la torre? Que la torre estaba en el nivel 55 o 60. ¿Qué es? Esto es lo que dijo mi hermano.
Oh, I see.
De forma tan extraña. Así que el objetivo de la prueba era derrotar a esta cosa sin perder la cordura.
Leave it to me.
Ya estamos más que acostumbrados a los monstruos, ¿verdad? Mientras permanezcamos juntos, nada podrá con nosotros.
Everyone.
Sí, con vuestra ayuda lo lograré. Aunamos fuerzas.
Of course.
Eso es, adelante. Forma tu equipo. Mi equipo estaba ya muy bien formado.
This is the last of the trials. Let's give this all we've got.
No hay cintas. No, pero ahí también es débil a la luz.
Blaze! That should have worked.
But I thought you hit its
Let's come
weakness.
forth, Royal Soul. That
But
should
I
have
thought
done
you
it.
hit its weakness.
Malabares libres, debilitar.
No one here fights alone. Maybe something. Trickster! Burn!
Even my
summoner. Heed me!
Was it not enough?
No sé qué gas tenemos.
Hell, even that was not enough.
The freedom of a wanderer. Hold on. We'll do this together. Maybe there's a better choice. Let's go.
Electricity's no good against them. That's the last thing we need.
Luce pegarle.
Better be sure. Let's work together.
A ver.
Forward!
The magic seeds.
I'll give you the I call upon a royal soul. Raging fire. Kidding me! I had you. Trivial.
Hostia, me dio bien, ¿eh?
Too many people knocked out
My
here.
face.
We gotta get back on track, or this will get ugly.
That should have
Wasn't
worked.
that supposed to be its
The
weakness?
freedom of a wanderer.
¿Pero qué? ¿Que los ha matado al final?
Come forth, Royal Soul. We can do this.
Much thanks.
Pensaba que no estaban muertos.
I refuse to die yet.
Someone kill him fast! Come on, not like this! Someone help, please!
Allow me to use
Time
this.
for my grand
It's okay.
back! We gotta help
We can
her.
do this. But by this power. With healing power.
Quite a boon.
Thank you. Keep us down! Hurry! We gotta help her! This might sting!
You think yourself equal to a UG? This should work.
I rejoin the
Tenía que
Freedom
entrar
of
por
a
ti, caja.
wanderer. I won't hold back. We can do this.
Thank you.
Much thanks.
That helped. Watch me! Going for the weak spot! Summoner!
Medio todopoderoso.
It is your turn! Help me finish
¡Toma!
Be neither timid nor assassin. Purify. But all things seemed right.
Freedom of a wanderer.
Still happen.
Scour.
Te gusta de caja por lo que veo, ¿eh?
Even my here I go. I thought that would do more.
Assassin! Even that was not enough?
What?
Watch me! I shall do my best if we all work together.
A toda por culo. Báculo de asceta. Venga, ¿has subido 2 veces? Sí.
It feels good.
I am most certainly stronger than I was.
I'm still getting stronger.
De Yamahan.
I wonder if what you got earlier could serve as that proof of victory you want. I mean, I'm not seeing anything else you could use.
El bastón que nos hemos llevado.
These bones are aged. Old relics of my fellow countrymen. I wonder how many have fallen here. And what did the trials mean to them? My own deeds merely live in their shadow. Because it was only by chance that I entered my fight.
Your initiative to do this, even by chance, has revealed your true power.
My true power? So you're saying that the path which led me here, all my experiences, it was all a trial? There's a favor I might request of you. For my entire life, I have seen myself as an offering. I thought of nothing except that duty. That's why panic took root in me. But at the same time, if my past had been any different, would I have had the strength to defeat that monster? This trial has shown me I am more than an offering. While it revealed my weakness, so too did it reveal my triumph. Now, my only desire is to seek a deeper faith in myself, so that I can go wherever I have decided to go. But while the outside world is still frightening, I'd like you by my side. I know I have room to grow as far as believing in myself, but my belief in you is already as the tallest oak.
Of course.
How happy you make me. Finally, I understand. This power which burns within me, that is the proof of victory I truly needed. Only I can know what I might bring to bear. That must be what my brother wanted me to learn. I've made my decision. I will fight for the good of everyone and everything. For all the world. What's this? A handshake?
Algo muy importante, tú hazlo.
Wait, I see you're offering me the type of handshake practiced by those in the outside world.
Tú que tienes internet a mano, Onion. Puedes mirar si la actriz es la misma de Yuna.
The Oracle Priestess, Yufa. Within her dwells the virtue of the Summoner. Nurture thy bond with her, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken.
My heart
El
is
invocador. No, Yuna con Y. Ufa comparte actriz con Yuna.
But,
is something wrong?
Oh, sorry. It's nothing of import. It's just that, for the Mastari, handshakes mean two different things. One meaning is simply trust, which you offer now, and the other meaning is Well, it matters not. That is, please don't let it worry you. My sincerest appreciation.
Ole, esa sabiduría ahí.
All right.
Now then, I thank you greatly, and may I suggest we turn toward home?
¿No te has ya arreglado todo ese tema?
Very well. Let's return to the entrance.
What now? I see. Fascinating. This, all right?
Diferencial de estado.
I'm counting on you.
Of course. Oh.
Veo que ya has estudiado más de la mitad de las encarnaciones heroicas. No me cabía duda de que serías capaz de canalizar muchas encarnaciones heroicas. Pero ver que te has adueñado de tantas, te ruego que aceptes esto como muestra de agradecimiento por tu esfuerzo.
New skills, new possibilities.
Los ataques del enemigo no le darán ventaja en batalla rápida. Recobra PS al vencer amigos en combate en equipo. Nice. Pues ya estaría todo dicho.
Hey.
Sí, hay que irse a la ciudad.
Got it.
No es la misma, pues tienen un timbre muy parecido. Pero tienen unos dejes distintos, entonces voy a comprobar si era o no.
I'm quite grateful.
Ya lo he dicho antes, pero me gustaría volver a daros las gracias por ayudarme en la misión de hoy. Las pruebas de los monstruos son muy interesantes. Supongo que enfrentarse al enemigo fuerte no es un reto de iniciación tan extraño. Pero este es otro nivel. Por la cantidad de esqueletos que había, parece que muchos no superaron la prueba. Nunca había oído hablar de semejante rito iniciático.
Quizá el entorno tan duro de la isla inspiró el ritual y necesita guerreros capaces de soportar las dificultades de la zona y crear una prueba de la altura.
Me alegro de que hayamos logrado convencer a los hermanos Magnus de que se quedase de la isla hasta que la lanza falsa estuviese lista.
Most helpful.
No podemos dejar pasar el tiempo de mano sobre mano. Nos esperamos batallas, así que debemos asegurarnos de que nuestros arquetipos están
de
Parece que habéis tenido un tiempo bonito. No hay nada mejor que la comida y el descanso para recuperar cuerpo y mente. Ay, nos hemos ganado un descanso. Buen trabajo.
Time marches on, and the age of a
lo de
new
Yuna
king
se alargó
draws
bastante,
nearer.
debo decir. Parece que Brillita me ha enviado dinero.
This here.
Well then.
Mister.
¡Ole! Hay que ir a hablar con María hoy. But, primero...
Yeah.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
Primero a la iglesia de San Fermín.
Closure.
Tenemos cositas, ¿eh? Muchas cositas. Mejora los ataques de luz. Mejora los ataques de fuego. 300. La cota malla de demonio. Resiste daño de oscuridad. Resiste daño de luz. Cuatro aguas celestiales. Ah, es como que se puede cambiar de uno a otro, ¿no? Y este es lo mismo, resiste el daño de luz o resiste el daño de oscuridad. De hecho nos usan más oscuridad. Está bien tener armaduras intercambiables de estas. Vale, tenemos... Me lo voy a quitar ya de una puta vez esto. Ah, claro, ah, porque también es de otras de estas de...
All right then. Let's go.
La mayoría de ataques que tengo son de fuego. Bueno, tenemos para un rato. Bastón de glaciosapo. Bastón de umbromosca. Katana. Es una puta mierda. Arco silvano. Cetro chamánico. Señalizador de árbitro. No lo he ido. Abaco celestial. Señalizador de árbitro. Abaco celestial. Y el chaleco de púas.
Hello there.
No, no vendas todo por si acaso.
What now?
Mister! Mister!
Hola. Ahora que lo pienso, tengo los dibujos del Neuras. Toma otro. Ostras, el mar es muy bonito. ¿Es el mismo atardecer que vemos en Grand Trad?
Thank you.
Gracias. ¿Tienes hambre? La tía Pame te ha preparado comida.
Oh, yay.
Bien, hay que comer más todos juntos a celebrar.
Eat up, you two. Smells good, doesn't it? Hope you like it. This dish has some complexity to it.
There's more than enough for everyone. I was thinking, maybe it would be good if I gave some of Miss Fabian's food to hungry people. Everyone's scared of people they don't understand or don't know. That's why they were mean to me too. So maybe if we get everyone to eat lots of good food together, they'll talk to each other and get along.
I'd like to help too. What can I do?
Thank you. Can you serve the food?
Now hold on. Let's not be hasty about inviting those sorts in, hmm? What if they make a habit of skulking around here? Well, take a look yourself before you start clutching your pearls. Not a single one has even taken a plate, as you can plainly see.
I need to warn you, Mom. Even if you demand compensation later, I've naught to give you.
And I'm telling you, I don't need any. Maria and I just don't want you dying of hunger. After all, we're neighbors, and I won't ignore any of you any longer. Truth be told, I turned a blind eye to your plight. But Maria saw it plain, and my eyes were opened, and I realized that it isn't right. It's not all right at all. So, go ahead and eat your fill. You've my word. There are no tricks here. I have a portion for you as well. Surely you've heard whispers about the honeybees fair now, haven't you?
Me has juntado un montón de gente y la idea de María ha sido un éxito. Hemos salido un montón de comida.
Is it true that you ran your own business?
Gracias, Aika, por ese pedazo de raid. ¿Qué ha habido hoy? ¿Dragon Quest?
Yes, Mom.
¿Cómo ha ido?
At one point, I owned a factory and had several hired hands in my employ. But then, I was swindled by a moneylender. I'd like to work my way up again. or even earn just enough to put a roof over my head. But once you've lost your footing, it's hard to stand back up on your
¿Qué opinas de Ludo?
Hey, perhaps you could find a place that will put him to work. I've heard you're well connected around these parts.
I'll consider it.
Oh, he's here. You should try Miss Fabian's cooking. It's really good.
Why?
Because eating yummy food makes everyone happy. And when my friends are happy, I'm happy too.
We're friends. But you're normal, and I'm not.
I've been thinking about a whole lot of things lately. And we did this today because I met you. Talking to people makes things better. It makes it so even things that were sad feel a little brighter. It's like a light in the dark all of a sudden. Or, actually, it's more like you see it was never dark to begin with. I want everyone to know that. I'm Maria. What's your name?
It's... Apis. I couldn't even remember my own name.
Nice to meet you, Apis. So, do you think anything around here has changed? Maybe for the better?
I'm not sure, but... it does feel a little different, yeah.
Do you want to come eat with us?
He tenido una cena adorable con María y Apu.
Everyone looks so happy. Miss Fabian said she wanted to try doing that again. She even wants to get some of the townspeople to help out too.
You'll always have my support.
You'll help us serve food again, right, mister? Me and Apis are friends now too. We're going to go play with Hirundo and the others too next time.
Hirundo? Who's that?
That boy who drew on the walls. We played together the other day. You know, all of these good things happen because of you, mister. You gave me those pictures of your journey, remember? When I look at these pictures, I imagine your voice in my head saying, just do your best. I like it when you're here, and sometimes I'm still lonely when you're not around, but I'm not going to ask you not to go.
Is that how you really feel?
I used to want to run away from Grand Trad so badly. I didn't feel at home here. So I thought there was someplace else I should go to. I wanted Miss Fabian to like me so much. But the more important thing really was if I liked Miss Fabian. When I realized that, I learned that I can pick where my home is. I can choose where I belong. And right now, I've picked this place. This is my home. I'll wait here with Miss Fabian, so... Can't die, okay? So please come back.
I promise you I'll come back, Maria.
Remember, it's a promise.
Recibo la profunda bondad de María y su inquebrantable confianza en mí.
The pure-hearted maiden, Maria, keeper and heritor of the healer's virtues. Your tempered bond has become a fire-forged trust. Thus, a new pinnacle of heroism awakens within thee. By the grace of her newfound powers, work to give truth to our hopes and fulfill thy destiny.
Ya puedo ser el Salvador, con 4 ranuras.
If you don't come back on your own, I'll find you and bring you back. I still dream about going on a journey one day. to all sorts of faraway places. I'll even go to where Papa never went to. I'll see those places for him, and then it'll be my turn to tell you all about my journey.
Do the two of you have a moment? Lend me a hand with the inn, will you?
Okay, coming. Let's go.
Mientras ayudábamos a Fabián de la posada, Mario se le borró de los sonrisos de la cara. Gracias a la sólida confianza que nos tenemos María y yo, ahora me apoya toda la gente de la calle de la sombra de Grand Trans. ¡Bien! A ver, toca el Neuras y creo que Hein...
Puñetas, falta que me falta inspiración.
Heismei, ahí está. Por la noche tenemos al Neuras, Heismei y Yuna. Brillita, ¿qué te hace falta? Cuéntame. No sé si querrá hablar conmigo ahora mismo. No me dice nada. Verdad. Así que si no me sale nada puede ser por otro tema, no por stats. Vale, Heismei es necesario. Pero antes... Puedes informar de... Ah, vale, el Neura se refiere. Decía yo. ¿De qué me está hablando? Se ha entregado todo ya. ¿Dónde estás? Ah, el clérigo está al 1 directamente.
Good. I'm still getting stronger.
¡Medica!
New skills, new possibilities. Good. I'm still getting stronger.
Bendiciones.
New skills, new possibilities.
Magia más 3. Bam, bam. Es que normalmente me dice cuál me falta. Pero aquí no me lo dice. Así que tiene que ser bloqueo de historia. Porque hay un señor que está parado ahí y me dice, no, Brillito ahora mismo no está por la labor.
I see.
Qué bien suena eso, ¿no? Exorcismo luminoso, daño mágico extremo. Patrecarm.
Fascinating. This right here. All right?
I'm counting.
Of course.
Good. I'm still getting stronger.
Hala. Ya está, ya está estudiado. Ya está estudiado El Salvador. Heismei, vamos a por ti. El mago es que es muy simple, pero a la vez está bloqueado por historia. Pero el mago es súper simple. O sea, ahora mismo, por ejemplo, del archimago sí que está la pasiva esta de recuperación de PM, que es la puta hostia. Pero lo que es todo lo demás está muy por debajo de todo lo actual. Ahora se bifurcará en 2, así que para cuando usemos esa bifurcación espero que esté más logrado. Pero lo que es el mago básico, ¡iu! Y no el resto que hace cosas muchísimo más guapas por los mismos elementos. Dame un momentito que ahora vuelvo, ¿vale? Vamos a hacer mini pausa ahora. ¡Órale, putos! Fue viernes noche ayer. Pongo ahí, que haya musiquita. Es increíble cómo cuando me voy a poner la manta, todos los cables que hayan a 20 kilómetros empiezan a enredarse dentro de la manta. Todos. De golpe lo absorbe, yo que sé. Hay un agujero negro en las mantas con los putos cables.
Ahora solo queda llevar a cabo nuestro plan en Baltimore. La pregunta es, ¿dónde encaja la lanza en nuestros planes?
Hostia, que tengo una misión. Es verdad, tengo una misión. Recordadme que tengo una misión. ¿Qué hacer?
Y algo sobre lo que me gustaría pedirte consejo. Me da mucha pena los niños de mi pueblo que están en decadencia.
That's why.
Y tienes una forma de pensar que a menudo me sorprende. ¿Crees que debería decirles?
Utilicé mi desbordante imaginación para idear algo que diera esperanza a los vecinos.
I see.
¿Una nueva era? ¿Qué? ¿Te refieres a un nuevo rey? En efecto, un nuevo rey es algo trascendental. Ni siquiera ese pueblo podrá evitar verse arrastrado por las mareas del cambio. Sí, ya entiendo lo que dices. Te presentaremos ante ellos como el futuro rey. No puedo convencerlos solo con palabras. Estupendo. Si tienes tiempo, puedes venir al pueblo conmigo ahora mismo.
My thanks.
Espero hacer entrar en razón al pueblo. Bueno, ¿nos ponemos en marcha?
Venga, toca aprender ninja. Digo yo. En la oscuridad cogimos el carruaje y volvimos otra vez al pueblo de Heismei.
Me he enterado de que has recuperado la urna. Siento mucho los problemas que te han causado a los vecinos. No hay nada de lo que debas disculparte. Es más, te doy las gracias por ayudarme a ser consciente de mi ignominiosa huida.
Everyone.
Vecinos, me estáis escuchando en las sombras, ¿verdad? No he venido a reprenderos por lo de mi hijo. Quiero hablar con vosotros para que juntos podamos cambiar el porvenir de este pueblo.
¡Look!
Mirad el deplorable estado en el que se encuentra. Nuestro comercio está cercenado. Las mercancías llegan con cuentagotas y la pobreza no hace más que empeorar. ¿Y qué le vamos a hacer? Somos su chief, pensaréis. No hacéis más que entregar sin intención de mejorar. Y esto solo tiene un nombre. Desidia.
Can't you see?
Para nosotros los ancianos quizá el futuro signifique poco. Quizá nos cuesta luchar por un cambio que nunca veremos. Pero nuestros hijos... ¿Estáis dispuestos a que los niños de este pueblo se vean obligados a cargar con esta herencia de abandono y cobardía?
Hablas como si nos conocieras lo más mínimo. Por mis lados que estemos podemos sobrevivir con lo que tenemos y los niños están felices.
Wrong.
Dices, esto es una jaula. Los críos de este pueblo están condenados a vivir y morir aquí, ¿me equivoco? No han podido elegir dónde nacer y ahora tampoco pueden elegir su futuro. Ni vosotros, sus tutores y maestros, permitís que siga siendo así.
Cállate, que sobre un forastero como tú.
No. No es ningún forastero, Heismei es uno de los nuestros. No sabría decir cuándo, pero en algún momento dejamos de perseguir la esperanza. Asumimos que era más fácil aceptar las dificultades que enfrentarlas. ¿Pero era eso lo mejor? ¿Acaso antes no nos esforzábamos por conseguir algo? Por favor, salid, vamos a hablar todos juntos. Hagamos lo que hagamos, no servirá de nada. Afuera solo nos aguarda el peor de los prejuicios. El mundo exterior nos repudia.
Listen.
Creo que eso puede cambiar. Tiene que hacerlo por el bien de los niños. ¿Es que nadie va a pensar en los niños?
Comprendo vuestro miedo. ¿Cuántas veces me habrán atacado, faltado el respeto o dejado de lado por ser un chief? Pero este país cambiará. Ya está cambiando. Y el responsable de esto está ante vosotros. Mi amigo Kuyuki cambiará este país. Se avecina una nueva era. Un nuevo futuro en el que todos podremos convivir en paz sin importar nuestro origen.
What?
¿Una nueva era?
But...
¿Y qué hará este pueblo cuando eso se haga realidad? ¿Cerrará sus puertas a la esperanza? ¿Se resistirá al cambio y se marchitará? El mundo cambia y nosotros también debemos cambiar. Cierto es que nos espera un camino arduo. Dudaremos y padeceremos.
That's life.
Sin embargo, al final nos aguarda un mañana mejor. Un mañana en el que seremos libres de elegir cómo vivir. Leguémosle ese futuro a los niños Eugif.
¿Un futuro en el que nuestros niños pueden elegir cómo vivir?
Surely.
Yuki y sus seguidores os llevaremos hacia el cambio. Dejad que la esperanza guíe vuestros corazones para que vuestro futuro de lado se haga realidad.
¿Qué tal, Ray?
Nosotros somos los únicos que podemos decidir cómo vivir. Jaime, muchas gracias. Parece que tus palabras les han llegado al corazón. Aunque el cambio no llegará tan fácilmente. Por eso debemos avanzar paso a paso con la mirada puesta en la esperanza.
Solo deseamos lo mejor para vuestro pueblo.
No os decepcionaremos. Quiero hacer de este pueblo un lugar del que podéis estar orgullosos. A cambio, vamos a preparar el cementerio de la colina. Ya es hora de que asuma mi responsabilidad. Al menos puedo garantizarte que tu hijo tendrá la paz que se merece.
No.
Te lo agradezco, pero eso ya no será necesario. He pasado mucho tiempo dando vueltas a cómo debería despedirme de mi zagal. Y creo que por fin he hallado la respuesta. He tenido tiempo más que suficiente durante esta travesía para aceptar la muerte de mi pequeño. De haber estado solo, habría estado muy perdido. Una vocecilla joven que se eleva a los cielos, agita las nubes y pronto se torna en un vendaval que desciende al mundo convertido en una suave brisa.
Thank you.
Habría llegado hasta aquí de ser por ti. Gracias.
Percibo una fuerte determinación y una firme confianza en la mirada de Jaime, ahora libre de duda.
El
ermitaño esquivo Jaime, guardián y heredero de las virtudes del ladrón. Vuestro vínculo se ha transformado en una confianza forjada a fuego y en ti ha despertado un nuevo nivel de heroísmo. Domina este poder, fortalece vuestra relación y con su fuerza cumple con tu cometido.
¡Neja!
No tiene sentido esperar a que cambien los vientos. Siempre soplan nuevas brisas en tierras más allá de nuestro mundo conocido.
We shall.
En marcha, Kuyuki.
Claro que sí. Jaime y yo hemos regresado al pueblo. Gracias a la confianza que Jaime me profesa, he conseguido el apoyo de su pueblo. 9. ¡A pegar!
And the age of a new king draws nearer.
¿Qué las tienes desmontadas algo? ¿Le estás cambiando el armamento?
Here you are.
Tenemos una misión.
Well then.
Pero es por la noche. Yo solo no puedo hacerlo, me falta valor. Tengo mucho valor. Tenemos la última voluntad del farsante. ¡Ah! Y lo de Bardon. Es verdad. Pues la tenemos para empezar a Eufa. Y tenemos lo de Bardon. Vamos a ver si puedo.
What now?
No es mal que lo he mirado.
I see. Fascinating. This right here. All right.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Jutsu de la provocación. ¿Qué cojones de arma lleva?
Oh.
Vaya, vaya, una mini medalla.
I have retained my edge.
Nice. Oh. O sea, si tiene algún tipo de alteración, ya le mete de débil. Hostia. Cositas, ¿eh?
You've come.
No podemos permitir que el humano siga acercándose al pueblo. ¿Estamos listos? ¿Lobos de mar?
Quizás debería salir a enfrentarme al humano que amenaza partida.
I thank you.
Fantástico, no sabes cuánto os lo agradezco a ti y a tus compañeros. Parece que se ha refugiado en el desierto cercano. Si no te importa, podemos ir en vuestro surcador. Yo os guío. Desde que se oye como retumba el suelo. Si esperamos, aparecerá.
Yeah.
Esta sensación tiene que ser aquí.
Kuyuki.
Mira quién ha vuelto.
The moment of truth. Victory is our hands, my friends.
¡Qué guapo eso! Yo he hecho de la congelación, de la calcinación. Nimpo. Doble filo. Pero Nimpo simplemente significa técnica ninja.
I must be sure.
Looks like we can't
Nos ha quedado guardado.
Face me.
¡Wow! Que no tiene coso, es verdad.
No, I leave it to you.
By this power. Scour!
Behold this power! Raging fire! I shall do summoner.
Desde su ataque. No va a hacer nada.
Now accept your fate. I show no mercy.
A critical hit! Heismay's a real ace!
Está muy bien.
Win!
Now for a grand maneuver! This is just what I need! Burn! Eva, take my fullest power!
You think yourself witness our secret technique?
It's up to you now.
Sleet!
You hit their weakness!
Lo sabía.
It's okay. Let's go.
A ver si nos dura.
Scour!
I'll trickster! Raging fire! This is really hurting! Did someone help her?
El crítico igual no me hace ni puta gracia, ¿eh?
She's down! Someone help her! Yuna's badly hurt! Get her some healing! Yuba's down! We gotta help her!
Power of kings!
Yuna, are you
fight
okay?
with pride.
You look like
Hace
you're
crítico, pero no mete de esto. Vaya por Dios.
We can do this.
Quite a boon.
That helped. Don't underestimate me. This should be good. I rejoin the fray. Nice one, Captain.
¿Dónde ibas?
For victory! Here I go. It is your turn.
Be neither timid. I'll use what I must.
Let my power
You hit
support
their
you.
weakness.
It's okay. Soul
Nice
Hacker!
move, Heismay.
We're not out of this yet.
I am grateful.
My thanks.
Thank you. Trickster! Burn!
summoner. Heed me.
Vaya por Dios. Creo que de Junda lo he quitado al final.
Ninja! They're hidden!
You can do this! Their weakness! I'm come forth, Royal Soul! We can do this!
Thank you.
Much thanks.
Thanks.
Captain, they slowed you down!
I behold this power.
Me deja el de caja, pero no el de Junda.
Raging fire! Our summoner. Come forth now.
Juna,
Let
your
us
teeth
ninja!
down!
Just face me! Ha! Die!
Ah, no, no ha saltado. El crítico de antes ha sido sin querer, entonces.
We're not out of this yet!
I am grateful.
My thanks.
Thank you.
Heisman!
Even while
They cut your speed! So be careful!
No need to rush. I'll be fine. This is Paul's Souls of Kings. Give me strength. It is your turn.
Quite a boon.
You thought they
Oh,
slowed
power
you down!
of kings!
I stand with you. Victory is our hands, my friends. Charge!
Hola.
Come forth, Royal Soul! We can do this!
That was helpful.
My thanks.
That helped.
Captain, they slowed you down!
Burn! Stubborn, hey? Even my summoner. Heed me! I'm sorry, everyone.
You thought
Let
they slowed you
ninja!
down!
A wise choice.
Let's go!
Ah, no, sí tengo de Junda aquí.
Let me help!
I am grateful.
Quite a boon.
Thank you.
Otra vez. Te ha gustado, ¿eh?
Defending for now. I shall do my. Now is the time to defend.
Here!
My thanks.
Watch me. Raging fire. Sorry, my mistake. I can do this. Help me finish this.
On me, we go together.
It's up to you
Hit
now.
their weakness!
Casi.
Nice
Soul
move,
hacker.
Heisman!
Wind!
A tomar por culo. Ya no hay mobutera.
Applause, please!
Not bad at all.
Tremble before...
I am most certainly stronger than I
Acquired a
was.
new power.
Contraataque.
Hey!
Bargan, cuidado.
Right there!
Capitán, igual ni más oportunidades. Hostia, que poco cutre, ¿eh?
Perdona, sé que luego vas a quedar problemas.
Everything okay?
¿Estás herido?
Dices por... No es nada. De las pocas cualidades que tengo es que soy hueso duro de roer.
I thank you.
Se llama contraataque, pero no es contraataque. Es reflejo físico. 15% de reflejar ataques físicos.
All right.
visto tu poder con mis propios ojos. Así es como derrotaste al monstruo de la Santoreza Joana. Es majestuoso y espantoso a la vez. Si controlas un poder así, está claro que no eres como el resto. Gracias, Kuyoki. Dales las gracias a tus aliados. Y así hemos protegido a Martira.
Hay que contárselo a todo el mundo.
Sí, buena idea. La gente se quedará más tranquila cuando sepa que el gusano de arena no va a ir a por ellos. Lo único que quiero es que sepa que habéis vuelto a salvar la ciudad. Hay que volver y contárselo a todo el mundo. Pues me marcharé de Martira para siempre.
Vamos para allá. Recordad que mañana es directo especial y haremos cosas con cartas de Digimon. Cuando termine de leer la novela. Por si alguien tiene mazos en el DCGO.
No os preocupéis, que su vida no corre peligro. Solo se ha desmayado del cansancio. Mira que enfrentarse a un gusano de arena gigante. Lo de este hombre no es ni medio normal.
Que descanse del edificio de la administración. Con lo que ha hecho dudo que Gastrox se oponga. Aunque no hay ni rastro de él. No saber de dónde habrá ido.
¿Pero por qué se habrá jugado la vida así? Y para proteger a quienes le hemos dado la espalda. Lo único que ha hecho este idiota es encordear a una criatura que ni siquiera iba a venir a la ciudad. Siento que está desesperado.
¡Largaos! El que ha protegido a la ciudad ha sido Bardon. Vosotros no habéis hecho nada. Sí, a veces da un poco de miedo, pero en el fondo es un hombre bueno y nos quiere.
Eso no es más que una fachada, muchacho. Solo le interesa el poder. Ha hecho lo que quería con la ciudad y ha actuado contra vuestros deseos. O ya se lo ha olvidado.
Seguramente el siguiente directo de las cartas de Digimon sea el martes. Porque me enviaron ayer todo. Así que siendo fin de semana no van a mover un dedo. Mañana. El lunes. Mañana no. El lunes deberían de hacer los envíos nacionales. Y tenerlo ya preparado. Y ya el martes deberían de traérmelo. O de hacerme ir a por él. Pero vamos, que está correos aquí justo debajo de mi casa. Que puedo bajar.
Excuse me.
¿De verdad crees que se lo busca hacerse con el poder? Yo lo vi en el taller de Actis eligiendo armas. Iba con la cabeza baja, sin mediar palabra. Cuando le templaron la espada, no lo oí alardear ni una vez. Si solo le interesase el poder...
Yo también lo vi antes del combate. Compró un montón de remedios para las heridas en la botica. No conocía el motivo, pero ahora... No dijo nada para no preocuparnos, ¿verdad? Quería que siguiéramos con nuestras vidas y que no se desatara el caos. Kamana va a ser buena persona.
No hacéis más que alabarlo, pero lo habéis olvidado. Como de costumbre, Bardo ha dejado todo en manos de otros.
¿Pasa algo por pedir ayuda a los demás?
¿Qué no dirás que es imposible que Bardo del solo no podría...? Tiene la razón, y por eso pide ayuda, ¿no? Gracias a su buen juicio todo ha ido viento en popa. Yo, pues, sinceramente, creo que fue una decisión acertada. Hasta ahora siempre nos habíamos apoyado entre nosotros. No sé por qué, pero esta vez hemos intentado que un hombre cargue con nuestros miedos e inquietudes. Y cuando el impasible Bardon no los abordó como queríamos, nos indignamos y le echamos la culpa de todo. Él no quería manejar la ciudad a su antojo. Éramos nosotros quienes nos aprovechábamos de él y por tanto de la ciudad. El autogobierno no debería ser así. Es cierto que perdió en las urnas, igual no era tan perfecto como el pueblo quería. Pero nunca ha dejado de esforzarse por mejorar la ciudad y quiero que la gente sea consciente de eso.
La ciudad es nuestro hogar y hay que cuidarlo entre todos. Diríamos que Bardon lo hiciera todo solo y eso está feo.
¿Ha ocurrido algo en Martira otra vez?
It'll be fine.
Que va, tranquilo. Percibo la profunda gratitud de Barry Burgeon y la sólida confianza que me profesa. Retirada estratégica. Salvo algunas excepciones, siempre podrás huir de los combates en equipo.
Many thanks.
Kuyoki, gracias de todo corazón por salvar a Bardo. Podéis dejarlo todo en nuestras manos, incluso la ciudad. Sé que saldremos adelante.
Le he encomendado a Bardon que proteja al pueblo de Martira y he vuelto con el grupo. Y gracias a la confianza que Bardon me profesa, he conseguido más apoyo del pueblo de Martira. Ya no baja más de 9. Ya vuelve a estar bloqueado por historia. ¿Tengo cuánto dinero? Nos pasamos por la taberna de la Isla Verga. Estoy en todo el medio. No podéis ver cuánto... No dinero, no cuánto mag tengo. No sé si se puede ver. Si se le podéis pasar captura a tío. Ya puedes informarte de una misión. Por las noches podemos subir a Yuna y al Neuras. Durante el día podemos subir a Eufa. Una nueva era está al caer. Pues, a ver. Tenemos una misión en no sé dónde que tengo que mirar dónde es.
Ah, just you.
Esto, me alegro de verte. Los preparativos para el laboratorio de investigación marchan bien. Por ahora hemos logrado evitar las inspecciones de la iglesia. ¿Los estás preparando para recibir a quienes no podéis venir más adelante?
Quizá debería esperar y volver más tarde. Sí. Eso es bloqueo de historia. Plaza de la posada del pescador de Brailhaven cuando sea de noche. O sea, ahora. Luego, antes de nada. Lo primero de todo. Cabrón, Jaime. Disparos demoledores. Lo que ahora no tengo es el ataque de oscuridad, que lo aprenderé luego. Vamos, si lo dejo puesto. Vale, es que por la máscara no tiene nada más. Invocación, a ver si ahora podemos...
All right then. Let's go. Now, where was I?
¿Y ese de ahí? Está muriendo.
So, you've acquired a new... Welcome.
Hueso de obsidiana. Caja multiobjetivo. La Misty la tienen que rehacer de cero o la tienen que borrar. Hay un par de cartas de esas que son magia oscura. Golpes a varios. Magia oscura. Vale, no hay invocación de hielo. Máscara del embaucador. Y te la van a usar siempre. Y además el evento, el modo experto del evento, yo he desistido.
All right. Where to?
Ahí está.
Let's go.
He desistido directamente. Porque... Guardado automático. No, el de Starmie. Mejor dicho. El Lapras X con el Starmie X. En el turno 1 utilizan a Misty, se ponen 2 o 3 energías y se acabó. Ya está.
Vaya, habéis venido. Todo está dispuesto para cumplir con la última voluntad del Onzo. Cuando acepte su información. El camino al pueblo está despejado. Podemos ir y volver en el carruaje instantáneamente. Espléndido, gracias por sacar tiempo para esto. ¿Sabes? Estoy seguro que descubrirás algo grandioso.
Hemos ido en carruaje rápidamente al pueblo de Alonso y les he dado el dinero a los vecinos. De hecho, De hecho, yo les doy un mes. Yo creo que en un mes ya ni los Poketubers van a estar con el juego.
Todo este dinero es para el pueblo. Esto es más que suficiente para reconstruir el pueblo. ¿Seguro que quieres deshacerte de él?
Me gustaría ayudar.
Thank you. Eres tan generoso como dicen. Muchas gracias por tu ayuda. Este pueblo se caía a pedazos por culpa de Alonso, pero gracias a ti hemos podido volver a reconstruirlo. En este mundo hay gente horrible, pero también existen personas bondadosas como tú. Creo que deberías ser rey. Cuentas con el apoyo incondicional de todos los vecinos. Puede que tengas un duro camino por delante, pero seguro que te alzarás con la victoria.
Por culpa de ese Alonso pedimos a alguien a quien apreciábamos, pero tú lo llevaste ante la justicia. Eres la esperanza de este pueblo. Nos aseguraremos de darle un buen uso a tu dinero. Te dejo ya aquí porque Alonso hizo algo tan horrible. Se me hacía que es muy buena. Completada la última voluntad del farsante. ¿Seguro que esto es lo mejor? No. Pero como es un farsante, quiero pensar que está vivo. Y que nos ha engañado a todos. He vuelto a la taberna del Breilhaven donde Alonso y yo hablábamos. Salí del pueblo sin limpiar el nombre de Alonso. Me pregunto si ha sido la decisión correcta. Tampoco me has dado esa decisión, ¿eh? La carta de Alonso ha desaparecido.
Are you, perchance, looking for this?
Hijo de puta, lo sabía.
Did my last words have you in tears?
Ese hijo de puta sabía que seguía vivo.
What's with you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Because I am seeing a ghost.
I didn't take you to be the superstitious sort. I didn't die. That's all there is to it. Even if the world would have preferred otherwise, I plan to keep living. As long as you and my mother wish for it. Consider the letter a bit of a stage prop.
But everything you wrote was sincere.
Quite so. Alas, did my deceit diminish my sincerity? I'm sure you've told your fair share of lies as well. The same is true of all your future subjects. No man or woman is completely honest. Fiction has its role to play in supporting people. Like with you in that book you hold so dear, yes? But there comes a time in all lives where reality starts to give chase. It closes in on us eventually. So when that time comes, well, if that time comes, we'll run from it for as long as we can. Is that so wrong? Of course not. It all comes back to weakness. But it's weakness that makes people interesting. I find it endearing. Should you ever have a need of deception, you can rely on me. I'll be at your service, no matter where or when.
I'll be counting on you, Alonso.
And I, you. Now, go on and show me that new world of yours. Well, I do hope we can keep seeing each other like this. Come what may.
Ya había subido el rango, así que no ocurrió nada ahí.
So long, young majesty.
So long. Alonso ha sonreído satisfecho y se ha marchado tranquilamente. Gracias a los tejemanejes de Alonso he conseguido el apoyo de toda la gente de la ciudad. Y ese 9 se ha convertido en un 9. Vale. No ha pasado el tiempo. Me pregunto cuándo estará lista la lanza falsa. La pensión es mi punto fuerte. Oye, ¿tienes un ratito? Es que quiero pedirte un favor. Desde que parte el festival de Breilhaven, necesito empezar a prepararlo todo y me gustaría que me acompañaras, ¿puedes? Por supuesto. Sabía que podía contar contigo, entonces te apuntas, ¿no? Me he separado de Yuna mientras subíamos para que no la descubrieran.
Come now.
Marineras, ¿me compréis unas flores? Son muy inusuales para esta época del año y de la mejor calidad. Acercaos. Hostia. ¿Y esa niña? Es un encanto, aunque su tribu no me suena de nada. ¿Qué le ha pasado a Yuna? En fin, hay que centrarse en encontrar a Yuna. ¡Esa es Yuna!
Hold on.
¿Qué miras? Estoy aquí.
What?
¿Qué pasa? ¿Tengo algo en la cara?
No.
Estaba preocupado.
¿Ah?
¿De verdad? Gracias por preocuparte.
Then.
Pongámonos en marcha, venga, hay que reunirse con Capra.
Así que pensamos construir un escenario del Coliseo. En cuanto al vestido, haremos unos ajustes al de la cantora del año pasado para ayuda. Y en cuanto al detalle de agradecimiento...
No.
No me hace ninguna falta. Reparte ese dinero entre el público que venga a verme.
Vaya, eso está muy generosa. Qué suerte hemos tenido de que haya accedido a esta petición. La ciudad entera guarda expectante.
Wait a second.
¿Eres tú, artista ladrona? ¿A qué sabe que cantes en nuestro humilde festival?
¿Ah?
¿A qué se debe? Pues a que me lo han pedido. Mentirosa, habrás engañado a alguien, rata rastrera. Los Nidia no sabéis hacer otra cosa.
Come now. Ya vale, Virtus. Yo mismo le he pedido que participara. Tú no eres capaz ni de rodear a 4 gatos.
No way.
¿Ah, sí? Pues no tengo por qué aceptarlo. Es más, no lo acepto.
Hold on.
¿Quién era esa?
So...
Probablemente alguien del gremio.
My goodness. Lo lamento mucho. Es la cantante del último festival. No le habrá hecho gracia que prescindamos de sus servicios este año.
¿En qué me han faltado enemigos? Algunos se dedican incluso a atentar contra mi vida. Pero recuerda esto. Capra, cuanta más oposición encuentro, más me motivo para llegar hasta el final.
Es un consuelo, ciertamente. Me alegra saberlo. Pues nada, hasta más ver.
Got a second.
No sabe mal por ella, pero el público se la conquista con trabajo duro y habilidad.
Really?
Qué profesión más dura.
Yeah.
Es parte natural de cualquier campo competitivo, pero el reto es lo que hace que la gente se alegre tanto de verme cantar.
Let's do this.
Además, tener a un buen amigo que vela por mí cerca me da la confianza extra que necesito. ¿Veías por dónde voy? Estoy hablando de ti. Percibo que Yuna me profesa una confianza extraordinaria.
I'm going to give this performance my all.
Yuna ganará más experiencia mientras está en reserva.
Leave it to me.
Si quiero que esta se convierta en mi mejor actuación, no puedo dejar nada a la suerte. En fin, será mejor que lo dejemos por hoy y volvamos a casa.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Well then.
Just lovely.
It's all right. No te preocupes, las mareas cambiarán y llegaremos al Tauri. Perdona, ¿tienes tiempo para dar un paseo conmigo por Brelhaven? Es que hay un montón de cosas que me gustaría ver.
I'm very
¿En
happy.
serio? Ay, qué contenta estoy. Así que esto es Brelhaven. Hay un montón de comidas que nunca he visto en la isla. Esta carne sin deshuesar es una ofrenda a mi ritual, ¿no? ¿El corazón se seca aparte? Jovencita, debo pedirte que no hagas comentarios tan desagradables sobre lo que vendo.
Pardon me.
Lo siento mucho, no era mi intención. No creo que los clientes piensen cosas raras de nuestros productos. De verdad, con razón, la gente odia los gustar. Qué pesados los putos racistas de mierda. Lo siento, me he dejado llevar por tantas cosas novedosas. He sido mal educada con el tendero.
Hey.
No le des más vueltas.
Is it true?
Me han entendido que la ciudad de toda clase de gente es un lugar peligroso. Como soy una bobana, estaba nerviosa. Pero también hay gente amable. En el otro sitio donde estuvimos, dijeron que me dejaban barato un cubo que da suerte. Creo que aún no estás preparada para ir sola por ahí.
That is...
Antes Yuna dijo lo mismo. Oyuki y tú os parecéis mucho, ¿verdad? En esta ciudad es todo tan diferente. Da un poco de miedo, pero también es emocionante. La ropa, la comida, incluso las plantas son diferentes. No estamos tan lejos de la isla, pero hasta el olor es... ¿Hueles ese aroma? ¿Qué es? Es un poco dulce y también nostálgico. No noto ningún dolor especialmente inusual. Es muy intenso, o complejo más bien. Hace como cosquillas en la nariz. ¿Podemos investigar de dónde procede?
This is the place.
Es aquí, no hay duda de que el olor es más fuerte. Es una iglesia santista, ¿no? Quizás sea un perfume que usan en alguna ceremonia. ¿Venís a rezar? Lo siento, ¿no?
No. ¿Qué os trae por aquí?
No.
Solo hemos venido a mirar.
Sí. Claro, cómo no. Por cierto, no que la joven es Mustari.
Actually, es un placer. Soy Eufa y este es Koyuki. Ay, ¿he hecho bien en decirlo?
Oh. ¿Eres ese muchacho del que tanto he oído hablar, el que anda armando tanto alboroto? Da igual, no es asunto mío. Me llamo Hyperic y si el santismo despierta tu interés, será un placer hablar contigo cuando quieras. Pero hoy no va a poder ser. Usted iba a acompañar a la pequeña Ovi a su casa.
Ovi. Ella reza con el señor Hyperic y a ver a mi mamá en la enfermería.
Truly.
¿A la enfermería?
Truthfully. Mi madre está muy enferma, la estamos cuidando en la iglesia. Perdona que me vaya tan pronto, y más que lo lejos que has viajado. Pero siempre que lo desees, aquí estaré.
I'll see you again soon.
Vale, esta otra.
See you later.
Adiós, Eufa, Koyuki, nos vemos. Closurei. Yo tenía pensado visitar una iglesia, pero me alegro de haber podido hablar con un creyente del santismo. Creo que quiero saber más del santismo y las diferencias que nos separan de los Mustari, de nosotros.
Well, now,
¿Te importaría volver aquí conmigo? Aunque de hecho no se me hace todavía un poco difícil.
Sure.
Claro, voy contigo.
Thank you greatly.
Muchísimas gracias. Eso sí, que sepas que recitaré tu nombre en suyos para que no olvides tu promesa. Me alegro de haberte invitado. El mundo exterior no es tan duro con los paganos como esperaba. Percibo gratitud y un atisbo de alivio en el rostro sonriente de Eufa.
It's strange. Until recently,
Disminuye la probabilidad de que el grupo sufra inquietud. Nice.
But then...
Aunque hay algo en esta iglesia que no me acaba de encajar. Bueno, a lo mejor no es solo cosa mía. O sí lo es. Y lo siento, se está haciendo tarde, deberíamos volver. Ismay está bloqueado. No sé si está por historia. Ya está en plan, dando si stats tienes, pero que no queremos que rompas el juego ya, coño.
¡Ojo! Hola, ¿vienes a comprobar el progreso de la lanza? Bueno, que sepas que nunca trabajaría donde esos hermanos me pudieran ver. ¿Has encontrado otra parte de otra posible reliquia perdida?
Le he entregado al Neuros al cachivache que encontramos.
Atiza, ¿qué es esto?
¡Oh!
¡Hey! Hola, Lolita, mi reliquia bonita, es un placer conocerte.
Habla con las reliquias como si fueran bebés.
Nunca dejas de sorprenderme. Estas reliquias utilizan un poder que interfiere directamente con los elementos fundamentales de la batería. Ah, ya veo, así que sí, aprovechamos ese calor colosal que se genera de este momento. ¡Lo oigo! ¡Condición la santa, puedo oírlos! Los reverentes susurros de la antigua civilización. Gracias, Koyuki.
Thank you.
Que veas, Pen, hay muchos tipos de reliquias y cualquiera de ellas puede darme un subidón de inspiración hasta en mis peores momentos.
¿Hay algo que te preocupe? ¿Quieres hablar?
Al sumergirme en mi investigación, a veces siento que la inquietud me domina. Me da por pensar que mis días felices podrían acabarse. ¿Recuerdas que te hablé de mi prueba de vuelo fallida, mi época más respetable? Aún era un jovenzuelo. Quise demostrar mi teoría del vuelo y la pifié de lo bestia. Cuando me recuperé del accidente me destituyeron. Decidieron adoptar otro plan de vuelo. Lo peor es que aquellos a los que consideraba leales amigos me abandonaron civilizadamente uno por uno.
Mis compañeros me daban la espalda sin rumor, me hizo darme cuenta de lo horrible que es la gente. Pero lo que más temo es al cobarde del que me convertí. Cuando te has quemado en lugar del ajeno desconocido, lo emocionante, acabas eligiendo lo que es seguro, con lo que menos arriesgas.
It'll be fine.
No temas, nosotros no te abandonaremos. Supongo, si lo pienso racionalmente, dudo que me abandones. Sobre todo después de este tiempo rebuscando reliquias, ¿eh?
Yes.
Claro que no. Eres nuestro querido ingeniero, no sé qué haríamos sin ti. Creo que con la edad de vuelta al muchacho. Gracias por todo, os quiero.
Oh, come
Bueno,
on.
nos alegra verte con mejor ánimo, ¿verdad, Kuyuki? Ay, qué gran chica.
Thanks.
Muchas gracias por los ánimos. Vuestra compañía me da fuerzas renovadas. Ojalá os hubiera conocido antes. Quizá habría tenido una vida más...
I'll do it.
Tal vez sea mejor pensar en este tiempo que he estado ahí con vosotros como mi segunda oportunidad en la vida. No recompensar todo el tiempo perdido. Percibo los fervientes sentimientos de camaradería del Neuras y su confianza en mí. Inflige más daño a los enemigos al comenzar un combate al cubierta del sucedor acorazado. Es verdad, las reliquias están empezando a encajar gracias a vosotros. Esta cosa podría ser un dispositivo que genera una cantidad impresionante de energía. No con el tamaño de la palma de mi mano, pero suficiente para alimentar mis motores de surcadores acorazados. Incluso más, me atrevería a decir. Cuando esté acabado, puede que ir a las estrellas ya no sea un sueño tan lejano. Aunque eso depende de que encontréis esas reliquias. Estupendo. Una vez zanjado esto, cuento con vosotros para traer una nueva reliquia con la que inspirarme.
This one's important.
Bueno, ahora que ya estoy más animado, toca hacer un poco de mantenimiento. ¡Mantenimiento! Y tú, por supuesto, vas a pringar aquí conmigo. Ayudé al Neuras con el trabajo de mantenimiento durante un rato y luego me fui a la sala de máquinas.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Normalmente no me dejan hacer el mismo link 2 días seguidos, así que a lo mejor ahora no se activa nada. La lanza del Neuras estará lista mañana y parece que la marea se ha calmado un poco. Pronto podremos partir al Taburi. Llama Fidelion está recuperándose. ¿Qué tal si aprovechamos lo que queda día para ayudar a alguien? Excelente idea. Podríamos mover ese fuego de quienes nos apoyan. No soy David, tendrá apoyo personal. Dejad que os acompañe. Estoy segura de que os serviré de ayuda. Ya estamos haciendo todo eso. Esta noche nos toca trazar un plan para mañana. Hay que aprovechar bien el día. Ahí está, aprovechadísimo. Vale, esto sigue... ¡Bardon! Verdad, le daba... Bardon está también bloqueado. Están bloqueándome todo.
Thank you, True. Believe it.
All right then. Where to?
Es que se llama Etria.
All right,
Onion. Es que claro, por eso...
Where
Por
to?
eso, por eso te pudiste darte cuenta. Es que se llama Etria, literalmente.
Let's go.
Nunca voy a entender cosas de Trian Odyssey porque no me gusta de Trian Odyssey. En nada. Vale, había decidido que iba a subirme elocuencia. Dentro de todas las cosas que tengo para subirme. Porque tolerancia, sabiduría e imaginación sí que me suben por otros lados. La elocuencia no tanto. ¿Dónde va a subir la elocuencia? No,
All right then.
Si me subo al estrado, subirá mi elocuencia. Porque vamos a nombrar un nuevo rey, ¿eh? La verdad es que me importa un comino lo que suceda fuera del pueblo. Eso, ¿qué nos beneficia a nosotros que tú te conviertas en rey? ¿Qué puedes hacer? ¿Qué puedo decir para conmover al público?
Yes.
Prohibiré cualquier forma de discriminación para protegeros. No muy bien y tal, pero ¿cómo piensas lograrlo? En cualquier caso, se crece la intención. Aunque estaría muy bien que pudiésemos actuar con mayor libertad fuera de la isla, incluso con las máscaras puestas. Me encanta la gente con mi discurso. Tengo la sensación de que mi elocuencia. ¡Hostias! Sí que ha subido la elocuencia, ¿sí? Después de pasar un rato con la gente en la ciudad, he vuelto con los demás. Nada más llegado a avanzar la historia.
What's up, Del? Something on your mind?
That's nothing. Just thinking.
Oh no. You're not still feeling unwell, are you?
It's just the twinge now, that's all. I'm sharp as ever, me.
Are you sure? Because I remember, once the big fever passed, you went hot and cold again a couple more times. I've never seen you go down like that.
I said I'm fine, didn't I? God, but you'll worry too much. Come on, I'm starving.
Something's bothering me.
Really? He seemed pretty healthy to me.
Just a bad feeling, I suppose. It was a human that wounded him. Hard to say whether the Magla might have any nasty.
¿Cuántas más banderas le vais a poner si no hace falta más?
He may need magic healing? I don't know if we're gonna find that here on the island.
Hey, is there any way we could get Rella to take a look at him? Magla-born symptoms can take a turn for the worse incredibly fast, no matter how healthy you are. I'd rather not let it fester.
Huh. Well, we do claim to help anyone in need, eh? But don't forget that we're fighting a battle. And if you cannot distinguish friend and foe on the battlefield, it will be your end.
I know you're right. But I get the feeling those two are telling themselves the same thing.
What if, now, what if, instead of speeding to her doorstep, we ask her saintliness to come here? It'll just take a bit of conspiring to get our story straight. I mean, I'm not normally a chap to take sides in this sort of thing, but those two hardly strike me as the evil type.
Look, Captain, I wouldn't feel right ignoring this. Will you please go to the royal capital for me?
No problem. I'll go.
I knew you'd say that. Well, if Rella's coming here, I guess it won't be that much trouble.
Thanks. I remember I called you too soft once. I see now I was wrong.
If that's sorted, let's get it done sharpish before any complications crop up.
Thank you so much for your help leading the evacuation. They tell me not everyone got a chance to thank you. So on their behalf...
Don't worry about it. Didn't want the annihilation of a whole village on my conscience is all.
Wasn't expecting you to handle the evacuation side, Del. Thought for sure you'd be the first in the fray with the human.
They healed me up. Gotta repay the favor, don't I? Wouldn't feel right otherwise.
And then for their sake, you should take care of yourself, too.
What? Who the hell? No way. Aren't you Saint Rella?
You're joking. You're not joking. Why is she here?
I called for her, and she came. You that surprised? I know people in the Crown Theocracy. My work speaks for itself these days.
It's almost time for the Saints' Day festivities in Montario. Having been invited, I was in the area. I heard about your splendid work, Fidelio and Basilio. I hardly recognize the two of you.
You remember us?
Of course. This is a bit of a reversal, though. Back then, it was you helping treat Basilio's wound. I can tell how far you've come since then.
Ugh.
But I've also heard about your own injury. Your right foot, I'm guessing. Have you felt any sudden fevers come on? Let me have a look. Yes, that That should do. I can see you had an expert looking after you already. Physically, you're as well as anyone could ask. But... Fidelio, is there something you feel lost or anxious about?
Where's that coming from?
I've talked to lots of people and observed the flow of their magic. By now, I'm certain that Magla is connected to our emotions. When I speak to someone who's feeling strong emotions, I can sense the state of their heart as if seeing it with my own eyes.
Nah, I'm sound. Nothing's getting me down.
I see. Then you should be fine. Just don't take life for granted, or your treatment will have been for nothing. Keep on living, all right? For now, let's see. Run to the beach and back with Basilio. If you can make it without slowing down, then clearly there's nothing wrong with your foot.
Hey, sounds like a laugh. Just like when we were kids. Step lively, Del, or I'll leave you behind.
Hey, what the hell? I said I'm fine. Oh, damn it. Basilio! Hang on!
Thanks, Rella. When you told me about the first time you'd saved someone's life, I didn't realize you were talking about them.
You're in Luis's entourage now. Yet you needed our stories to match in front of the brothers. You're swimming in dangerous waters, aren't you? Not just that, you've got a gauntlet runner that can teleport across the land and an elder captain who wields it through magic. That's a lot to take in.
Well, how do I put this?
I didn't realize it when I met you before, but you're already one of the top candidates.
El top 9.
I saw the King's Rock. Are you intending to confront Luis?
Yes, that's right.
Well, there you have it.
So you are committed to this path, no matter what. I knew this day might come. It's not my place to stop you.
Come now, do you have to be so bleak? I've already spent my fair share of time with Luis, you know.
Don't underestimate Luis. As far as the Crown Theocracy knows, the King's magic will protect the highest candidates from any harm. And they think that guarantees their safety at the festival. But I've done my research. Some attacks the barrier can't stop. I believe the magic only prevents underhanded approaches, like ambush.
So there's a loophole.
It's not widely known, but take a duel, for instance. Both parties identify themselves, fight with consent, and the magic won't protect them.
Podemos desafiar
no
a un duelo,
a
Luis.
But if you just have to identify yourself and agree to fight... Oh, was that why the battle with Gladel?
Suffice it to say, the King's Shield is not perfect, and Luis will surely exploit that. I have a terrible feeling there will be bloodshed before Saint's Day is over. I won't try to stop you, but be careful down the road, all right?
I'll protect Juna. I promise.
But where is this coming from? Honestly.
Then please, look after Juna.
Ugh. You do know I'm not a child anymore.
Keep up, Del! Gotta be faster than that!
You spring-heeled bastard, you've got the height advantage. Damn it, you haven't won yet.
I suppose we'll have to leave it there.
Hemos enviado a Rella de vuelta a Grand Trad con magia de teletransporte, asegurándonos de que no nos vieran los hermanos Magnus, que estaban agotados de tanto correr.
Can't deny it this time, though. You lot did fantastic.
And Lady Juna's safe too. I owe you thanks for that, if nothing else. The islanders gave us a map of the east side of the island. Their way of thanking us, I suppose. You're welcome to it, if you don't waste it.
See? Old Del's great at looking after people. He saved loads of them in the evacuations.
Oh, belt up, would you? Been meaning to ask. That's a book, yeah?
Didn't take you for the book,
es una revista.
Lord Luis likes them though. Often got his head berries in one.
By the way, doesn't Lord Luis have this same book?
I hear it's been banned.
How should we know? Not like we grew up round books. People barely litter it nowadays, frankly.
So, what's it say? As long as we're killing time anyhow, let me see it. In this world, one can become anything they desire. Neither birth nor status decides your occupation.
Huh? Sounds grand, that. You think this place really exists?
Es el número de clases de...
It's a fantasy, remember? Anyone is free to become anything. This is a paradise of equality and freedom, devoid of discrimination or prejudice. Pretty words, them. But if everybody's free to do what they want, they'll work out their own reasons to be prejudiced. You can call it a utopia, but I reckon people living in it might romanticize our world too. At the end of the day, dreaming of escape will only ever be a dream.
Escapismo.
Nothing changes unless you do it with your own hands.
Aye. But if we really could do anything, I quite fancy opening up a little diner with you, Del. You like singing, eh? And I'm dead handy with a cook pan. We could invite Lady Juna over. Host a fancy soiree of our own. Every night, just us and our best mates living it up. You telling me you don't like the sound of that?
Get your head out of the clouds, Baz. We're long past being able to get away with that. Doesn't matter anyway. A dream is just a dream.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Otro día de Waitatio.
Now then.
Sé que hoy nos vamos, pero la isla habla de un festival. Uno de los isleños se dirige de la costa.
Yes, of course.
Piensan celebrar un festival como agradecimiento para desearnos un buen viaje. A cambio de las mareas nos permitirá llegar a tiempo que salgamos mañana. Durante las fiestas se quema una efigie del dios dragón en una hoguera a modo de ritual. Dicen que rezar a la efigie en compañía hace que tus deseos se cumplan. ¡Qué maravilla! ¿Con quién rezar esta noche nuestro capitán? Tengo que elegir. Tras tomar una decisión, hemos ayudado a los isleños a preparar el festival. Y cuando hemos terminado la efigie del dios dragón, eso ya se había puesto. Entonces le prendimos fuego. Hora de San Juan.
Didn't expect them to throw such a party before our departure. A far cry from our first
Muerta
night here in
nuestro
the
Dios, prendedle fuego.
I hear 'tis a festival in the dragon god's name, meant to ensure a safe sea voyage. In place of a lighthouse,
Las fiestas en honor de alguien conllevan a ese alguien prendido en llamas.
These locals are barely well informed. They're up to their gills in practical and theoretical Magna theory. Not as focused on the mechanicals as us mainlanders, but the land's far from barbaric. Their insights could rather improve the runner's design, you know? Ah, speaking of, I finished with the Lance replica.
We're finally ready.
Woo! Grand, ain't it? Del's all better. And we've got some choice souvenirs to bring back to Lord Luis.
We're not out of the woods yet. Don't be too quick to celebrate.
Hey, come on, lads, loosen up! It's a party! We've all had a little fun.
And you? What's a sanctist fat cat like you doing getting all giddy over a pagan festival?
I have to laugh, don't I? You know, I thought the Crier's life had made me pretty knowledgeable about our world, but turns out most of what I knew was lies. Makes me think, maybe this is how my old father felt.
Crier a family trade, eh? Imagine that.
The Crown Theocracy does love their hereditary titles. Yeah, my old man was a serious fella. More than me, that's for sure. He called out corruption where he saw it. Made him a pariah. But there you go. Yeah, I remember he once flat out suggested igniters were more dangerous than the Crown Theocracy was letting on. And there was that riot in the slums, of course, the one started by that Parapus. The church dismissed it as paupers revolting over their conditions. But my old man, well, he said it wasn't a riot at all. outright accused the Crown Theocracy of turning an innocent Parapus feral through horrific magic experiments.
What?
Who knows what really happened there? Either way, nobody took my father seriously. He was condemned as a liar, and he died young. Just the way it is, I suppose. People will always prefer their own feelings to the truth. Happiness is a luxury hard to come by otherwise. Hard to care about the world after that. I was a poor excuse for a crier, if you ask me. Yet, here I am. It's beyond weird. Somehow, you lot have managed to make the world seem interesting again. I'm genuinely grateful, you know? Makes a man feel as if he owes you.
You owe us nothing. Can't afford any rumors about you being biased in our favor, anyway.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Honestly, though, you need anything, you've got me on your side. I'll do what I can. For now, I'll catch a boat ride to Altabury ahead of you. Once this festival's over, it'll be farewell for the moment. So, let's make this a bash to remember.
Hasta luego.
Now, time for some fun. Bring out the treats!
And those are?
Pero si son bayas naranja.
The fruit is called dragon's tears. They're quite precious. Their tree only bears once every few years.
Ah, 'tis delicious. Beyond delicious.
Wonderful. This again. Hulkenberg's tastes are a dubious metric at best.
Please, it's the rarest of harvests, and we would like to share it with you.
Comiendo fruta con cuchara.
Sounds. I feel quite.
Right?
Oh no.
What's going on? There's something
Oh,
odd
no.
about the way those two are laughing. But he's crying. What is this fruit?
You see, in old long times ago, people ate this to reach a higher plane of existence and talk to the gods.
Ha! Yes, you certainly appear to have reached some higher state. Glad I passed. Phew. Finally back to normal.
Me han drogado.
Well, that sure felt like a festival.
La valla naranja era una valla
and
enigma de
did you
esas.
hear?
¿Cómo se llama?
The people of this island make a wish over that flame. It's said that if you write your wish on a piece of paper, it'll bring you good luck. You don't often get to relax like this. So why don't you go there with someone?
Cierto es que tenemos tiempo de sobra, cosa que no es muy habitual. ¿A quién invito?
Have you decided on someone?
¿Desde cuándo? ¿Por qué puedo elegir a gente? Pues de hecho voy a ir contigo. No tenemos tiempo para los dos desde que empezó la historia.
It's so pretty.
Qué bonito es ver el fuego reflejado en el mar. Ni siquiera Dios podría negarse a conceder un deseo aquí. Oye, ¿qué crees que es Dios? Tanto el Santísimo como este pueblo tienen un Dios. Creen que su deidad los protege y vela por su felicidad. ¿Pero crees que es posible que todo el mundo sea feliz? ¿Y si alguien no lo fuera, que se dedique a su Dios?
Hold on.
Observarlos, quizá. ¿Están observando? Incómodo por su parte. Estaría bien que ayudara cuando se le necesita. Solo quiero que llamemos infelicidad a todo el mundo. Aunque es bastante difícil cuantificarla, la verdad. Bueno, pedimos nuestros deseos. Al fin y al cabo no tenemos nada que perder. Vamos allá. Si no me concedes mi deseo, lo lamentarás, ¿me oyes? Creo que eso hay más posibilidades. Ahora seguro que se cumple, sí. ¿Verdad? Tengo mucho miedo a que lo sepas. He deseado que toda la inquietud del mundo se convirtiera en esperanza. ¿Por qué no soñar a lo grande? Cuando no sabemos lo que nos depara el futuro, sentimos mayor inquietud, ¿verdad? Pero así es la vida. Sentir inquietud es natural. Por eso hay que disfrutar del momento y confiar en que todo saldrá bien.
Right.
Me gusta cómo piensas. Si logramos despertar al príncipe, el pueblo recuperará la esperanza. Y teniendo en cuenta todo lo que has hecho, estoy seguro de que lo conseguirás. ¿Te has parado a pensarlo? En todo lo que has conseguido, digo. Has progresado mucho desde que te empujaron por aquel acantilado del desierto. Sé que es verdad, al fin y al cabo soy la que lleva más tiempo a tu lado. ¿Y tú qué has deseado, Kuyuki?
Right.
He deseado que todo el mundo esté solo. Seguro que Dios cumple cualquier deseo que le pidas.
Thank you.
Caray, me lo he pasado genial en el festival, gracias. No es nada del otro mundo, pero me gustaría darte una cosa que encontré otro día en la playa. Te lo regalo con mucho cariño, así que cuídalo, ¿vale?
Sure.
Claro, gracias, Gallita. Pues es un arma, ¿vale? Me ha costado horrores llevarla al surcador, así que más te vale usarla. Es buena. Para recibir el regalo de Gallita hemos revisado todos los demás. Vara de huesos de ballena. Pero que no me dais armas de mago. ¡Qué pedos pesados con las armas de mago! Es que Gallita es del arcano del mago, por eso me da cosas de mago. Putos pesados.
Tell, you hear all that? What that cry was talking about?
Yeah. Sounded proper familiar to me.
It's easy to blame the Sanctus Church for the whole thing. But maybe not all of them were happy about it. Makes you think. I remember St. Rella looked like her heart was breaking, seeing us at death's door. Maybe she knew what was going on.
A lo mejor Luis es malo.
What do we believe in, really? Are we absolutely positive that, you know, Count Luis's vision and ours have enough in common?
Es que Amor, por ejemplo, lo tengo maximizado ya desde
I
hace un
thought we
rato
were done
larguísimo.
talking about this. He's the reason we got this far. A couple of Parapus orphans. Nobody else wants us. Nobody cares about us. We'd be nothing without Count Luis.
I know, Del, but he makes all them speeches about equality, but in the end, he's gonna leave the weak to die. I heard him talk about his ideal world, and it sounds like a world where we'd have died alone in the dirt. No Saint Rella to save us. Is that what we're fighting for?
Too late for that kind of talk, brother. Blood on our hands either way.
Hey! What are you two doing on your own? Come join the party! You'll miss the whole festival.
Lady Juna.
What's that look about? I know you're absolutely smitten with me, love, but you needn't be so tense about it.
Do you plan to kill Count Luis?
What are you talking about? He can't be killed anyway.
Lady Juna, I don't think your heart is with Count Luis anymore. Or maybe it never was. There's a side of you that you only show them. But us, starting to think we've never seen the real you.
Are you really so worried for Count Luis? He's the one who measures worth in power. So what would he think to hear you underestimating him?
So you don't actually work for Forden or nothing then? No ulterior motives?
I've been with Count Luis since before the race even started, haven't I? Ever since he was stripped of command.
Hey, Del.
I'm sorry if I made you worry. That's my fault. But trust me on this. I promise I'll make sure this world's got more to give you two than despair.
I saw it with my own eyes. That lance gets past the king's magic. That means it can kill a candidate. They were testing it among themselves, and Lady Juna was right there with them.
You serious? How are we supposed to report that to Count Luis?
Don't worry, it's my own problem. I told you to leave the thinking to me.
You know why? I really like Lady Juna's songs, and I like seeing you listening to her when you get the chance. You got arm around your heart, Del, and her music pierces it. I don't want to kill Lady Juna. And you don't either, Del. Do you?
Es que el hermano pequeño sí que tiene claro que se va a unir a nosotros, el otro no. Mejor nos vamos temprano a descansar antes de salir mañana, ¿te parece? Me parece.
Good night.
Vale, que descanses.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
¿Qué cantidad de manjares hemos degustado y qué pena tener que despedirme de ellos? Vivimos en un mundo cruel que me obliga a separarme de los placeres de esta isla. Después de que esta la última vez que nos fuimos de una ciudad, no llegaremos a otro sitio para disfrutar de su gastronomía, así que anímate ahora. Ay, Stroll, deberías elegir mejor tus palabras, pues el concepto de prontito, sobre todo si no puedo sobrar estos manjares, para mí es una eternidad. No será te afecta tanto. En fin, cada loca con su tema. Cuando estés todo listo, nos vemos del surcador.
Hold on.
Tengo que comprar algo antes de partir. ¿Estás listo? Reúnete con los demás al surcador, date prisa. ¡Yay!
All right then. Go.
Al menos el arma es buena.
What now?
$320. Recupera algo de PM cada turno, vale. Está bien. Pero... basta.
Looks like the sea's settled somewhat. We've got a map of the Altaberry region too. I'd say we're set.
Now we can leave with our minds clear and pockets full, eh? Where are those brothers? Out on errands?
I say we just leave them behind.
Yeah, that seems like a bad idea.
Well, long as we've got a minute alone, let's go over our plan. As soon as we get to Altaberry, we give Luis the fake lance Nurus made up for us.
While I hold on to the real one.
Then, on the eve of this divine relic dedication ceremony, we use the real lance to end this.
Qué mal va a salir
once
esto.
and for all. He doesn't know we've worked out its powers. We'll use that to our advantage. Juna, we'll need you to convince Luis to attend the eve of the festival.
Oh, I've been pestering him to do so for a while now. Don't want him spending the evening in his heavily fortified Skyrunner after all.
So where is the false lance in question?
Right here, ready to poke an eye out.
Bueno, es el mismo modelo, desde luego.
Dead ringer, eh?
Such detail. Even I can't tell them apart.
When we get to Altaberry, we'll pass off the fake to Luis. Then, we execute our plan.
Oh, by the way, I was talking with the Magnus brothers earlier. I think they might be onto us.
¿Crees que sospechan? No, te lo ha dicho a la cara.
Wait, footsteps. Speak of the devils. We'll need to hide the real lance.
You're late. We were about to leave you behind.
Right, all present and counted. Anchors away, what?
Aye, aye, me hearties! What's wrong then? Is that not the customary exclamation of sailors? Mr. Buckland was very specific.
I wouldn't believe everything he says.
'Tis a strange melancholy, leaving the people we have so recently come to know.
We'll be back. With some fantastic tales to tell them too.
Yes, certainly.
En línea recta. Un par de noches.
This is Altaberry Heights.
Ok, esto es
We'll
Altaberry.
make faster progress back on land.
Nieve. Una foto. Oh. A ver, perdón, que está el ratón.
Here's where we are now.
Vale, tengo que dar.
This place here.
Ahí está Altaberry, está bastante lejos. ¿Tú crees que llegaremos a tiempo? Sin duda, el viento nos es favorable y tocaremos tierra mañana. Al final, el viaje no será más de 3 días y 2 noches. Entonces solo tiene que soportar un día de mareo y vómitos. Menuda cara de angustia, muchacho. Venga, vamos a darnos prisa, aunque sea por el bien de Stroll. ¡Capitán de máquina rumbo al Tabur y capitán de Montario! ¡No os caigáis por la borda! No, y ahora...
With a new ally in tow, the Gauntlet Runner at last departs the island toward the eastern side of the inland sea. Their destination is the Principality of Montario. Its vast mountain crags, their forthcoming task would be their greatest trial yet.
Indeed.
Esta vez no hay que preocuparse del monstruo marino. Excepto...
All right. Right. Got it.
Vale, no me salta nada.
All right then.
Vale, ahora vemos cómo salir de la isla. Parece un diario de viajes sobre tierras foráneas, escrito por un Mustari. Está lleno de anotaciones de Ufa. Aún no he empezado a leerlo. Una guía Mustari sobre la vida fuera de la isla. No que resultarles fácil. Si leo este libro, quizás aún gane más tolerancia. Libro nuevo obligatorio. En este diario de viajes ofrece una introducción a las culturas y costumbres fuera de la isla Verga, a partir de las vivencias de su autor Mustari. Contiene información práctica sobre cómo crear un altar durante tus viajes o sobre cómo establecer contacto visual con personas sin máscaras. Resume algunas de las dificultades a las que se enfrentan los Mustari que viven fuera de la isla. Yo lo he leído varias veces, pero que está bastante devastado. Convivir con una cultura completamente diferente parece muy difícil. Sin embargo, Eufa y el autor no lo dudaron. Su predisposición a aceptar otras culturas y valores me ha ayudado a mejorar mi vida. ¡Hostia! Pero da un montón, ¿eh? ¿El libro este? No me he terminado el libro, lo retomé desde aquí la próxima vez. Pero si voy a maximizar la tolerancia con este libro.
Ideal for their cover. Only a Gauntlet Runner up.
A ver, mi rata favorita. ¿Quiere charlar?
Indeed.
Las temperaturas han bajado mucho desde que aterrizamos. Seguro que hace mucho frío en el Taburi. No quiere.
All right then. Let's head there right away.
Voy a seguir leyendo el libro. En este diario de viajes se ofrece una introducción a las culturas y costumbres fuera de la isla Verga. En la descripción sobre Grand Trat figura una lista de tiendas recomendadas. Parece que Ufa ha escrito en letra pequeña visita obligada junto a algunas de ellas. No obstante, el autor desaconseja rezar en los restaurantes de Grand Trat. Al parecer podrían echarte. Convivir con una cultura completamente diferente parece muy difícil. Sin embargo, Ufa y el autor no lo dudaron. Su predisposición a aceptar otras culturas y valores me ha ayudado a mejorar mi tolerancia.
All right.
Ya está la mitad.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
El día del árbol. Temprano, a ver qué nos pega. Vale. Estamos en las montañas. Desde la isla se ven los picos, pero jamás imaginé que los tendría tan cerca. Como en el Tabur hace tanto frío durante todo el año, domino por completo el arte de los guisos calentitos. Y también cuentan que la ópera más importante del reino. Imagina que allí nos enfrentaremos a Luis.
I guess.
No perdamos la esperanza.
So?
Hay que dejarlo todo bien atado antes de mañana por la noche.
Right. Yeah. Got it.
La sección que habla de los pequeños y adorables animales que existen fuera de la isla está bastante desgastada. Seguro que a Ufa le interesaba mucho. Aunque describe los métodos de los continentales para crear y explotar animales, percibe la conmoción del autor y de Ufa en estas páginas. Convivir con una cultura completamente diferente parece muy difícil. Sin embargo, Ufa y el autor no lo dudaron. Mi predisposición hacia otras culturas y valores me ha ayudado a mejorar mi talento. Me falta una leída más, Ya he terminado el libro. Ya estaba la última leída. Tolerancia al 5. Tolerancia, una de las virtudes que ha de poseer un gobernante. Y aspiras a ser un verdadero soberano. Has de adquirir la benevolencia necesaria para ayudar a tu pueblo. Cualquier conquistador que se aprecie requiere esta yesca para encender la pasión de sus seguidores.
Come look at this!
The Gauntlet Runner makes a short stop in front of Colorodeo Cliff. Its massive fissure is said to be the vestige of a god's wrath, perfectly balanced by the work of nature.
Se me vuelve a subir la sabiduría. Risco Colorodeo. Es increíble. He visto acantilados escarpados, pero jamás me imaginé algo semejante. Desde luego, despeñarse por aquí tiene que ser una experiencia aterradora, estimulante, imagino. Me gustaría probar a saltar. ¡Maldita iglesia santista que os forza de atados! Diantres, oye, ¿pero a ti qué te pasa? Qué gusto me he quedado. Siento que arrancar la voz desde las entrañas y gritar desde lo más profundo de tu ser.
Speaking of...
Recuerdo cuando todos os pusisteis a gritar. Admito que pasé un mal rato, pero si se me permite, yo también quisiera probar a desgallidarme.
Listen!
No pienso volver a dormir en una posada con cucarachas.
Yes.
Te entiendo perfectamente. Parece divertido. A mí también me apetece gritar. ¿Qué pasa? Tengo intención de gritar, pero no me sé las palabras y... bueno... esta chica es un encanto. No cambies nunca, cielo. ¿Alguien más quiere gritar algo? Siento que al mirar desde el borde del precipicio sentir la necesidad inexplicable de gritar mi sabiduría.
All right.
As for me...
Pues le toca al viejo de euros. Tengo una lista de quejas que ojalá pudiera soltaros a diario. Oye, ahora que lo pienso, hace un poquito de rasca, ¿no? Deberíamos volver antes de que pillemos un resfriado. Sí, será mejor que no nos distraigamos más de la cuenta.
¡Bombs away!
He hecho un dibujo. Ya está el tope, pero bueno, supongo que se le puedo seguir dando los dibujos.
Amidst rocky terrain as twilight envelops the wilderness, and the twinkling lights are not all stopped to await the dawn in comfort and peace.
Es raro que no nos hemos encontrado ni un solo surcador todavía. Ni nadie que nos pegue. Y bueno. A la otra, pesada. Entre nada podemos disfrutar de esta tranquilidad. Ya sabes lo que nos espera cuando lleguemos al Tabori.
All right then.
Let's go.
All right.
Parece que da tiempo a subir la elocuencia al 5,
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Estamos más cerca ya de empezar a hacer cosas de plantar semillas, darnos baños de agilidad, en bucle. Ya queda poco para llegar al Tabur y seguro que la ciudad está muy bulliciosa en vistas al Día de los Días, al Día de los Santos. Me pregunto si habrá llegado Luis. Habrá que entregarle la Dracodíos tarde o temprano. Y contará a los hermanos de nuestras andanzas por la isla. Espero que no se vaya mucho de la lengua.
Got it?
En momentos así se debe mantener la cabeza alta y retomar confianza. Para mentirle a una persona hay que mirarla fijamente a los ojos y hablar con convicción.
All right then.
Got a sec?
A partir de mañana ya no habrá tiempo para relajarse. Cuando lleguemos pasamos directamente a la acción. Es lo más normal del mundo que estés tratando de con lo que se nos avecina.
All right. Right. Well. Got it. All right then. All right.
Y... Dios, se ha quedado como a 2 puntos.
Nira speaking.
Before Altabury's mountains, the Gauntlet Runner sets upon the murky graveyard. During the Annex War, this land was a
Seguro que queréis parar en un sitio que se llama el Cementerio Tenebroso.
Unable to return to their loved ones, but few honor the dead. Their spirits take no solace.
Cementerio Tenebroso.
Just look at
¡Hala, qué puentes más enormes! Por esta zona hay muchos valles. Al conectar las llanuras aumenta el número de zonas habitables. Tiene sentido, pero si los puentes se derrumbaran por culpa de algún conflicto, la gente se quedaría aislada.
Hey.
Lo interesante está abajo, no arriba. Son huesos humanos, ¿verdad? De la gente que murió durante la guerra de anexión. Aquí se libró un combate muy violento. Abandonaron a las víctimas sin oficiales y un funeral en condiciones. Parece que este lugar está marcado por la tragedia desde hace mucho. Sí, por eso no quiero que sea algo así se repita. Preferiría no tener que ver esto, pero debemos conocer la realidad que hay tras los combates y grabárnosla a fuego en nuestros corazones. Por eso a la Magla le cuesta fluir. Es como si hubiera algo que la frenara. Percibo la tristeza y el arrepentimiento de los que ya no están. Pensar en quienes han hallado el descanso eterno en este lugar ha hecho que aumente mi sabiduría.
All right.
Hey.
¿Qué ocurre, Neuras? Tienes mala cara. No me digas que estás asustado, Neuras. Tengo más capacidad de imaginación que la mayoría. Neuras, me sorprende que creas en las historias de miedo. Tu corazón es más puro de lo que pensaba. Cierto, soy un hombre de corazón muy puro.
Well then.
Bueno, ¿qué? ¿Nos vamos en silencio para no despertar a los muertos?
That's my fault.
Para el grito de antes, ¿quieres pedirme cosas de vida y hecho este dibujo?
Altabury Heights, capital of the Principality of Montario. The mountain path leading
Si me había quedado a un puntito o dos, hostias. Pero bueno, como habrá que hacer viajes.
Those who complete the arduous climb are rewarded. But what awaits the party there is no reward, but their greatest trial thus.
The seat of sanctism, Altabury. Truly, I never thought I would see it in person.
Tiene una piedra.
What is that giant structure?
The monolith. In Sanctus Scripture, they tell of how the stone was shaped by God's own hand.
It's afloat. I'd only heard rumors that it didn't touch the ground, but...
Pues como las burbujas de agua que hemos visto.
Are we finally moving again?
Just another trip for our songstress.
We're here at last.
La tercera ciudad, donde haremos la última prueba. Decidimos dirigirnos al surcador acorazado Caradrios para presentarle a Luisa Dracodios, la lanza del dios dragón. Esperemos que no se dé cuenta de que la lanza es falsa. Como su amiguita.
Well done. So this is the Lance of Legend, is it?
I am called Euphazia, priestess of the island. For personal reasons, I have joined them on their journey.
You do not detest me?
I owe my life to them, and I understand they operate under your guidance.
Indeed. I had heard you were able to obtain the lance without incurring the islanders' hatred. Quite a feat, now that I know it to be true. Well done. At last, it seems that even fate has abandoned Forden. Thanks to you, I was spared the effort of sifting through ashes to find this. If the islanders could not be persuaded, my next course would have been to raze their village to the ground. The Caradrius is
Era necesario decirle eso.
A fairly simple task.
What?
Why are you surprised? At times, sacrifice is necessary to save the many. Was that not the exact reasoning by which your countrymen would have seen you die?
You're...
Have the lance brought to my chamber later. Thank you for your hard work in spite of your wound. Take care of yourselves. Now we need only to wait until tomorrow for the Saints' Day Festival.
The whole event will be held over 2 days at the Opera House.
The first day is the eve of the festival, and I'm scheduled to sing. Hope you're looking forward to it.
Main festivities start on the second day. That's when all these divine relics will be dedicated and sealed. It's aimed at proving beyond a doubt that Sanctism is the highest authority.
All kind of daft though, isn't it? If they were that confident in their scriptures, you'd think they wouldn't have to bother with all that.
This is where Forden dies. He and Sanctism itself. At the very least, it's worth giving him a memorable end.
Lord Louise, I do hope you'll come and watch me sing this time. We missed you at the opening ceremony. If you're not there, it'll hardly be worth it.
You needn't worry. Having come all this way, it would be a waste not to show.
Well, I'm off to check out the Opera House. Want to make sure everything's shipshape for my solo, of course. The rest is up to you.
You have all performed admirably. You exceeded my every expectation. Soon, Forden's reign will come crashing down. From this point onward, I would have you forfeit the competition
ahora que voy en el
and
puesto
dedicate
9.
yourself fully to my campaign.
Understood.
For now, rest your wings a while. Tomorrow's festivities will be a grand show indeed.
It seems the lance passed muster. Eurus is a peerless craftsman, if not else.
Yufa, are you okay?
He would have destroyed my home. How could he suggest such carnage with not a shade of guilt? I was sure that deep down, all people are inherently good at heart. But now, you made it sound like you were bound to kill him at any cost. And now I understand why.
I see. Then let's get back on track and go find ourselves an inn. You've got more supporters now. I dare say we'll find better lodging than we could before.
Ahora estoy en el puesto
I
9.
wouldn't be so sure. This city's in the palm of Forden's hand, and we're the ones who humiliated him during the exhibition.
All the same, we're about to do something big. To be honest, I'll take anywhere, so long as I can stretch out.
Let's just stay in the Gauntlet Runner.
As a last resort, maybe, but it might do us some good to see the city itself. Do a bit of scouting for our plans. Let's call the runner our fallback plan.
Then why don't we look for an inn run by a Mustari?
I thought this city was the seat of the church.
In times before the church, it's said many diverse faiths and teachings took root in this city. That's why Montario is the only mainland nation that trades with the islands.
Indeed. My grandfather often said that until his generation, the only prominent building of the Sanctus Church was that opera house. Though the prevailing story now, of course, is that Sanctism reclaimed this land from malevolent pagans.
Either way, I'm certain there should be quite a few Mustari who feign conversion and live in seclusion.
If one of these Mustarians really exists, it may work in our favor. Let's look for it.
Speaking of...
Si quieres una posada regentada por un Mustari, conozco una. Se llama Bóveda Celeste y está a medio camino del centro. Recuerdo que no parecía uno muy Mustari, que era un lugar bastante agradable.
Certainly.
Creo que estaba en la calle Francos.
Menuda rasca. Me alegro de que Hulkenberg esté tan contenta de venir, pero pongámonos en marcha antes de que nos congelemos vivos. ¡Ale, Hop!
What in the... Aha.
¿Qué es este icono? ¡Ah!
You're not serious.
Hola, busco brilles dorados. Brilles dorados. ¿Alguien ha visto un brillo dorado?
Hang on. That's the one from the exhibition. Hang on. That's the one from the exhibition. Hang on. That's the one from the exhibition.
Say there.
Right.
Now, how did I wind up here?
Damn.
Ahora que lo pienso, si no entro a los sitios no se quedan registrados. No salgo yo en la piedra aún. Feo eso. Os tenéis que mirar los referentes.
Now, how did I wind up
here? Look, I don't give a toss who's king. I just want some coin.
Y no pago por él.
What would you like?
¿Cómo? Espera, ¿siempre? ¿Lo has probado esto, Onion? Lo veo barato para lo que promete. Esto funciona bien. La 7 sí gasta menos iconos de turno. Cojones. Cuando sea el día de comprar, compramos.
Look, I don't give a toss who's king. I just
No
want some
puede que
coin.
se rompa,
Look, I don't give a toss who's king. I just want some coin.
De normal solo tienes 2 turnos si metes crítico o debilidad. Pero con eso no te hace falta. Lo tienes permanente.
My money's on Santa Claus.
Proper aces.
Hello there.
Oh, great.
Luego se trata de que si esquivas acaba los turnos, eso vendrá bien, en todo caso, mucho más adelante cuando empiecen a acumularse los turnos. Ah. Entonces no... Entonces es una puta mierda. Normal que sea barato.
Beg pardon?
I won't let it stand. Wonderful.
Just sublime.
Aha.
Ahí estás.
Amazing.
Como Spider-Man.
Boy.
¡Hostia, qué guapo! Un puente a la nada. ¿Cuál es el... Aparte de las vistas, ¿cuál es el objetivo de esto? Matarte fuera de la ciudad y que sea... Esto es como el clásico puente de Minecraft que se ha quedado a mitad. Que te quedas sin recursos y vas a hacer un puente hacia algún lado y ya se quedó ahí y se te olvidó, te fuiste a otra cosa.
All right then.
I'm chuffed. I won't let it stand.
Hey, mister. How grand. How grand.
Hello there.
Yeah, amazing.
Oi! Amazing.
Este es el aeropuerto. Aquí está Lucifer ahí.
Now what am I to do? Now what am I to do?
Welcome. Wait. A band of youths with a knight and a Ujif. Are you perhaps the candidate who brought Joanna the Sanctoress to confess?
One glance and you knew. Listen, we just...
I don't care if you did the deed or not, but please take your business elsewhere. I'm sorry, but I have my own reputation to think about.
You follow Sanctism's teachings?
You? A Mastari who wears no mask?
I'm Euphausia. I'm the priestess of Verga. No, of Edria.
The priestess? Impossible. The island priestess would never leave the village behind.
I have my reasons, but I wish to see the outside world that I might better protect our island. I have no proof.
Pero tampoco dudas.
You would raise another tribe to the throne.
'Tis a longer story than we've time to tell. We only wish to avoid a tyrant's reign. Yet 'tis not from our own ambition that I speak so. The throne belongs to one truly worthy.
But if you insist, we will leave.
It's just... You look so like the priestess before you, I can't just turn you away. Fine. You can stay here, as long as you don't make trouble for me.
Thank you. I suppose it is easier to understand each other without the masks in the way.
Not all of us mainland Mastari hate the Sanctus Church. We'd rather preserve the peace we have. And, well, it's a sorry excuse for an innkeeper who turns away travelers.
Thank you. We're in your debt.
Ah, look, they've got food and booze here too. And it's so much cooler, which means fewer bugs. Perfect.
It seems they have an imitation of the island spring here. We can bathe. I should invite Juno when she's back.
Bathe? You'd be mad to hope a hot spring replica could take the edge off this chill.
Cold or not, there's nothing more refreshing than bathing. Would you care to join us?
I should think not. For reasons too numerous to count.
Why?
Anyway, strategy meeting. Let's get on with it.
So we seek to assassinate Luis. A difficult task. But you look to have an idea. Let's have it.
First, the when. Under normal circumstances, we'd want to get him on the move. Maybe walking through a crowd while he's got less guards. That would be the plan. But unfortunately, that'd only work if he was someone with common sense. Someone without combat ability. Or someone who'd want to avoid collateral damage. And that isn't Luis. Worst case, he uses civilians as shields while more of his personal guard catch up. And things go sideways before we can get it done.
But once he's inside the Opera House, he'll have a security detail at his beck and call. Even if we can sneak in, getting to him.
If we can't target him in transit, and we've practically zero chance of getting close to him, that leaves us with only one option.
We join his personal guard ourselves?
I considered that, but it might be tricky. We can't guarantee he'd allow it, and besides...
The real lance is overflowing with Magla. It would be a dangerous gamble to keep it on hand. That sort of power is easily noticed.
We attack from a distance.
Exactly.
A bow and arrow isn't gonna do much good, right? It needs to be the lance.
Of course. So, what if we threw the lance, pierced him through from a distance? Yufa, as the priestess, you can command the lance to return to you if it's far away, right?
You would have me use that power in reverse to cast it out instead?
According to Juna, the ceiling of the Opera House has a chandelier big enough to support a person. From above, we'll target Luis in the royal box seats.
Do you realize the entire audience is below that lighting? A stunt like that would get us noticed instantly. Wait, are you suggesting we do this during the show?
Luis would be distracted. It's the best opportunity we could ask for. Besides, with Yufa there, we can even recover the lance easily.
Hold a moment. I would need to launch it like an arrow. Such distance and such speed would require incredible focus. I don't think I could do it while aiming.
Then just concentrate on the sheer mental force of it. Someone else can take over the role of actually throwing.
This gambit is sounding more far-fetched by the moment. But we also can't afford to wait for another opportunity.
There is no other opportunity. Luis intends to kill Forden during the festival. That means if we do nothing, the fake will be exposed, and so will we.
Indeed. Once our betrayal is made plain, we will never find a way to draw close to him again. This will likely be our first and last opportunity.
But who's actually going to do the throwing?
I'd rather leave it to you. With the royal magic protecting you, it's less likely that we'll fail this, even with interference. And besides, laugh, if you like. I know it sounds silly, but I really do believe you have the power to change fate itself.
Indeed. Everyone here knows that firsthand.
I feel the same. If I can trust you to do it, then I should be able to do my part as well.
Will you do it, Captain?
All right. I'll do it.
Thanks. We owe you. On the day of, Juna will be at the venue ahead of us. We'll have her open the service entrance, and we'll infiltrate from there.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I want you to lure Luis's guards outside and cause a commotion while he's making the throw. I'm sure the Magnus brothers will be guarding the place too. Hulkenberg and I will secure the exit route in advance. Luis is a formidable foe. But we've overcome plenty of obstacles. Let's believe in the strength that got us this far. We can do this.
Don't worry about it.
Sé que tienes mil cosas en la cabeza, pero procura descansar y recuperar fuerzas para mañana. Va a ser una noche muy fría. Abrígate bien para no pescar un resfriado. Solo hay una cama.
Good
No,
night.
hay varios. Luego la disposición está un poco jugando a los Sims, ¿eh?
What's wrong, Del? You've been quiet for a while now.
That lance they handed over, you think it's real? Can't say for certain, but I didn't feel any magla flowing through it. Can't see it exactly, but how do I explain it?
I know what you mean, though.
The Mustari got them third eyes that can see magla, right? Hard to believe they'd worship that thing as a relic.
Then maybe... You think they made some kind of fake? Even in that short time on the island?
Shite. How'd they? Either way, we have to tell Lord Luis.
No need. He'll have noticed by now, most likely. Not like they're any real threat to him anyway.
Most likely? That good enough for you, brother? Del, you remember they talked all that helping anyone in need? Something like that anyway. Seemed proper daft at first. Seemed naive to act like that kind of thinking could actually fix all the broken, cruel, unjust shite in the world.
That's because it can't.
Well, yeah, obviously, but... What was it we actually wanted in the first place? Equality? Or justice? This lot's working towards a future, and God help me, I started seeing it. Maybe what they're fighting for is something better than what Lord...
Dale, Basilio, dale.
Baz. Joke or not, you'll get yourself killed.
But them not even helped you out a few times, Del. That really impressed me, like... I don't know how to say it, but... It was like a feeling I haven't felt since we started working for the Count.
You know Lord Luis plans to take Forden out during the Saints' Day festival. Neither of us can afford to get distracted right now.
Suppose you're right. Things are about to get messy.
Es muy pesado, Basilio. Ven y dame la mano.
So that is the side they serve. Let us teach them that even the best laid plans will go awry. Whether Fordens or our fallen kings. It was splendid entertainment while it lasted. However, the revelry ends here.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king
¿Qué le han
draws
contado de
nearer.
quién? Me dejarán hacer compras. Habrá que esperar 5 días.
The Saints' Day festivities in Alderbury will be kicking off very soon. On the eve of the festival, we'll be holding a dedication ceremony. On the church's authority, we'll be offering the gathered divine relics to God! And it sounds like the candidates had a tough time this go-around. Lots of new info coming in even as I speak. From candidate Rudolph, a legendary nail, thought lost to history. From candidate Julian, can you believe it? Cloth, garb said to have been
¿Qué puta mierda de
worn
reliquias
by
son
a
esas?
saint. We've got artifacts of all kinds pulled from obscurity into the public eye. Archaeologists everywhere are positively vibrating, folks. But the news on everyone's
Han
lips
traído el Kane de
is
Ciudadano
the
Kane también.
announcement of Count Luis's unofficial participation. As a matter of fact, a candidate working under Luis has reportedly acquired a phenomenal divine relic from a mysterious and exotic island. Meanwhile, candidate Forden, too, may have claimed what is said to be the most glorious relic in history. Will we finally see a head-to-head competition between our top candidates? Only the coming days will tell.
So Luis has finally made his move. Won't take him that long to catch up, I bet.
Yes, but I also can't imagine Sanctifex Forden losing.
We're about to see a clash of giants. This will be no minor bout, that's for certain.
Right.
That's everyone. Let's go over the plan one last time. First, infiltration. Juna's got full rights to be in the venue, so she'll unlock the service door for us to sneak in.
When it's time, I'll call the guards outside. That'll be your window to sneak in.
Gallica, you, and Yufa. You three will head to the rooftop, where you'll get down to the chandelier.
When I start my solo on stage, the lights will dim. That should be enough cover to hide whatever you're doing.
Don't worry, I'll be with you.
As for us, it's just as I explained last night. Luis said destroying Yufa's home would have been a necessary sacrifice. Like mine. If power's all he thinks will change the world, then we'll use power to stop him.
Should we fail, though we may survive the ordeal, we will have no more leads to pursue. This will surely mark our final mission.
You know, I've been trying to keep from dwelling, but I can't help but think of Grius. Sorry to bring that up now.
Even I have my fears. But let us remember him only by his truest wish.
We'll make sure this succeeds. For a world without tyrants.
Well, see you at the show.
So begins our last mission, then. Let's get whatever we need to prepare and head over to the Opera House.
Right.
Es hora de ajustar cuentas con Luis de una vez por
It'll be
todas.
okay.
Seguro que todo va bien, sé que lo conseguirás. La ópera se encuentra en el punto más alto de la ciudad. Solo estaréis Eufa y tú, así que prepárate bien.
All right then.
Vamos allá.
Yeah, amazing.
Hello there.
Oh my.
¿Algo te has pensado en plantar flores? No suena nada mal, pero es una tarea que requiere mucho tiempo, ¿me equivoco? Sí, te entiendo perfectamente. Además de flores, también vendo semillas especiales. ¿Te interesa más comprar alguna semilla de riza enjollada de héroe? Estas semillas son cultivos de gran calidad, dame una.
What do you want to do?
My sincerest thanks.
Seguro que te devuelven tu cariño y tu atención multiplicados por 10.
You're not serious. Proper aces. Hello there.
Hola de nuevo, ¿te apetece comprar carne? Como es fin de semana, seguro que te gustan mis descuentos el día de descanso.
Now then.
How grand.
How about
Caramba,
it?
qué raro es ver a un Elda por aquí. ¿Eres viajero? Dado que has recorrido el largo camino para visitar la ciudad, ¿te gustaría vivir la experiencia de cocinar nuestra especialidad culinaria, los bollos de verdura al vapor? Llévate a casa lo que cocines por 3.000 reales, solo por tiempo limitado. Todo el mundo quiere probar suerte, así que lo limito una vez al día.
Yeah?
Unas bajitas de vapor, ¿eh?
Well,
Estupendo. Bueno, cuando hablamos de bollos al vapor, el sabor está en el relleno. Te recomiendo unas gigantescas setas que potencian la vitalidad, un estimulante lecho que restablece la energía o la refrescante activisa que cura cualquier enfermedad. Tápame las setas.
pretty good, isn't
Voy a
it?
el diente a una seta gruesa y suculenta, ¿eh? Venga, vamos a hacerle al bollo. ¿Te apetece? Envolver con cuidado el relleno sin que se rompa la masa me lleva un buen rato.
Ha, looking
Eso es
like a chef
perfecto. Aquí
already.
tienes un bollo de verdura al vapor bien calentito por el camino. Buen provecho.
Exactly.
Me habrás racaneado con el relleno, ¿no? Qué pintaza, ¿eh? Seguro que su efecto es tan bueno como nos han dicho. ¿Qué tal? Si te lo has pasado bien, no dudes en repetir.
What now?
Agua.
Oi! All right then. Let's go.
Lo otro que es por la noche, no sé si podremos. Probablemente los accesorios no sé si quiero alguno.
Right.
Hey, mister.
Pam, pam, pam.
Got a lovely
Musgalibur.
Yeah.
Bastón de mierda, mazas, arcos de distintos elementos, katana del viento.
That's fine.
De hecho no me llaman nada, todo lo más.
Got a love.
Very nice.
Tónica de runas, perfecto.
Yeah.
Ah, solo había una.
What do you think?
Tengo ahora mismo, comenta la precisión y evasión. Pam, 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 pam.
How nice.
Vale, teníamos buen equipo. De todas maneras.
Maybe there'll be a big upset.
He cogido bastantes. Así que yo creo que ya tenemos para un tier nuevo. Ah, vale, no. Es el...
Greeting.
La ambrosía está muy bien. ¡Hala! ¿Qué más? Majetina no puedo ir. No hay nada más.
Let's go.
Oi, oi.
What now?
No tengo... ¿Y el equipo de Gallica qué?
Check this out.
Esta es la entrada de servicio. Se supone que Yuna se librará de los guardias antes de la noche de la función. ¿Quieres esperar hasta entonces? ¿Está listo todo? A partir de ahora solo seremos tú y yo y Yeufa. No podremos contactar con los demás. Deberías cerciorarte de que el equipo de todo el mundo esté bien antes de partir. ¡Que sí, coño! Vale, pues sigamos el plan y esperamos aquí.
Got it.
Vale, los guardias han abandonado el puesto. Yuna ha captado su atención tal y como habíamos planeado.
Onward.
La puerta de servicio también debería estar abierta. Entremos sin que nos vean. Infiltración completada. Por aquí llegaremos a la parte de atrás del escenario. Luego toca escalar hasta el techo y subir a la lámpara de araña.
Yes.
Era el auditorio justo al otro lado. Desde que lleva la atención de los hermanos. Nuestra legión buscaremos una ruta de huida.
Yeah.
Aquí nos separamos. Hacemos nuestra tarea y nos reagrupamos.
Let's go.
Vale, vamos.
All right.
Bien, vamos a proceder con el plan. Tenemos hasta que Yuna empiece a cantar para subir a lo alto de la lámpara. Y casualmente tenemos hueco para que el hermano se una a nuestro equipo. Y por eso podemos subir al tejado, ¿no? Justo. Yuna nos lo ha dejado bien clarito. Hay que ir detrás de los bastidores por la puerta que hay en la parte de atrás. Desde ahí podremos subir.
Time to go.
Entendido. Bueno, en marcha.
First. Yep, we're safe here.
Why is this happening?
Ridiculous.
Look.
Por esta puerta pasaremos a la parte de atrás del escenario y desde ahí podremos subir al tejado. ¿Pero qué le pasa a este tipo? Está plantado en la puerta, farfullando. ¿Es que ha pasado algo? Maldición, se ve que habrá caído.
Hey.
¿Allá corre algo?
Ah, no, perdón, es que se me ha caído la llave y ahora no puedo abrir la puerta. Esto ha tenido que pasar cuando teníamos más lío que nunca. Tendré que ir a buscarla de repuesto.
Se ha alargado. Ahora tenemos que abrir esa puerta como sea.
Actually...
Ese hombre trabajaba aquí, ¿no? Ha dicho que se le ha caído la llave. Si la encontramos, problema resuelto. Vamos a registrar el fondo por aquí. Deberías preguntar por ahí a ver si alguien la ha cogido. Con tanta gente quizá alguien sepa algo. Fíjate porque hay demasiada gente.
It's all clear.
Speaking of which...
Pero hablando de ti, según dice Mota está el monstruo marino de las afueras de Bronhaven. Eso significa que la cabeza de su eminencia lleva la exhibición de la falsa. Uno del damo mofándose de la iglesia en cada superar es un poco interesante.
Oh my.
La graduja del pregonio le ha dicho que fuiste a la isla pagada a buscar la reliquia divina para Luis. Según dijo, y ese cuento algo asombroso, pero no es más que un cuento, ¿verdad? ¿O no?
Sí.
El ejército puede cargarse hasta el alerta máxima. Han traído hasta perros guardianes. A lo mejor es porque Luis ha venido, pero que la magia real no puede asesinarlo, ¿verdad?
Aquí tampoco está. Maldito sea, pero sabe dónde se habrá quedado.
Why is this happening?
Parece una especie de cordel.
Honestly.
Chicas, vamos de camino al asesinado de Autócrata. ¿Qué tal si dejáis de recoger chuminadas? No puede ser nosotros. Vamos a quedárnoslo por ahora. Es una herramienta mágica. Parece un pequeño diente de oro. Un diente de oro que hace ahí tirado. Me encontré cosas raras, pero de la llave ni rastro. Parece un collar de plata. ¡Hala, qué maldita! Seguro que es importante. Sí, le habrá caído algo. Anda, que caerse de un collar entero.
Pardon?
La reliquia divina del Santifex Border. Parece el maestro Quidox amenazó a unos paganos y se está con ella.
Para el carro, cuidado con lo que dices. Originalmente era de la iglesia, lo lógico es devolvérsela, ¿no?
What?
¿Queréis algo? Perdonad, pero ahora estoy para volver más tarde. Vaya, vamos, entonces, se estaba preparando.
speaking of?
Dice que Luis va a venir al Festival del Día de los Santos y parece que la jornita de una calda le hace gracia. ¿Qué motivo tendrá para venir a esta conferencia? Espero que la cosa no llegue a las manos.
Ridiculous.
Say, have you heard?
Madre mía, ¿habéis oído los rumores sobre Yuna? La han visto salir del sucedor corazón de Luis. La cantora más famosa del país ahora juntándose con Luis Yuna, que calladito otro Luis.
What is it?
Oye, ¿queréis algo? Iba a cambiarme.
I beg your pardon.
Perdona, verás, es que estamos buscando una llave. ¿La has visto? ¿Has oído algo?
No, lo siento, habéis mirado el ropero del pasillo. Allí van a parar muchos objetos perdidos.
¿El rapero? Pues vamos allá.
Why is this happening?
I've done it now.
Hombre, sí que tarda en cambiarse. La obra está a punto de comenzar.
Actually,
¿Necesitas algo? No te preocupado. Esta bailarina no sale del camerino. Me he dejado ahí dentro el guión y lo necesito.
yes.
Su eminencia Fordel es un buen candidato, eso sin duda, pero el más apto para ser rey es el profesor Julián. No consigue la reliquia divina sin ningún problema y aún así sorprende lo poco popular que es. No se pone de manifiesto lo poco inteligente que son las masas. Pero chorro. Como dice el profesor Julián, necesitamos un gobernante nuestro.
Why is this happening?
Milo participará este año en el Día de los Santos. Ay, qué alegría volver a contemplar sus rasgos divinos. Mi padre me ha dicho que apoye su eminencia, pero no pienso hacerle ni caso, ya que la dura muerte es a Milo. El payaso de Raffles, no sé por qué nos ha retirado. Los Perepus son tontos de nacimiento, pero cuanto más tiempo esté este hombre ahí, más usado se volverá.
What is it?
¿Me puede ayudar en algo? Me temo que no me interesan los candidatos Zelda. Soy partidaria de Rudolf y su visión de un país gobernado por los ruisantes y a mucha honra. Además, los hombres duros son muy atractivos, ¿verdad? Dura se la pones.
That gives me
Las
an
reliquias divinas no
idea.
son más que trestos, ¿verdad? Qué raros son los paganos. Mira que valorar algo así. Bueno, su eminencia, señoras reliquias, se tirarán en razón. No les quedará más remedio que olvidarse de sus degeneradas enseñanzas y convertirse al santismo.
Say there.
Well, isn't that something?
Bien contado que su eminencia Forden ha conseguido una reliquia divina magnífica. Ya tiene la victoria casi asegurada.
Pero no me cabe duda de que el maestro no se la manga. Se ha logrado un éxito extraordinario a una edad muy temprana. No podemos subestimarlo. Este sitio está repleto de objetos perdidos, pero para la cantidad de gente que hay es normal. Estoy constipadísimo y no tengo tiempo de recogerlos todos. Como se me devuelves a la suya, por favor. Si en el diente te hay una defensa, esta es una tragedia.
¿No encontramos un diente de oro antes? ¿Será suyo?
Thank you very much indeed.
Fue un poquito Stitch. Lleváis 300 de ¿eh? Me habéis salvado. Ahora puedo volver a tener mis camisones sin parecer un bufón. El nacimiento tomate esta llave, me la encontré antes del pasillo, pero me faltaba calle, me faltó valor para llamarla a azafato. Ahora compensación a devolvéis, no os preocupéis porque yo ya estoy muerto.
Is this perhaps?
No es la llave que buscábamos, misión cumplida. Me da bien que nos han mandado a hacer de recaderos en vez de darnos las gracias, pero bien esto lo que viene acaba. Venga, vamos a probar la llave.
Yay, we've done it!
El Día de los Santos se celebra una vez al año, el día en que Dios desciende al monolito. Es una fiesta para dar la bienvenida a Dios y ofrecerle nuestras plegarias más sinceras. La ópera se construyó con moderación de esta fecha. Reduce alto en el Cataluz y riza con nosotros. Estoy segura de que Dios perdona incluso a los asquerosos soldados como tú.
Asquerosa tu puta madre.
Say there.
What am I to do?
Qué mala pata que se me rompa un cordón justo ahora. Las autoridades de la teocracia de la corona ya han llegado y con este cordón roto no puedo atenderlos como corresponde.
I'm sure of it.
Vaya, no encontramos un cordel antes, a lo mejor les sirve.
Closure.
¿Dices que me apañé con esto? Bueno, sí que parece que te pego como cordón. Muchas gracias. Me gustaría recompensarle como os merecéis, pero esta tarta es todo lo que tengo. Os prometo que está riquísima y es muy famosa por aquí.
Oh, yeah?
Why is this happening?
What? ¿Y dónde está mi queridísimo collar? He buscado por todas partes y no lo encuentro, así que puede que sea como ese Carmen de mi bolsillo. ¿Hay visto un collar de plata?
What if?
¿El collar que encontramos antes era el suyo?
This is it.
Anda, aquí está, lo habéis encontrado. 1.000.000 de gracias. Este collar fue un regalo de mi amado y ahora no podemos vernos. Evidentemente quiero agradecérselo de algún modo. A ver qué os parece esto. Os dejaré leer el guión de la obra del Día de los Santos antes que luego. ¿Lo habéis encontrado? ¡Qué alivio! Esto es lo único que puedo daros. Dadlo como agradecimiento.
Vale, creo que ya, ¿no? O la tarta la está buscando a alguien. No.
Anda, tú eres el candidato, Elda. ¿Qué pinta que uno de los matones de Luis? El ejército brutal del maestro Equidox está vigilando la ópera. Se enoja que no hagas tonterías.
Pásala bien, Ray. Bueno, pues si nadie quiere la tarta, me la como.
Why is this happening?
Ridiculous.
He usado la llave de atrás.
Ya está abierta, por fin podremos avanzar.
Ready?
Por aquí pasaremos entre bambalinas y desde ahí podremos subir al tejado. ¿Todo listo? Vamos. Pues echamos un vistazo adentro. Con cuidado a que no nos pillen.
Check this out.
Mira esa cortina negra. Por ahí podremos llegar a la parte de atrás del escenario. Lo normal es que haya guardias, pero no demasiados. Nos plantamos ahí a las bravas.
No.
Sería un gran riesgo. Si llamamos la atención aquí, no nos sacudiremos fácilmente. Tiene sentido. Ojalá hubiera un plan a prueba de fallos.
What?
¿Se dice la luz? ¡Diantras! ¿Qué pasa con las luces?
¿En qué tiene que ser justo ahora? No podemos permitir que esto arruine las festividades del Día de los Santos.
So apparently...
What?
¿Mostraron entonces la luz? No ha sido cosa de Hulkenberg, pero los cuidados no durarán mucho. Ahora progreso ahora que podéis.
That was a great help.
Ha sido de gran ayuda.
Got it?
Mientras Harry Hulkenberg y yo nos reuniremos con vosotros. Ahora esto queda en tus manos, Coyote.
Let's go.
Es que vayámonos mientras no hay luz. Seguidme.
The future is uncertain.
¿Cómo? ¿Las lámparas del pasillo de los camerinos se han apagado?
That is...
Se ha dado parte del asunto. Ya lo hemos arreglado, pero no sabemos qué lo ha provocado.
¿Un simple accidente o...? La seguridad de la definición de tu responsabilidad está todo en orden. No se preocupe, su eminencia. Haré que lo investiguen inmediatamente.
Understood?
Reforzad la seguridad. Llamad también a la reserva. Toda protección es poca. Que no pase ni una rata.
Yes.
A sus órdenes, señor.
Good grief.
El ambiente está un poco cargado. Parece que los peces gordos les cuesta mantener el orden.
Now then.
Supongo que es mi señal.
Now!
Y ahora llegamos al punto álgido del festival. Pronto comenzará la ceremonia de presentación de las reliquias divinas.
Take a look.
Tenemos aquí a los únicos competidores que han conseguido sobrevivir a la primera ronda y hacerse con la reliquia.
At last.
Oiga, auditores. Parece que ha empezado. Seguramente alguien hará una presentación oficial primero, luego empezará la dedicatoria. Jenna pondrá el broche de oro con sus canciones. Debemos estar sobre la lámpara antes de ese momento. Puesto que a ti te protege la magia real, si pelea irán a por Eufa primero. Tendrás que cuidar de ella.
Let's go.
Tenemos que estar listos. El plan no funcionará sin Eufa sin ti.
Let's hurry.
Creo que Eufa puede defenderse ella solita, gracias al poder.
No way.
De la invocación suprema. ¿Lo puedo?
Great job. Cat.
Me la suda.
Pretty weak. Let's mop this up quick.
Who's there?
Aquí hay alguien. Tú eres el candidato Elda, ¿no?
Se han pillado, no queda más remedio que avanzar a la fuerza.
Si nosotros apagaste las luces, tradujas luisianos. No dejaremos que estropeéis el día de los santos. Cuidado, ese chico le protege la magia real. Apunta a la chica Mustari. Si matamos a sus compañeros no tardará el preciso.
Acá esas tenemos. Como Matt Neofa se acabó la misión. Cuidado.
Vitus power.
Ya viene el fuego.
I pray you're ready, Captain. One more remains. I've done it.
Come forth, royal soul.
Summoner.
¡Hala!
Yay, we've done it. All right. I love it.
Esmeralda. El camino se divide en dos. Al parecer ambos se van hacia arriba. Pues hombre, puedes elegir.
Keep it. Yeah, nice work. What?
We found something.
Evita la congelación.
Looks like they found it.
Come on, this should be useful.
I think we shook them. We should be safe.
¡Oh!
I love it.
Diamante.
If it's useful, I say grab it.
What do you think you're doing?
Come forth, royal soul.
Oh.
This, I can do this.
This is the last. I've done it.
Return.
Soul hacker.
Is there another way?
Strike attacks. Smash them up.
No.
Witness the power of sanctism.
¡Me vale verga!
I won't lose.
It is over.
Yupa hit their weakness.
I won't hold back. Hold on.
Summoner.
Your sins.
The situation.
We shall sweep them.
I will.
Dios, pero es muchísimo PM, ¿eh? Por turno.
This is God's judgment. Take this.
Trivial. It is over.
Yupa hit their weakness.
I will usher you to his side.
Summoner. Come forth now.
This
That
can't
one
be.
looked like it hurt.
It's too
Nice
early
going,
to go to
Yupa.
his side.
Here.
That was helpful.
I shall seize my chance. Kneel before him. Dear God.
We shall sweep them.
Close your eyes.
Yupa
Let's
hit
go.
their weakness.
We can do this.
Thank you.
It's too early to
It
go
is
to his
over.
side. This can't be.
Let's stay calm.
What is it?
Capa de ópera, magia más 6.
What now?
Te acabo de comprar equipo, me parece a mí que ya se te va.
That should come in handy. Pocket it.
Everyone all right? What now?
Please, take the
Amazing! Great movement there. Oh, you did it!
I knew we could count on you.
Let's do it.
What?
Soul Hacker! You hit their weakness! That's your opening, Captain!
Give me strength. Come forth now.
A bit more to go! I've done it!
I will usher you to his side.
Let's go. Fire!
Hearts take my fullest power.
There to him I return.
Hemos dado una buena cuenta de los guardias. Vamos al tejado.
Well, now this is unbelievable! Sanctifex Forden's relic appears to be a colossal chalice! I'm told it's believed to be an ancient artifact called a Holy Grail!
No creo, eh?
Truly, a relic to put all others to shame!
The pagans looted this from the church's vaults in antiquity. God, in his omniscience, is said to have imbued it with his essence, giving it the power to make wishes come true.
And how did such a glorious relic come into your hands?
We simply preached his holy works and spread the teachings. Mutual dialogue was what won the day. Through guided prayer, anyone can be saved, and we may see God's blessing in all things.
Just incredible! But if anyone could do it, it's Sanctifex Forden!
I think it's obvious who the winner is. I suppose that marks His Eminence Forden as the sole winner. Even to an amateur's eye, no other relic could compete.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Sanctifex Forden! Now, continuing on!
Wait, Forden was last to present? That's not right. We've not seen Luis yet, or the island team.
Is there an issue? No. I think we're finally having a show end without incident. After all, these were originally Sanctus relics anyway.
Well, it looks like that's all the divine relics our candidates found across the land. The top-ranking faces will be announced during tomorrow's festivities. And now, it is my distinct honor to present a one-act opera for a Saints' Eve to remember. Please, join me in welcoming the diva herself, Juna, for a performance of the opera's opening piece. Ladies and gents, enjoy!
Well, Louise, rumor has it you found yourself quite a relic. Then why are you so reluctant to present it?
¿Tú qué crees?
No matter. The race's outcome is beyond your meddling now. Victory is mine.
Es el único que está iluminado. Hemos llegado al tejado por los pelos.
Let's hurry.
Desde ese edificio podremos descender a la lámpara. No perdamos tiempo.
Fine.
¿Veis que es como un sitio para pegarse? Pues yo lo veo.
We're here.
Hemos llegado.
I think we can get down onto that massive chandelier hanging from the ceiling.
Our escape route is secure. We should be able to flee undetected.
Good. Everything's going according to plan so far, but time's running out. From here on, it's all up to him.
All will be fine.
Okay. It's finally time to end this. Juna's song is about to start.
Huh. Creo que es la primera vez que sale en las bandas negras y que no es un despertar. A no ser.
Focus. You only get one shot at this.
Fearing in my soul what I can't control. I can't close my eyes to the sunrise.
Demasiado bien está saliendo.
From the shadow of the dark, fingers brush my neck with a remark. Oh, anguish traveler, my name is thine, and thou art I.
¿Está demasiado nervioso o le está drenando la energía? Amigo, vamos. ¡Que no grites! ¡Hostias! Que sí que se la ha clavado.
We got him, right?
¡Coño!
Hey, the lance! Hurry!
No está funcionando.
What's going on? Is there something blocking it?
Ladies and gentlemen, what an honor! That was our kingdom's lovely songstress, Juna. Moving right along.
It didn't work. Come back.
¿Y ahora qué?
Hail.
¿Misión cumplida? La lanza tiene que haberle dado, pero no somos capaces de recuperarla.
Taking that into
Tiene
account.
algún tipo de interferencia, seguro que es obra de Luis.
Ludicrous.
La lanza le ha dado del blanco, ¿no? ¿Ha muerto?
hardly bodes
No será
well.
siempre que la lanza no vuelve. La revuelta es el asunto, no servirá de nada. Hemos hecho lo que hemos podido.
Hey!
Al menos de momento. Venga, salgamos de aquí. Como nos quedemos mucho más, correremos peligro.
Hurry!
3, 2, 1. He dicho que eso era una de esto de...
Why do you dawdle? Did you
Era una
get
arena
him?
de combate. Lo dije.
We do not know why, but the lance. Should we withdraw to retrieve it? Or make our escape?
Lost a lance? Perhaps it's this one. At last your allegiance is laid bare. And if this lance wounded me, then I take it the one you provided me was a mere imitation. If you know what the lance is capable of, then surely you understand the situation. Your last hope is gone.
No.
It seems a shame to kill you, but I'm afraid you've gone too far. I have no intention of surrendering, nor of wavering in my convictions. That being said, you truly have impressed me.
Va a venir los otros dos y al grandote le va a dar un aneurisma porque no va a saber qué hacer. Díselo.
I see your performance has come to an end, Juno.
Yes, the curtain falls. I'm no longer your songbird to keep caged.
So, you too stood with them.
Come on. He's ready to listen, so say it. You know there's something he needs to hear.
Juno observa ferozmente, animándome a hablar. La lanza ha caído en manos de Luis. Ya no tenemos forma de contraatacar. Pero todavía hay esperanza. Si quiero regular la situación, debo decirle lo siguiente a Luis.
Luis, I challenge you to a duel.
Ah, the very words I was waiting for. You really have done your research. In truth, I intended from the start to entertain such a challenge. I confess it's been a long time. Perhaps a real contest is what I've craved. This competition is little more than child's play. So be it.
Está sangrando, ¿no?
Indeed, since anyone drew my blood.
Eso no es una sombra, está sangrando.
Then it's to be a direct confrontation after all. As though it was fate all along.
A duel makes the king's magic powerless, which means this trinket is no longer necessary. Then state your name. How do you declare yourself?
I am the hero, the savior of this country.
You would save it, would you? I hope that dream does not end in futility. My name is Luis Guiaburn. I am the rightful king, he who will forge anew this unworthy country into a utopia. Attack in any number, wield any weapons. But fight with your very lives. If you live by a creed, show me its strength.
Hostia puta. No sé si llevar a Efo. Heismei tiene lo de reducir la velocidad. Ellos dos tienen reducir ataque y defensa.
Go ahead. Have at me. An attempt on the life of Louis Squeerburn is a folly most cannot afford.
Ni siquiera Luis puede luchar en plenas condiciones tras ser alcanzado por la lanza.
We've come this far. Let's fight with all we have, Captain.
Luis, I will make an end of you here!
I should expect no less by a duel's code. So be it. Allow me to even the score.
This is our mission.
Está a la mitad de vida.
Justice done.
Oh,
Here and
power
now.
of kings!
Ah, no le tengo puesto el de esto. Vale, aquí.
Falling back now, accept your fate.
Hoja del alma viajera, caballo ganador. Absorbe PM.
Maybe there's a better choice. Let's go! Wind!
I shall vanquish evil. Chance to kill me. Run them through!
Right on target.
Toma, crítico.
Nice one, Paladin!
Oh, flash of lightning!
Ninja! Then again, forward, ninja! Some darker arts.
Madre mía, la que le he metido en un momento.
Come, accept my challenge. I strike to kill.
Va por mí, solamente. Sí.
You've got a bunch of ailments slowing you down, Captain.
Scour. I'll cut they die hard!
Join with me!
Interesting. We'll team up!
Worthy foe after all!
Exposed a new weakness!
Bear witness! I strike to kill! I strike!
Ahora se le pega a otro.
Come! Accept my challenge.
How vexing.
You've got a bunch of ailments slowing you down,
Power of
Captain.
kings. Allow me to use
That helped.
this.
Thank you.
I owe you.
I will fight with pride. I won't hold back!
No holding back! Interesting. In a mess. All yours.
Allies, together!
Alright, let's go!
¡No! Ah, la ha dado por culo el combo.
Come, accept my challenge.
So heavy.
I strike to kill. Come, accept my challenge.
You've got a bunch
I'll
of
use what I
ailments
must.
slowing you down, Captain.
Ninja! Formidable indeed.
By this power.
Interesting.
Wind! Still here?
I can't afford. Are you prepared? Pierce tougher than I thought.
Oh, power of heroes! First,
Remarkable.
Ha dado por culo Luis.
I underestimated you.
Not bad, eh?
I feel stronger.
I admit, if it...
I shall strive to use.
Power can be so
Steady effort is key.
intoxicating.
Yo he hecho de la provocación.
Lord Luis, do not interfere. You falter even now. Not enough, I'm afraid.
Toma.
A fine blow. You've surprised me.
Why are you so intent on killing me?
You of all people should know the answer.
I see now. You were the intruders looking for the formula, I take it. And yet, you have achieved nothing.
What do you mean?
Se va a revelar por fin. Lo que sea que estén ocultando. Definitivamente Luis ha muerto.
Did we do it?
Se supone, pero falta juego, así que algo falla.
At long last, 'tis done. We have brought him to justice. The great, untouchable traitor, Luis Guillaume, is dead.
Apologies. Things fell apart at the end, and I wasn't thinking straight.
Even so, the outcome is the same. We could not have triumphed without everyone here.
Wait! It's good that we got him and all, but the lance.
Yes! It went down with him.
This looks dire. He's fallen in the middle of the stage.
If Forden spies Luis's body run through with a lance, he'll realize its power in an instant.
Even should we save the prince, we'll regret it if Forden ends up with the lance. Yufa, can you call it up?
No. Too late for that. It's already in the middle of the crowd. If we call it up and take it with no explanation, everyone will think us thieves.
Then what do you propose?
First, we need to establish that the lance is ours. Our offering for the ceremony. We'll have to take the stage and announce that ourselves.
Please wait. Do we reveal that we are the ones who slew Luis? Can we afford to declare that openly? We'd be telling your supporters you deceived them and your master both.
She's right. The audience has no idea what's going on. We'll just look like the bad guys.
It's okay. We set out to kill Luis, and the deed is done. Our only failure is in the spectacle we made of it. For now, we need to think of a way to get the audience to see our side.
You want to win their sympathy? What are you even planning to say?
I don't know, but we have to get on stage, now. If we don't explain ourselves fast, we'll never get a chance to.
Wait a minute! Hey!
Pues no ha ocurrido nada de lo que pensaba que iba a ocurrir.
I know that face. Was that Luis? Someone go and see to him. Is he truly dead?
Allow me.
Ese es con el que estaba hablando antes.
Lord Luis, no.
Con el que estaba hablando en privado.
He's gone? Your Eminence, this was found off stage.
Y está completamente
Judging
tapado.
by his wounds, this must have been the murder weapon.
The lance? Is this the divine relic he sent his subordinates after?
His eyes are sightless. His heart beats no more. The man is dead, without question.
You're absolutely certain?
I checked him thrice over. There can be no more doubt.
Luis, dead? And that can only mean this lance can pierce the barrier of the king's magic.
I apologize for the grotesque display interrupting tonight's performance. We are tardy in arrival, but the lance you hold is our offering to the ceremony.
What? You claim this lance? You mean to say you were the ones who did the deed?
Yes. It is as you say.
God above! How do you justify this?
Years ago, Luis ordered my hometown destroyed. Hulkenberg, our ally before you, was herself a royal guard in service to his late highness. Even the songstress, Juna, aided us on several occasions. Above all else, we are a group who came together to try Luis for his crimes, traitor and kingslayer both. And to do that, we had to enter his company. We took no joy in disguising our true intentions, not from your eminence, nor the people. But today, finally, we have seen justice done. Luis has paid for his sins. And at long last, my parents can rest in peace.
I had not realized you were such an actor. Or do you truly weep?
It's just hitting me now. We finally won.
No creo,
Now, everyone, let's have a little composure, please.
Están los otros dos yéndose.
Why the songstress was so often with Luis, as well as these brave misfits.
I understand. It all makes sense now. I had wondered why a member of the Prince's own guard would fall in with Luis. You have done well to execute the rebel. I am sure that His late Majesty and His Highness must be pleased. And of course, the Sanctus Church recognizes your divine relic. Now we shall greet tomorrow's festivities with fresh peace in our hearts.
Thank you, Your Eminence.
You must be the Lady Hulkenberg. The day His Highness was attacked, I heard you fought harder than any other. Your blade even struck the back of the blackguard who did it. Of all his defenders, you came closest to avenging the prince. But where you faltered then, you triumphed today. In form and heart, you are a true knight. Is something the matter?
Oh, no. You honor me greatly, Your Eminence.
Now, this lance. The Sanctus Church will confiscate it for now. A lance capable of killing the tournament's candidates would only sow panic and chaos.
Yes. As you wish. We brought it as an offering anyway.
Indeed. You may step down now.
Para nada se la va a quedar.
Think you can just walk away, do ya? You owe us a moment or three.
Quinto. ¿Por qué no estoy segundo? Por fin he derrotado a mi archienemigo Luis. Con esto se romperá la maldición del príncipe. ¿Y eso es cierto? Tendríamos que comprobarlo.
So you lot were working against us from the start. And you right along with them, Lady Juna.
What was your motive? Why did you kill Lord Luis?
If this was truly a matter of justice and not simply petty revenge, then we owe it to them to explain why we have taken their guiding force. They deserve that much. Captain, do you not agree?
All right. It's time for the truth.
I am sorry if I'm overstepping my mark. I know I'm but the latest to become your ally, but...
No, you speak the truth. We have sought to save the rightful heir to the throne, to break the curse afflicting His Highness the Prince.
What's that? The prince? He's dead, mate. Wait, he is dead, isn't he?
He's dead, all right. You lot will need a better story than that if you don't want to get cut open where you stand.
He had to be declared dead in order to protect him. Though he lives, he is bedridden, cursed by magic.
And the only way left to undo that curse was to kill Luis. Those of us who wanted the prince restored formed a secret faction. And I was a spy in its service, trying to find out if we had any option beyond murder.
I cannot expect you to understand all this immediately. However...
You did this for the prince! His father, the king, was a coward! Puppet of Forden! It was because of him that this country rotted from the inside! And for his son!
For his bloody, useless corpse of a son? What made you think his life was worth more than Count Luis?
Worth more? I thought you two hated when people tell you any life weighs more than another.
I myself have never met His Highness, nor do I know what sort of person he is. But I want to see the future these people believe in.
Despite our many differences of tribe and status, we still banded together. Through them, I saw the possibility of a world united.
Besides, when Luis talked about burning down my island, I thought I saw the shock and despair on your faces too.
Look, you two. Was Luis really a master worth your trust? I think it's worth listening to your hearts now. Even the doubts. I know we'd be happy to have you.
Hold a moment. These two were Luis's right-hand men. I would advise against this.
No. Their hearts are as loyal as any of ours. They but served another master.
Lady Juna. I guess you really were watching out for us. More than we ever knew. I couldn't protect Basilio when it mattered most. They put him through so much for their sodden igniter experiments, and now protecting him's all I've got.
Del.
Maybe it is time to step back. Get away from this bloody business. I guess this was all it took. Count Luis gave us a dream to fight for, but I suppose it was the kind that don't feel right after you wake.
Pensaba que iba a ofrecer un poquito más de resistencia o algo. No que a la primera ya iba a decir, bueno.
We're drifters now. Maybe we'll open up that restaurant after all, eh? We'll see you around, Lady Juna.
Look, I'm not the smart one, you lot know that, so I don't know whether to punch you or thank you. I've never been this confused in all my life. Damn it, I just don't get it. Damn it. Oh, Del, wait! Don't you wander off like that? You mean all that about the restaurant, yeah?
Never could say what you were feeling. I'm sorry this was all I could do.
No se va a unir por ahora, entonces.
Ah, Captain, let us tarry no more. We must check His Highness's condition.
Yes,
Creo que me dice que seguirá exactamente igual.
What's going
Misión
on?
cumplida.
The cursed thorns haven't disappeared.
But the caster is dead. Forden and his guard were sure to check Luis's body.
Calm down, everyone. We don't want to yell about this in public. Let's go back to the inn for now.
¿Y si no era Luis? Es que...
His Highness still suffers under the curse. But Luis is dead. I cannot fathom it.
Maybe we killed a fake. Like his body double. Or something.
No. There's no way that wasn't Luis. We couldn't fight him in person and still be mistaken.
And Luis would have nothing to gain from faking his death, surely. After all, it put the lance in Forden's hands.
Knowing all that, might the curse have been cast by someone else entirely?
But that would mean... we killed an innocent person, wouldn't it?
Inocente.
That bastard was no innocent.
Exacto.
He destroyed my home. He murdered the king. And...
True enough, old boy. But that's not why we were out to kill the chap, eh?
He said it himself. That killing him accomplished nothing. Was it really true?
Yet he had the formula for the curse in his possession. Surely that marks his guilt?
Even so, there remains a modicum of doubt in the matter. Perhaps Luis was researching the curse for another reason. If he was framed, it is possible he aimed to clear his name.
Cuando vio la fórmula le dijo que era un mero esbozo escrito de memoria. Lo que significa que no fue concebida como una fórmula, sino que era un boceto de Luis. Eso prueba que estaba buscando un modo de demostrar su inocencia.
But if it wasn't Luis, who else could have...
That night, His Highness the Prince was already fleeing when I arrived at the scene. I encountered the assailant as I sought to protect His Highness. I pursued and slashed across their back.
Right. I remember Forden mentioned something about that. Is there anything else you can remember?
Fie! No, I can recall nothing else. No other clues. Yet... no. 'Tis odd. I believe this is the first time I have recounted the particulars to anyone. I told the investigators only that I failed to capture the culprit. The shame of my failure kept me silent on the rest.
What? But just earlier, Forden said...
Yes, he told a story that none but the culprit could attest to. How does Forden know?
Could Forden be the one behind all of this?
I have no evidence to say otherwise.
You do realize he's the sanctifex of the entire dashed
Íbamos a ir a por él de todas maneras.
Make it impossible. It wasn't long after the prince's passing that His Majesty named Sanctism the state religion. If not for the matter concerning the king's magic, Forden's claim to the throne would have been unshakable.
Sounds like motive enough to want the prince gone.
We have to find out, even if it's remotely possible. Let's question Forden in person at the main festival tomorrow.
We'll need that divine lance back, too. It's not something we want in Forden's hands, especially now.
Hey, I'm going to go talk to my sister. She's bound to be somewhere in the city for the Saints' Day festivities. Sister, I should explain. All that fuss today was... well...
Is it safe for you to come to such a public place?
What? No, it's fine. It's not like we caused a riot or anything. We even explained ourselves to Forden's satisfaction. Actually...
That's not what I meant. You're the songstress, remember?
Yes. Suppose you're right.
I know we talked before about the loophole in the King's protective magic, but I never thought you would be the one to strike Luis down. And that lance you presented, I take it that's why you went to Virga Island.
We didn't mean for it to be such a spectacle. It didn't exactly go according to plan, but at least we kept a tyrant off the throne.
And that's why I was wondering if I could ask you something. About Sanctifex Forden. What kind of man he really is.
Because, well, now that Luis is out of the picture, we know who's got the best chance. A man as powerful as him, well, you know how it is. You hear all kinds of nasty rumors swirling about.
Preocuparte si la iglesia es corrupta.
I'm just wondering if there's any truth to them.
Tuna, are you seriously trying to dig up dirt on Sanctifex Forden? On Saints' Day of all days?
Oh, loosen up a bit. You can't deny that people talk, and God knows they always have. Especially about the night of the attack. Asking how anyone could sneak into the castle, let alone get to the prince. Whether some official ordered the assassination. Remember when those rumors started? Father was on edge for days. I remember even when I hadn't said anything, he'd scold me and send me away. I don't suppose you ever heard if there was any truth to that. Sorry. I don't mean to dance around it, so... It's just not an easy thing to ask about. I was talking with one of our allies, Hulkenberg. She said Forden mentioned something he couldn't have known, unless he was actually there, the night of the attack. Unlikely as it is, if it turns out Forden was involved, she won't suffer him being crowned. She'll be out for vengeance. And you're the eldest daughter of House Cygnus, a Sanctist family. The people would see you as an accomplice to a man who had a hand in killing the royals. I couldn't bear to let that happen. You don't deserve that. I need to know the truth.
Then, suppose His Eminence Forden were guilty of such sin. What would you do with him? With the Sanctist Church?
What do you mean?
Well, I was but a girl of only 12 years. I knew nothing about the inner workings of the crown theocracy.
Sister? What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm fine. If a tad overworked. All these new developments and tragic events. I'm just run a little ragged, that's all.
Sister.
I'll be fine. Really. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. If I am to be the people's saint, I must be strong enough to play the part. Maybe I'll hold off on the harder drinks today, just to be safe. It's been a long time since we could spend some simple time together like this. It's like we're just two sisters visiting Montario for the holiday. I'll see you again soon.
Rela no le ha contado casi nada a Yuna.
About that.
¿Qué remedio? Si Rela no coopera, habrá que sacarle la verdad a Forden mañana.
Let's rest.
Sé que no parece darle vueltas a todo, pero voy a descansar, anda. Necesitamos en plena forma mañana. Y así se hará.
Good night.
Vale, que descanses.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Now, let's get this year's Saints' Day Festival of Montario underway. We will begin with a few words from His Eminence, Sanctifex Forden.
Que se ha quedado la lanza.
Looks like Dracodios hasn't left his side.
Today is a day of great celebration. A day to offer up our thanks to God. But first, an announcement. Luis is dead. The royal family's murderer has been put to justice.
A lo mejor no sabe que el simple hecho de portarla ya anula la magia.
Even this king-defying
No hace falta
lance
que la lanza le
is
mate.
safe in my hands. I would not see further bloodshed in endless, futile conflict. Is it not past time for reconciliation and open dialogue as a newly forged nation?
He's talking as if the race is already over. What about deciding the winner?
All but a formality now, isn't it? His Eminence has the overwhelming majority on his side. Better to establish peace now and crown Sanctifex Forden.
No. He would end the tournament here and now.
So he's just going to call the race while he's ahead? How convenient. But the throne's decided by the king, not this tournament.
Forden only had to abide by that when he had Luis to compete with. If he ends this while he's this far ahead, we won't be able to reverse it.
Oi! The game's not over yet, you cocky bastard!
We only seek to submit to the will of the people. Though you would be wise to quit the race with all speed.
Forden for the throne! Then we will finally have peace!
Hail His Majesty Forden! Long live His Majesty Forden!
Damn him. The people already believe him the victor. Tournament won or no, his dominance will soon be unshakable.
Let's go. We reclaim the lance, now!
Now? Are you out of your mind?
If he's going to keep it close to hand, we'll never have a chance to swap it out. We'll have to take it by force.
Vale, se viene ahora el momento entonces.
We have no choice.
If there really is no other way.
So you were after this lance all along? Loyalists indeed. How many more candidates must die by your hand?
His magler is horrific, distorted. It's sickening.
What did you? How dare you, you pagan wretch! You would steal this holy lance for your own vile ends. That alone is treason against the kingdom, you filthy assassins.
Assassins? Then we're in good company. That night, you were the one behind the attack on His Royal Highness. You framed Luis for your crime and banished him from the palace. Do you deny it?
Precisely the sort of baseless claims I'd expect from desperate sinners.
Baseless, is it? In that case, shall we produce proof of your treason?
You waste your breath. What do your words matter now? The royal family is gone. Luis is dead. Only I remain. And only I am fit for the throne.
You vile traitor!
You call His Eminence a traitor? Preposterous! The Sanctifex is incapable of such deeds!
Your Majesty Forden, punishment to the disloyal. Judge these ruffians with your divine lance!
Behold, the flock has spoken. Those who defy me are to be executed. Before you die, know that I am in your debt for killing Luis and handing me the crown.
Del, what the hell's going on? I thought the prince's curse was supposed to be off.
It's clearly not. The prince's assassination, the whole lot. It was all the Sanctus.
Salta a pegarle.
It was all that bastard pulling the strings from the start. Wait, is that?
You, identify yourself.
¿Ese es Luis?
Who are you?
We're at a festival. Should we not be festive? I've come to meet you, Forden.
Luis? Impossible. How could you have survived? Not that it matters. It falls to me to finish the job, then.
Es la lanza falsa.
Here sealed your fate. Hell awaits, and this time I'll make sure you stay.
Es la lanza falsa. Ha dado el cambiazo.
Your divine punishment.
¡Pam! ¿Por qué me he dado cuenta tan tarde?
But why?
It appears your sins outweigh mine.
What have you
Este era el plan
done?
desde el
That
principio.
lance is counterfeit, just like you. This is the true lance.
You snake, Luis.
Les ha engañado a todos.
Did he just kill Sanctifex Forden?
No. Impossible.
Nothing to see here. The festival is cancelled. Cancelled!
Del, Lord Luis is alive.
What's going on?
Good people! You have heard the truth with your own ears. Forden was the vile mastermind behind the prince's assassination. For casting his sins upon me, for seeking to usurp the throne, I have passed due judgment. A tainted Sanctifex is unfit to rule. What's the matter? You seem lost for words.
You're supposed to be dead.
In a sense, yes.
Then how? How are you alive? Forden's own attendant confirmed your death.
Forden's attendant? You mean that fellow?
No! Zorba?
Tiene el ojo abierto.
Back at the Grand Cathedral, I ordered the dead to recover my body if the need arose.
I had always intended for Forden to die by my hand, and the first step in his downfall was Zorba's infiltration.
Impossible. The lance pierced you through your very breastplate!
It did indeed. And frankly, I'm still impressed. Few could land such a decisive blow against me. But I'm afraid fate was on my side, not yours.
Mortal anatomy is my speciality. I knew at first glance that the wound was deep, but the heart was intact. Lord Luis is destined for far greater than this. So I devised a plan. I would proclaim his death and deceive both Forden and his flock. After that, it was simply a matter of magically regenerating his flesh overnight. Only a fool would expect him to die in such a place.
I could have emerged as soon as I'd healed. But where's the theater in that? Today is a day of celebration. The least I could do is offer a fitting death out of mercy.
Why'd you have the real lance? Wasn't it supposed to have gone to Forden?
Wee bit slow on the uptake, eh? I just told you, I was present for the inspection. It was hardly a difficult task to swap out your counterfeit.
So you knew the truth of it? No. Have you always been ahead of us, ever since the moment we thought Zorba dead?
A holy lance, a convincing prop. What does it matter? Had I truly died, it would simply indicate that I was never fit for my ambitions. Power is the only true arbiter. Behold the proof. Forden lies dead, and the lance is in my hand, just as planned.
You let us do as we pleased, even knowing the risks. You're insane!
Indulge me a question. You stole the magic formula from me. Surely you soon learned that it was useless. That's why you then resorted to killing the caster. You were desperate to lift the spell. Is that not so? In other words, the curse's victim still draws breath. For that reason, you sought to kill me even amidst this competition, even with the difficulty of the king's magic in your way. So, His Venerable Highness the Prince survived. Where is he? Speak or die.
Se va a oponer el otro. Ahora mismo, y por eso hay bandas negras.
Please, spare us! No!
Stop! Leave them be!
How quickly the Sanctus break rank and flee. Their flock left to die. This is Sanctism.
No! Stop him!
Don't!
Out of the way!
What?
Why?
No, pensaba que iba el pequeño a recibir el ataque.
Go! Run! Right. Come now.
Thank you. You protect them. Yet what value do they have to you?
It's not that! This is just wrong! It's wrong, me lords!
I see. So even you two faltered.
Me parece que sí que le va a dar. Ahí está. Tú te has aguantado, llevas con banderas medio juego.
I get it now. Only fair thing in this world is power. With it, you can take whatever you want in this life. Or so I thought.
Tell.
But you know, if all the weak get left behind, who's left to protect them? I've been an idiot. Sorry about that. Stop talking, Del. I see it, you know. Our little diner. Music in the air. It's grand. Look after Lady Juna. Huh? Hey. Del? Del!
Pitiful. See what Brotherhood earned them.
Lord Luis. That's what it all comes down to for you, yeah? The strong are right, the weak are wrong. Doesn't matter what you were born into, there's fairness in that. We saw you as our hope. We thought that if you had a proper strong fella on top, he'd be able to put a stop to all the meaningless discrimination. But we had it wrong. You're no ray of hope. It doesn't matter to you. Killing anyone, it doesn't make you feel unclean. You're the kind of cold-blooded bastards we hate more than anything!
Do not concern yourself with this peon, Lord Luis. With my newfound power, I shall tear them limb from limb.
This way! Guards, hurry!
Step aside. You have important work to do.
Hey! Seize the criminals who murdered His Eminence!
We didn't do it, but we should probably still run. Basilio, come with us!
Shut up! What about Del? You saw what that bastard did to him!
I will not let you die in vain. Your brother didn't do this so you could get yourself killed. For now, please flee with us.
Shut!
Come, make haste!
Pero no lo hace ahora.
Oh, welcome back.
It went about as well as could be expected. We wanted something nicer for his grave, but they told us something like that's reserved for Sanctus tradition.
You can expect little else in Altabri. I apologize for not being present.
We've just gotten ourselves out of the public eye. If we had gone as a group, worst case, we'd have been turned in.
I wish we could have mourned him at his home. It had to happen in the lap of the Sanctus Church of all places. I hear the Parapists typically prefer a more joyful send-off, with singing and celebration.
It's all right. Us soldier kids could never afford to be too picky. Del knew he couldn't choose where to snuff it. The fact that you were there, Lady Juna, that's enough for us.
Basilio.
Best to leave him be for a while. He's just lost the only family he had.
By the way, have you checked the Farsight mirror? The curse
Va a
might
seguir
be...
exactamente igual.
Unfortunately, it still hasn't lifted. Guess that means it was someone other than Forden after all.
But Forden brazenly admitted that he had been the mastermind. Luis was innocent of that crime, at least.
Someone must have cast it at Forden's command. Unless we can find and kill them in time. Damn it all!
We've more pressing problems at hand, don't we? Now Luis knows the prince is alive. Surely that's far from ideal.
The village is deep in the forest. It's not an easy place to find, even if you're looking. Going to the prince's side could be dangerous. So let's not get ahead of ourselves.
But even if we sought the real culprit, we no longer have any leads to follow.
If I might make a suggestion, Perhaps we should visit my sister again. She may have some insight on the Sanctus
ya hemos hablado
Church's
con ella.
past,
No sabe
but
nada.
that's tomorrow's concern. As for tonight, we could all use some time to rest our hearts and minds.
Oh, look at you, kid. You look near dead yourself.
Tell? What?
Seems you made it out in one piece, though.
Are you alive? But back there, you... Don't tell me you pulled some bloody trick. Just like Luis. Bloody hell, Del. I thought I...
Basilio, sorry. From here on, you're taking the lead.
But why? I can't without you. Del, I only made it this far because I followed you.
Don't give me that. You're the strong one. Me, I never knew where I was going. Basilio, protect the weak. Swear you'll do it, not for me, but for yourself. If you can do that, I'll always be with you.
Del...
Don't give me that look. Well, this one's goodbye for now. You ready?
No está muy ready.
Let's hear it, Basilio. You fight, but why?
Oh, Lodestar, ye grief.
Que va a tener que despertar en mitad del bosque no contra alguien.
Thy long stagnant stance hath finally been broken. Now choose thy path.
Not really a choice. It's back to the starting line. This time I'll lead. Ardell entrusted me with this chance. I've got to show him I've got this.
Thank you. Thou hast chosen a noble parting. O Lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path. Henceforth, thy fears and insecurities are thy light. Awaken.
Has llegado para ver al último personaje.
Del.
¿Qué cojones de titán es eso?
Thank goodness! You're finally awake! You were passed out! Don't scare me like that! Not that I can blame you. After all that's happened.
Sir Basilio, there's magla flowing through him. I think it's the same as our power.
¿De dónde ha salido esta gente?
It's you lot. From before.
They want to pay their respects for Fidelio.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Ardell. Funny, innit? Maybe this world's not so bad.
Thanks.
Nuevo aliado Basilio. El fortachón con un juramento fraternal se ha convertido en tu aliado.
By God, what in the world is that, Lance? It struck down Sanctifex Forden right before our eyes. That's supposed to be impossible.
And Luis made sure it was a bloody spectacle, before an audience even. The bastard is making sport of it.
We must devise a plan. Otherwise, even if Luis does not sway our supporters, they may lose faith in the church.
Before all else, we must choose a successor. But they need not share Forden's strength.
I have brought her here.
You requested an audience? Assembled lords?
Rella, we must ask your support. Let me be direct. We would like you to enter the tournament as a formal successor to His Eminence Sanctifex Forden.
This girl? She is your plan?
Have you gone mad? I reject this proposal. If anyone is to succeed His Eminence, it should be me, as his trusted right hand.
Cease sense. Strength alone means nothing. And without that, you have nothing worthy of the people's loyalty.
Rella, will you not speak? Surely you feel what they ask of you is beyond your station.
Well, that is...
You are wise beyond your years, Rella. Surely you understand. What the lost children need now is not a righteous avenger, but a refuge from their fears. The people would flock to a saint who dwells among her people. Already many would rejoice to see you rule as queen. Rella, will you answer their call?
This is all rather sudden.
Of course, you would have our full support. Naturally, we will make arrangements so that the tournament's next round turns in your favor.
Even so, I am unfit to be queen.
Allow me to clarify. This is not exactly a request. Would you rather have that tyrant Luis become king?
Well...
Eso va a ser un problema.
Hey, sounds like we've got big news. I just heard from the pack of Sanctists. I figured they'd shove someone up to take Forden's place. But where it is, it'll be Saint Rella. Gonna be an announcement tomorrow.
The mourning for Forden's barely started, and they're already lining up his successor. And Rella, at that. Going for popularity over power, it seems.
They're getting careless. Though, thinking about it, maybe it's a smarter choice than it seems.
But, say Saint Rella wins against Luis, becomes proper queen and all gets to do what she wants. Doesn't that tidy this whole thing right up?
No! This can't be her own decision. Just the idea of being queen would put her stomach in knots.
The politicians must be trying to make her their puppet. Perhaps it was an order she could not refuse.
This isn't good. Probably not the best time to talk to her either.
But that's got to mean they're keeping the tournament going, right? Then they'll probably announce the next challenge once Rella's candidacy goes public.
Either way, I don't like it. This is all escalating too fast for my tastes. All the support Forden had campaigned for will likely just go straight to Rella with hardly a dent. If Luis and the Sanctis Church are trying to reclaim the status quo as the two pillars of government, that'll be a tough lead to shake. After all, just lifting the curse isn't going to be enough to restore the prince to the throne.
Indeed. Luis versus Rella. Frontrunner and runner-up, with no ties to the royal family between them. Everyone will see plain that popularity's eclipsed royal right. His Highness himself will have to win this battle on the faith of the people, or his claim to the crown will never be acknowledged.
Besides which, Luis now knows that His Highness lives. His whereabouts have not been discovered, but the Kingslayer will take up the hunt.
So many obstacles. What do we do?
Necesitamos conseguir más apoyos para el príncipe mientras buscamos al verdadero culpable de la maldición. Sería la forma más eficiente de avanzar.
Well, I know one way to keep a VIP protected. A classic tactic, really. The military does it all the time. We use a body double. You're supposed to be a dead ringer for the prince, yeah?
You mean he pretends to be the prince? That's absurd. You realize it's a capital offense to impersonate royalty.
En nada a mí.
I don't think it's a bad idea, though.
Do you not get how dangerous this is?
Adele was right about you being mental. I think we could pull it off, though. The
Pero
prince
el príncipe es albino y tiene el pelo rizado.
Think about this. He's elder. The royal family's Clamar and have been for generations. His appearance would be the
También
least
está
of
el
our
tema de la
worries.
raza.
If I may. His Highness the Prince lacks the Clamar horns. Some rumors suggested 'twas not some miraculous feature of the prince alone, but a mark of elden blood. I've heard no confirmation either way myself, but at the very least, 'tis a tale any aristocrat is bound to have heard in passing.
In other words, with an elder claiming the prince's name and a known royal knight to vouchsafe him, we'd have enough plausibility to shake the nobles to
Me
their
van a
core.
pintar el pelo de
Of
blanco, aunque
course,
sea.
all this means little, unless our double himself is willing. What say you?
I am the prince. Was that believable?
Even this doesn't get to you? Sometimes I worry about you.
Your resolve has been challenged many times over, and never have you strayed. I am humbled once more. I pledge my sword to this gambit.
Good. Then we declare ourselves tomorrow, where this announcement's going to take place. Seems like the optimal place to make sure we're heard.
Right then. Looks like I'll have to give the old girl a polish worthy of a prince. My cue as well. From here on, it's nose to the grindstone until my magnum opus is finished. Can't let the lad be the only one with his life on the line.
Can we talk?
Vete a saber qué puede ocurrir. Cuando acabemos con las compras en la ciudad, habrá que pensar en mañana. Y no olvides que esos monjes soldados nos tienen en el punto de mira. Lo mejor será comprar cerca del puente de Cerulio y volver al surcador cuando sea de noche. Un poco... No me han dejado ni ver el arquetipo, ¿no?
What now?
Basilio. Tiene el arquetipo del berserker, que me imaginaba que iba a ser algo del estilo. Posee numerosas habilidades que aumentan mucho su propio poder de ataque y machaca al enemigo con golpes muy potentes. Trompazo. ¡Ah! Es el que tiene carga. De hecho, es verdad que hasta ahora no había visto la carga. Tiene una fuerza brutal. Golpe, golpe, golpe. Golpe, todo golpe. Vale, se especializa en golpes. Y solo necesita el berserker. Y ya está. Bueno. Eso hace... Eso hace casi todo hecho ya. Está al 46 y Ufa al 44. Y nosotros al 50 y mucho.
Got it. Got it.
Estoy oliendo a pan tostado y está antojando. Fideos definitivos. Muchos fideos definitivos. Parece que no funciona.
All right then. All right then.
Prepárate y descanse, porque me salía para irme.
I'm tired.
Ya has hecho todo lo que debías, ha sido un día muy ajetreado. Nos hemos ganado un buen y merecido descanso. A mimir.
Good night.
Yeah. Bien, parece que estamos todos listos para mañana. ¿Podemos hablar? Ahora que trabajamos juntos quiero dejar claro una cosa.
You.
A ver, una pregunta. ¿Qué quieres salvar? ¿El pobre Principito o el país?
I mean...
Al final ambas cosas son lo mismo.
No.
No, para nada.
Hey, mate.
Quieres salvar el país, significa que intentas vencerlo, que implica que debes seguir haciéndote pasar por príncipe, incluso si no salvamos al de verdad. Así que si vences en el torneo, tendrás que llevarte el secreto a la tumba.
So...
Solo digo que tu vida será un vuelco si mañana te proclamas príncipe. ¿Es consciente de las consecuencias?
Right.
Estoy preparado. Fíjate, reconozco que tienes agallas.
Then...
Pues te voy a decir una cosa. No me he unido a ti porque sea un oportunista, ¿vale? Y tampoco por vengar a Delio.
Whatever.
Cierto es que me muero de ganas de reventar a Luis, pero lo hago por cumplir nuestro sueño. Por vivir en un mundo donde no se nazca con el destino marcado. Y pienso ayudarte para que ese mundo se convierta en una realidad.
Leave it to me.
Así que déjalo en mis manos. Te mantendré a salvo. Si cumples tu parte, yo haré lo mismo. ¿Hay trato, capitán? Me ha despedido de Basilio, que prefería dormir en el almacén y ha regresado a mi catre.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
¿En qué se parece a mí? ¿En qué se parece?
Look, it's that boy candidate. The one who betrayed Luis or killed him or something.
Hold on! I thought it was Sanctifex Forden who got killed.
I think it's both. But hard to say what actually happened. Suppose it's true what they say about Elder. Disaster follows them like an ill wind.
Couldn't get a read on what kind of reputation we had before, but it seems worse than I thought.
Once we stand for His Royal Highness the Prince, that will surely change. We have to believe that.
St. Rella is here. The rumors were true.
Thank you all for joining me, even in the midst of this turmoil. I am Rella Cygnus, of the Crown Theocracy. The reason I ask that you all gather here today is so that I may formally announce my succession to His Eminence, the late Sanctifex Forden. I know not if I am worthy, but under the teachings of the noblesse, I am determined to become a worthy king, queen of this land.
The saint herself is to be our queen. Now we are safe. Glory to Sanctis!
Is she allowed to just jump in mid-race like that? Everyone seemed pretty annoyed when Luis did it.
The tournament's winner is not guaranteed the throne. Fairness was never really a factor. Whoever has the skill to exploit the standings will win.
Listen to that roar. I think I underestimated my sister's popularity.
Even from here, I can feel her aura of magic. I suppose that's to be expected if she's the land's best mage healer.
From the looks of it, she's perfectly situated to pick up where Forden left off.
I object!
Winner, Will.
Hola, Paula.
You have no true experience in the political world. And you would rise to Sanctifex Forden's heights. Be worshipped as he was. I refuse.
I have been loyal to God and His Eminence Forden my whole life. I am the only one worthy of his legacy.
Master Guido, truly I do see the truth in your words. However, this is also the will of the Crown Theocracy.
Friends gathered here, do you really believe such a person is fit to be queen? Once the nation has dissolved into chaos, it will be too late. Appoint me as champion of Sanctism, and I will save you all.
Not sure about that. We know your name, but honestly, you don't have much in the way of real accomplishments.
The man has no charisma. If I had to choose, I'd rather follow Cinderella in all her glory.
And they say Sanctifex Forden killed the prince, too. If that's true, then I don't know if I'd trust his closest vassal with the throne.
Friends,
Is that Luis's gauntlet runner?
Ya llegó.
As usual, I find you all embroiled in pointless conflict.
What is your business here?
For the sake of those mired in your endless, fruitless squabbles, I have come to propose we give truth to this competition.
What truth?
The people's eyes have been opened. This entire tournament is a self-indulgent travesty of the Sanctus Church's making. First the king, and now you dogs of God. Why do you teach the people lies? You preach that true understanding is mutual and blind to the balance of power. Ignorant, willful or otherwise, to the sin and weakness that your lessons breed. Face the truth. Our world is lawless, and your efforts have done nothing to quell the chaos. It is time we were judged only by our abilities. Victory means nothing unless won by skill, and it is no less true for the throne.
Skill? What skill would you put on display?
I see no more reason to forbid the killing of candidates.
You would have the race decided by violence. And I suppose you believe yourself capable of personally reversing the king's magic? Impossible.
Has visto la lanza, creo,
King! You have witnessed our trials, have you not? You have seen a divine relic used to defy your shield and claim lives! The lance rests in my hand. With its power, my victory is assured. But surely you would not see the race decided by such injustice. And neither would I. I will not give voice to the lie that this world is subject to any god's reign. Would you, O great king?
What is his aim? If he has the key to certain victory in his hands, why cast it aside?
Never takes what he doesn't win. That's Luis to the core. He means every word he says. When you're clawing up from the bottom and you hear him talk like that, you can't help but dream. And then you never realize. Only a madman claims lies and contradictions won't exist in their world.
Luis Guillerburn. What manner of life has this man lived to make him such a creature?
He says that, but with that lance, he could kill any candidate he pleases, couldn't he? He killed Sanctifex Forden and now threatens Cinderella. No! Your late majesty, please speak!
Do not fear, my people. Even should Luis claim all the power he desires, I will not be so easily conquered. Even should our nation dissolve into anarchy, I will always stand to defend you.
Sister.
I expected little else of Forden's loyal pet. It seems there is more to the saint than vapid, empty benevolence. Come, O king! There can be no more doubt. The masses desire a truly fair battle. One waged without your shackles.
Be this thy course. Thou wouldst rule by strength alone.
He's talking!
Like when he first rose.
I killed Forden, yet has my standing fallen at all? Surely you would know. This petty race limps forward, while the land is further flooded with anxiety and monsters. You have left us an age of strife. You are powerless to stop it. And in your place, fool king, I will restore the balance and right this land's wrongs.
So be it. They who remain seeketh a clash without hindrance. Very well.
Soy tercero.
Now and hereafter, my magic shall no longer protect thee. Face this as a trial renewed. If ye would be a true king, then I bid thee prevail.
¿Me devuelves mi lanza? Ya no la necesitas. Me la devuelves, que es mía. ¿Qué es para invocar un dragón? Sito gordo.
You see that light just now?
The magla flow surrounding the candidates has disappeared. The protection of the magic is no more.
La protección de la magia real ha desaparecido.
Then this lance of dragons is no more than an antique spear. Children lost in Sanctism Shadow, the fog of deception has finally cleared. There is no God. Think hard on your salvation, and whether you'll find it in prayer.
No. He would even deny us our prayer?
Reza si quieres.
It's true.
Si otra cosa que sirva.
His Majesty has broken the spell. If it has come to this.
You know it was not I who laid the prince low. Which means that if you oppose me still, it is for the throne, and nothing more. I can finally face the real you. A near-death invalid has no place upon the throne. The mere suggestion is ludicrous. You do well to follow the king's example, and abandon the folly of your ideals.
To cast aside all we've fought for would accomplish nothing. We too strive for a vision. Luis, you will never take the throne. The rightful heir stands before you. Look upon our candidate and know his true claim.
Pero el rey está allí, o sea, el propio rey puede decir, ese no es mi hijo.
King Hitlodius V, last heir to the throne of Uchronia. His Highness, the Prince himself, has risen to vanquish evil. For his people, he defies the pain and suffering of the curse he endured.
His Highness the Prince? What? That's a lie. His Highness? He has already passed.
His Highness the Prince? They're mad, the lot of them. That boy's an elder.
Indeed he is. 'Tis the very proof you seek. Anyone who truly knows His Highness himself will see what this means. Indeed, there is no denying it.
Rella!
Sister?
I saw for myself when I personally treated His Highness. They'd warned me against revealing it to the public, but the time for discretion is past. His Highness the Prince has elden blood coursing through his veins. His Majesty told me that the boy's birth mother was an elder woman.
The Prince was an elder?
Enough of this absurdity.
Es verdad que no hemos visto ni uno solo, ¿eh?
You! The Prince! A bold gambit. To reveal yourself before both Rella and I. Indeed, I have no retort. After all, he's been dead so long.
O sea, es que nadie conoce el aspecto del príncipe, siquiera.
So be it. This marks the true battle between those who would
Si a Luis se le estamos colando, eso demuestra que él no fue. Porque cualquiera que le haya visto sabe que es mentira.
Face your unworthy ideals and come to terms. I shall await at the royal capital to meet the one left standing.
Falta la tercera prueba todavía y la última. Pero ya vamos terceros. Luis ha superado al resto y se ha puesto en cabeza. Quizá ya no le interesen los candidatos que lo desafían y no se digna de aparecer. He recogido la Dracodillos. Para el caballero. No para la invocadora. Siquiera. No puede llevarla... Tengo mucho apoyo de la gente. Ahora que he dicho que soy el príncipe no puedo decepcionarlos. Ahora me pregunto de verdad, si tiras para adelante y pasas de todo, ¿la popularidad al llegar aquí también es 3?
Forden's legacy is
Eso sí que tengo
rightfully
curiosidad
mine.
por saberlo.
It won't be long before this conflict turns violent. Do you really think you have what it takes to fend off Luis?
Me parecía algo
You were head of
importante
the
que...
guards and you failed to protect Santifex Forden. You want to talk? Please step down.
And you think yourself my better, do you? If it's a contest of strength you want, we can settle that
Si
right
estos dos
here.
se pegan entre ellos.
My magic. Nothing's happening. What's going on?
Please, do not cause further distress to the devout. I ask once more, stand down.
Did you see that? Those were thorned vines. But that's... Sister.
Children of God, I know the burdens you bear. I see the fear and anxiety that weighs heavy upon you. But rest at ease, my beloved citizens. Sanctism is and shall ever be your fortress. Know that I will protect all of you. Pray with me now. Close your eyes.
She's right. Saint Rella can even heal our country. As long as we
Rella, ¿qué
believe in
coño
her,
estás
we
haciendo?
shall know peace.
Saint Rella, closure.
Be careful. I sense Magla. There's something beyond rhetoric in her words. There is definitely magic there.
Sister! What have you done to everyone?
I'm lifting their fears and anxieties. I can take yours too. With enough devotion, you can lock your anxieties away and they shall never trouble you again. Sanctifex Forden saw sanctism as only a tool, a means to exploit the people, abuse his authority, and mask injustice as piety. And yet, even then, did this twisted form of sanctism save no unfortunate souls? What makes salvation true? Luis claims that there is no God, that true equality is only earned in pitiless competition. Are the believers fools to fear his words?
Saint Rella.
I will save the people of this land in the truest sense. They shall live with no worries, no anxieties.
Esto está al nivel de si todo el mundo está muerto, nadie puede sufrir.
Through magic? You forced the fears out of their very hearts. 'Tis no salvation to strip them of free thought.
Perhaps not. But this country has bled them of it for too long. Besides, what makes you any more fit to speak of rightness? You claim he is the prince. The real prince is surely at death's door, isn't he? After all, your efforts did nothing to lift the curse. I've told you before. The prince's curse was crafted to perpetually draw upon the caster's magic. I know he suffers, because I yet live.
Wait. Surely you can't mean... No. You healed His Highness. It was only by virtue of your presence that he survived that night.
Oh, was I not clear enough? Allow me to clarify. On that night, It was my back that your blade carved across.
Es cierto.
This isn't good. There's magic flooding this place.
Keen senses indeed, to be capable of seeing all this.
No sé si... No, porque tiene...
Why? Sister, you can't have.
O le ha dado el poder de poder hacer esto. Lo está usando para
I
provocar.
was. And Luis was only a boy. All the better for any witnesses to suspect him of the crime. Yet I was interrupted in casting. What would have been a fatal curse became something unorthodox and incomplete. A spell with no formula.
Pero un tajo como ese debería haberle dejado una cicatriz, pero...
All you can do now is kill the caster.
Pero lleva la espalda descubierta
As
siempre.
heiress to the Sanctus Church's legacy, I will never hand over the royal scepter. Not to Luis, nor to you. Juna, I will await you amidst our dearest memories. Find me where the failures of the Sanctus Church lie buried.
No me cuadra nada.
You know well.
Tiene tanta magia que se quita la cicatriz.
Isn't that a...
Halt! I will not let you escape. You've ruined everything. The church, my authority,
es que por una parte parece que está intentando se está manipulando gente. Tiene control mental. Por otra parte parece que está buscando provocar diciendo eso.
They're calling in the cavalry. We've got incoming runners, plural. We need to get out of here.
Norris, swiftly!
What else did I know? Look at this cliff here.
What about the teleportation? That takes time we don't have.
We've got nowhere to go but up into the sky. So we do. Then that's what we'll do. We fly!
Wait, you're saying...
I finished preparations long ago. Time was something I had in surplus.
Then?
But if it fails, it's curtains for us. We all die here. You hear me?
I trust you.
We're dead if we don't move either way. I agree. This being's true.
Just take us up already. We've all flown before, right? Except me.
Norris! Is this not your dream? Then bring it to life! Here and now!
I'll do it. I'll take you with me. Beyond the sky!
What the?
Not yet. Trust your technology near us. It's time.
No sé yo si esas alas son muy aerodinámicas, Pero parece que funciona. No decía que iba a utilizar... Que iba a usar la ciencia sin magia de ningún tipo. No funciona nada. No puede funcionar, no puede volar. Solo por haberle puesto alas. He hecho la clásica, le he puesto alas y ya puede volar. ¿Y eso reducirá el tiempo de los viajes o...? Es que, no sé, me han roto mucho el ritmo del juego. Ahora no sé cómo funciona esto. Ya no sé quién es el malo. Bueno, todos son malos, pero... ¿por quién voy?
Now that we're past the worst of it, it's actually smoother than I thought.
A bit of faith, my dear.
You're telling me that tiny patch is the city? It's like a child's toy. Seeing it like this, it's easy to imagine the people as little dots, huddling together in fear.
Phew, that was terrifying. I'm just glad it blew okay. Don't you think?
I always knew Nurse could make it work.
Only because you're as bold and big-headed as I am, what? Really, old boy, I'd not be here without you to give me the push I needed. Thank you.
So, about our next move.
We must pursue Pursue Rella as soon as possible. His Highness is running out of time.
Where did she say she was going? Where the failures of the Sanctus Church lie buried?
My guess is the Mage Academy, or what remains of the place. Nobody goes near it now. I was a student there myself once.
You don't say. No wonder you're so knowledgeable about magic.
For a dropout, I suppose.
The Royal Mage Academy, then. 'Twas known as the finest school in the kingdom for magic research.
Lady Juna, I've got to ask. What was St. Rella like back in your school days? The way she was acting earlier, all cold? That the real hair?
No! It can't be. I don't want it to be. Maybe I just never knew the real her. That was the first I've ever seen her like that myself. I keep thinking, if she'd just quietly taken over for Forden, we could have helped each other out. Even if she inherits the Sanctifex's authority, she's nothing like Forden. She'd never want to hurt anyone. That's not her. I thought she wasn't like that. Now she's saying she was part of this conspiracy? She attacked the prince? No, it doesn't make any sense.
Then we've got to get to her fast as we can. We know where she is, yeah? You just gotta tell her everything you just told us.
That would be prudent, yes. But Captain, a reef for your thoughts, lad. If she is truly the culprit, then the curse will persist so long as she lives. This means we will have to kill her. Are you up to the task?
Sí, no hay otra opción.
Yes. I'm prepared for that.
Juna, would you prefer to stay behind?
I can't afford to. If at the last minute I can't face it, then you can leave me where I stand. I'm prepared enough for that.
Lady Juna.
What's the matter? It's plain to see something's bothering you.
Oh, no. It's nothing specific. It's just...
Eso.
Something's felt wrong somehow. Ever since I sensed the Saint's Magla. I'm sorry. It's hard to explain. Please pay me no
te voy a hacer caso. Me parece lo más importante ahora mismo. ¡Explícate! He marcado la ubicación de la Academia de Magos en el mapa. Alan nos estará esperando cuando aterricemos. No es lo que yo hubiese querido, pero preparaos para luchar. Genial. He notado algo extraño que podría explicar todo. Pero no lo voy a decir. No vaya a ser que la trama avance.
All right then. What now?
Bueno, lo importante es que Hulkenberg se va a equipar la Dracodios, pero vamos. Lanza sagrada custodiada desde hace generaciones en el templo de la isla Verga. Ha recuperado su gloria con el poder del dios dragón, todopoderoso. Es que como samurái es muy bueno. Yo creo que lo voy a dejar como samurái para ir pillando los objetos. Porque total.
What now?
Puestos a elegir. Cenefa existe en castellano. No necesita nada, pero... Es el comandante, que tiene ataques físicos elementales.
I'm counting on you.
I'm getting stronger. I learned a new ability.
Epa, no te cierres.
I'm getting stronger. I learned a new ability. I can use this.
Avanzada de fuego. Golpe ardiente. Vale, a ver cómo funciona el nuevo barco.
Check the map. Let's aim for the Royal Academy ruins. These are the Royal Academy ruins, huh? Rella's waiting for us there. Let's hurry.
Claro, lo que me asombra es que, por ejemplo, tenemos esto, Malva. Tenemos aquí una de esto, tenemos otra aquí, o sea... Que tendríamos que dar vueltas aquí, imagino que cuando hagamos el de esto. Porque ya, del resto no hay más. De hecho, me deja ir aquí. ¿De cuánto tardamos en cruzar todo el puto mundo? De una, ya no hay que esperar. Estas son las ruinas de la Real Academia. ¿Estáis preparados, chicos? Es arriesgado, con lo impredecible que el tiempo en las montañas, pero no nos queda otra. Agarraos fuerte que viene curvas. Pues decidido, no nos vendría mal prepararnos incluso mientras bajamos. Ahora puedo ir de manera directa a todos los sitios.
Already seen preposterous on the map, but they really built this old academy as deep in the mountains as they could shove it.
Amazing. It's all so beautiful. But for some reason, I can't stop shaking.
It's what they call too sodden cold. Ugh, I wasn't made for chill like this.
The wintry peaks of Montario are harsh. The first snowfall is bound to make it even harder to reach the base from our position.
Why build the blasted thing here of all places?
I don't know much about it myself, but I have heard rumors that there's a dragon among these mountains.
A dragon? You mean like our
¿Otro dragón?
You saw how the dragon god turned into immaterial magla to be absorbed by the lamps, right? Dragons may look like monsters, but they're not true flesh and blood creatures. They're testaments to a lost world. That's why the
vamos a por otro
dragonet. To study them. But of course, that's all in the past now.
Why is Rella with the Sanctus Church anyway? If they tore apart a place she held dear, you'd think she'd carry some kind of grudge against them.
It is not unlike my own plight, I feel. One might call it a family curse.
My family, the Cygnus family, holds great esteem, to the church especially. We've held high sanctified titles for generations, and as eldest child, Rella can't reject them.
How did all that obligation weigh on her? Was she so determined to uphold it that she'd kill at their command?
She wouldn't. We better hear it from her.
Sí, a ver si...
I feel it. I can sense an aura of Magla all the way from here. There's a strong disturbance like I've never felt before.
Gotta be here. Here we go. We're finally closing in.
La verdad es que Forden, antes de morir Forden, también tenía una aura de magla rarísima.
Dignity is long stripped by frigid. The gauntlet runner lands at the foot of the mountains. They know Rella awaits them.
So that's the former Mage Academy.
I've been waiting for you. Little more needs to be said. We are here to save His Highness. And to do that...
Buena, weón.
Hola.
Me alegra de que vinierais, weón.
At least
¿Te sigo llamando Pablo?
Why did you have a hand in the
Tienes que
assassination?
marca bien ahora.
Did I ever really know you?
Pero ¿por qué tienes varias
How
cuentas?
like you to be self-centered even now, Juna. In the end, you're no daughter of House Cygnus.
Será débil a
You're an
puñetazos, ¿no?
orphan. Another acquisition of House Cygnus, picked up on a whim. A tokenized game piece on their board to illustrate their noble contributions to society. You thought you and I were close? You believed you understood your big sister?
I see. I understand now, Rella. You're right. And I was wrong. I am Giovanni Cygnus, and my life is my own. So is my heart. I've always believed in you, and I'm not going to stop now. You would never kill someone just because Forden asked you to. Never!
What are you saying? Forden lies dead, yet the curse is unbroken. Is that not proof enough? Can you deny it, Your Highness?
You had your reasons, I assume?
I honestly can't see it either. Anyone aiming to kill a royal is risking their life for a cause. But what would a 12-year-old girl be willing to die for?
If Saint Rella's willing to die for something, no mistake. It'd be you, Lady Juna.
Huh? For me? Why?
Delusions.
Sister.
Le toco la fibra.
What? You were protecting me. From what?
Even if that's all true, why did you bother summoning us here? The King's Rock marks you at second place. All the Sanctus faithful have put their trust in you, even after the death of the Santifex shook their hearts. Had you only gone into hiding to prepare for the battle against Luis, no one, not even us, would have been able to get to you. Yet...
You want to know why I've summoned you here? A question burns in me, and I will have my answer. Whoever defeats Luis will surely win the throne. But can you save those who remain of the Sanctist flock? The weak, whom Luis would see culled? This world already rejects many for their weakness. With nowhere to turn, they seek comfort in faith. If you would sacrifice them for freedom, you're no better than Luis.
I intend to look after them.
Well, words alone prove nothing. To be king is to wield strength, even to save the foolish and the abandoned. Whoever you really are, until I know you can be a true king, I refuse to die.
Such an aura. This must be...
Yes. Behold a divine relic, once wielded in war and then sealed in the Frostlands.
¿Me la
A
das?
weapon of draconic command, just like the
¿Me das?
lance of your islands. Dragons are manifested avatars of mortal fear. Fear of nature, fear of the untamed. That is the source of their power. If you would be king, show me you can conquer it.
¿A qué elemento es débil, dices?
Sogne, dragon god of the Ice Valley. Show me now the power that ended the ancient world.
¿Tú sabes qué ataques tengo equipados, cariño?
If you would make this a country where it is no sin to be weak or ignorant, you need strength to shape it. Let us prove that strength here.
Rella!
Then let's go. If you're gonna put your life on the line for this, then it's only right we do the same.
Come, Sogne of the Ice Valley. Come, O Pillar of the 5 Chromatic Dragons.
5 Chromatic Dragons.
Earthly war. Heed my call.
Y yo tengo al Todopoderoso.
Your fury once again before us.
We've got no choice.
Sogne de los hielos.
Face me. Blaze.
You hit their weakness.
Vaya, es débil al fuego. ¿Cómo he podido descubrirlo? Vale, creo que a ti te voy a dejar super estocada.
You claim such power, then I will test it.
Hulkenberg, pull yourself
Me has fallado.
Show them strength. Are you strong enough to protect the weak?
Win!
Chill. Allow me.
Muro de cuarzo.
Nice one, Captain. Hulkenberg's frozen. She can't strike at full power.
¿Durante cuánto no lo pone?
Try hitting them with something else.
Vale, pues hay que pegarle físicamente. Vale. Toma.
Let justice prevail. No. Right there.
I'll use what I must. No, I need ninja.
Sogne,
I won't hold back.
show them strength.
Here,
Helpful as ever.
It comes to this.
Inténtalo.
My strength. It comes to this.
Anda, mírala, qué graciosa ella.
Hulkenberg's frozen.
no holding back.
Power.
¿Sería una pina?
Could do with this.
I knew you'd help.
Trust me.
Quite a boon.
With blade in hand.
¿Por dónde íbamos?
Not this one.
No puede, porque está congelada.
Are you strong enough to protect the weak?
Face me. Fall.
It's okay. We can do this.
Totally fireproof.
Todavía no se le
We
puede.
better use something else.
Let me help.
My thanks.
Dodged. Nice one, Captain.
It comes to this.
No, mientras gaste de kundas.
I shall vanquish evil. Is that a hit?
You claim such power, then I will test it. I'll run you through.
You think, oh, power of kings.
I won't hold back.
Show them strength.
We're not out of this yet.
I'm obliged.
I owe you.
Much thanks. Such bitter cold.
Take this.
That's not good.
So heavy.
Heismay's frozen.
No holding
Careful.
back.
His attacks won't hit
Run
as
them
hard
through.
as usual. Heismay,
I stand
they cut
ready.
your speed, so be careful.
Just the thing.
Quite a boon. Be neither timid nor arrogant. Too much, perhaps? A favor, if I may.
Freedom of
Ailment slowing you down, Captain.
Here.
Y al de Kunda sabemos jugar todos, cariño.
Much thanks.
Are you strong enough to protect the weak?
I can stay die hard.
Toma.
It comes to this. The audacity. It comes to this.
Strong.
Oh,
They
power
got you
of
multiple
heroes.
ailments.
Pierce, they yet cling to life.
Look, I'll use what I must. No. Oh, power of kings.
Heisman,
Vitus
that's a
power.
lot of ailments. Be careful out there, okay?
I'm obliged.
My thanks.
Quite a boon.
Samurai. It's better. Not done yet.
Hala, ya se va a morir.
Bitter cold.
Le
Captain's frozen.
he repelido el ataque.
Comrades, lend me your strength.
We'll team up.
Vale, a todo por culo.
And thus I end it.
¿Cómo que fallo? ¿Cómo que fallo?
It comes to this.
Heisman's frozen. Careful.
Ninja.
His attacks won't hit as hard as usual.
There truly is
¿Quieres
a
hacerlo bonito?
gulf between us. You are more the warrior than I, as expected. So be it. What I lack in experience, I shall give with my life.
¿Qué dices?
Sogne, I give unto you all that I am.
Transferencia mágica.
She gave the last of her magic to the dragon? Why go that far?
It's freezing. Let's go. Fire!
You hit their weakness. That's
I
your
shall
ultimate,
vanquish
Captain.
evil. Let me rethink this. Here.
My thanks.
Captain's
Observe
frozen.
the enemy.
His attacks are gonna be a lot
Not
weaker.
now. This should help.
That helped.
Ninja.
You hit their weakness.
I will come
Nice
forth,
move,
Royal
I
Soul.
say.
We can do this.
Twas needed.
Helpful as ever.
Quite a boon. Blindsided.
Feel so heavy.
Ya estamos con las gracias.
Falkenberg, you've got
I call
several
upon royal
ailments slowing
power
you
within.
down.
Let's try this.
I stand ready. Come! Not now. Just the thing.
Thanks.
I owe you.
My thanks. Let us ninja.
You hit their weakness.
Vitus
Nice
power.
moves, Heisman.
Are you prepared?
Let justice prevail.
Soportable.
You hit their weakness.
No, me toca acercar.
I won't hold back.
Heisman.
I shall vanquish evil. Run them through.
Right on target.
Toma crítico.
Nice one,
Oh,
Stroll.
power of heroes. As the point of a sword.
The ninja. Mustn't set to the vanguard. Oh, power of kings.
It's okay. Soul Hacker! We're not out of this yet.
I'm obliged.
Helpful as ever.
Quite a boon.
I call upon royal power within.
Let justice prevail. Still standing, I see.
Strength is fading.
Solo el ataque se sube.
They got you with multiple ailments.
Let's stay calm. Soul Hacker! Burn!
You hit their weakness. That's
In the
your
name
ultimate,
of
Captain.
justice. Here.
That helped.
Thank you.
El de caja y el de funda de bolsillo te va a comprar 99, ¿eh?
By the sworn oath of knighthood.
Let us...
You hit their weakness.
Come forth, royal soul.
I can't afford. Let's make an end of it. Not the right move. I shall vanquish evil.
Ah, toma por culo.
I am bested. I see now. The true strength of your will.
Aliento de dragón. No quiero aliento de dragón. Quiero el bastón. Quiero el bastón.
I admit, it feels.
I continue. I am most certainly stronger than I was.
Curiosidad del aventurero. Aumento el crítico de todo el mundo.
I knew I could do it.
Regalar PM. 50 PM se regala, ¿eh? La tontería. Eso está bien, pero necesita combo. Para que todo sea útil.
Well fought. You truly are strong. Strong enough to fend off a dragon from an age of destruction.
¿Me das ese bastón?
Rella, for His Highness, I will do what I must. Forgive me. But have you any last objections?
As for the crowd I've enchanted, you needn't worry. That was no spell of control. They should have come to their senses a while back now.
Then, your life is now forfeit by my hand.
Has she anything more to say?
Sister, please tell me. What happened on that day? I want to know everything.
I was only 12. No child could so easily take a life in cold blood. I was confused, scared. I lost control.
Entonces sí
and
que
the
fue
spell
ella.
was cast. And so it became a wasting curse. Imperfect. Juna, do you remember how we talked of your dream? To become a singer whose voice could reach everyone in this land. I've changed my destiny through song, you said. You told me that as a Nydia, singing is the only truth you have. As a true-born heiress of the Cygnus family, in my eyes, you were like a shining beacon. You became my dream.
Stop. We're not talking about that. I couldn't do anything for you.
In you, I saw such freedom. I didn't want to lose you. So that day, I... kill His Highness. I can't. Have you gone mad?
You do know how House Cygnus earned its position all these years, don't you? Everyone in your family
Orden ya era viejo.
to handle similarly
Orden es un señor que
delicate
nació
affairs.
viejo, ¿no?
Your father was no different.
But to murder royalty, it's... surely it's beyond all...
The king has sired an illegitimate mongrel of a boy. Now he's brought him to the castle. If we do not act now, one day we will be bending the knee to an Elden king. Moreover, of late, we have another nuisance rearing its head. Luis. An impious little upstart with no respect for the church. But his military merits are getting too great to ignore. Some are even saying he's fit for high command. As the matter stands, we have but one way to deal with both in a single stroke. Dispose of the mongrel prince and place the blame on Luis. Such a maneuver demands someone who can be a match for Luis in magical ability and physical stature. A girl of your intelligence can figure out the rest, I trust. The king's heart falters. He has lost the will to keep the kingdom united. Look upon him and see the face of a man preparing to abdicate. It is amidst dissent and strife when the guiding hand of the church is needed most. And if Sanctism's enemies are not expunged, the nation's order will surely collapse.
Yes, but even so, His Highness the Prince is guilty of nothing. To murder someone innocent, it is an
que si acabas con Rela, se salva al príncipe.
If I recall, you have a sister. Unrelated by blood, yet already they
A ver,
speak
podemos
of
seguir
her
yendo
beauty.
contra la iglesia. Pero
And a
entonces ya
most
sería
charming
ir a por...
singing voice. Yes?
What does Juna have to do with this?
Solo
Rela,
porque es malo.
you are destined to lead your family in due course. Surely it's your responsibility to protect them from the grief
A ver, son
of
todos
any
malos. A lo
personal
mejor
tragedies. Or
la
will you
recta final
live
del
the
juego
rest
es
of your life
acabar con todo.
regretting a single night's lapse of judgment? Hmm?
I'll do it. Cygnus is a sullied house. My parents yielded to authority, and only ever measured a person's worth by their magical prowess.
¿Me da el bastón?
I lived in disappointment.
¿Me das el bastón?
And then you entered our family. You became my hope for living. Someone more important than my own life.
Sister.
At the very least, I wanted to protect you. But in the end, I suppose this was the only way I ever managed it.
I see. Saint Rella, the familiarity I felt from you, I finally understand what is unique about your Magla. You live as I once did. As someone who has spent her whole life preparing to die.
Mira, o sabes la cura o te tengo que
When you all
matar.
greeted me with Luis's formula in hand, I thought my heart might stop at the shock. I had always known someone might come asking one day, but I never thought it would be you, Juna. It felt like fate's hand, dealing my due punishment. That's why I'd kept an eye on you ever since then. To observe this seeker of the throne. This aspirant who possesses the lost power of the archetype. I hoped you could be the one with the power I've been seeking, but I needed to see with my own eyes.
Yo soy el Seeker.
What do you mean?
Luis is more of a threat than you know. Whatever his intentions are, I know he grasps at more than just the crown. After the assault on His Highness, I was made to investigate Luis as a suspect. I touched his hand and read deeply into the flow of his Magla. I'll never forget it. He didn't hesitate at all. I expected to see his aura, but it was more like a vision plunged into my mind, pure and vivid and violent, choking me in its flow. Humans flooding the country. Innocents either fleeing or lost to madness. And amidst the chaos, I saw no throne, no castle. That must be his real vision for the world.
A world overrun by humans? What does this mean? The man has been traveling the country doing little but slaying them, has he not?
I don't know the details. But in the past 10 years, Luis has been clad in that same Magla, unchanging. If he becomes king, I know his vision will come true.
So that's how it is. If you let yourself be killed for the prince's sake, you couldn't guarantee the survivors could stop Luis. That's even why you called that dragon to test us, isn't it? You wanted to see if we had the power to protect this land, and all the meek in it.
And you've proven you can. With that strength, I know you can do what I couldn't. I have no more regrets.
Sister!
Then I will put an end to this at last. For all who deserve the truth, I shall reveal everything.
What are you going to do?
I will speak to the congregation gathered in Alterbury. Indeed, it was for this purpose that I gathered them there.
What? Then that magic you mixed in with your speech, the real reason you linked their minds with yours.
All that's left is to strengthen the magic a bit with the power of this relic. And my words will reach Alterbury. Good people, can you hear my voice?
No están muy reunidos,
Dearest faithful, can you hear me?
What's going on? There's a voice in my head.
A voice? I hear nothing.
I apologize for startling all of you. It is I, Rella Cygnus. Through magic, I speak directly to your minds.
Saint Rella? Is every Sanctist in the city hearing this? Amazing. That's some spell.
Buenas
We
noches, Rey.
witnessed a
Pásalo
boy
bien.
candidate who claimed to be the prince. To ascertain the truth of his words, I faced him in mutual, voluntary battle. I now see with eyes unclouded. Good people. He is, without a doubt, His Highness the Prince. Now, there is something further you all must know. The truth of His Highness's reported death, and the truth of the attempt on his life. Sanctifex Forden was indeed behind the plot to assassinate His Highness. By this barbaric act, he sought to elevate the Church and put the throne within his own grasp. These revelations are only mine to give, because I was Forden's assassin. It was I who cast the curse upon His Highness. Yet all was not lost. Through all these long years, His Highness has endured the pain, and now walks among his people once more.
Sanctifex Forden was really the mastermind? What am I supposed to believe? Oh, God.
Sanctist faithful! She knows not what she speaks! Close your mind to her! Damn you, Rella! You would not just expose our secrets, but cast them into our people's very heads?
Forden has already paid for his transgressions. As for me, this shall be my final address to you all. For my sins against our nation and its people, and for willingly abetting such atrocities, I will soon join our Sanctifex in the beyond. Yet know this, dear faithful, you need not let your anxieties rule you. I have faced His Highness the Prince myself, and known his heart. His Highness will accept us. With his strength, he will shelter the lost and weak, and stand against Luis in our names. If all of you would believe, our country could be a place where all would thrive under a just king. I pray with all my heart that it will be so.
A mimir.
Saint Rella, was this your plan from the very beginning? Damn it! Crier or not, I can't let her down. I've got a job to do.
Bueno.
What became of my church? My faith?
Ahora ya voy a ir segundo,
How can
sí o
I
sí.
go on without it? I am lost. I thought myself the unshakable defender of the Sanctist Church. But should it now collapse, I cannot see my path forward. Even I, then. I, too, am one of the weak that Rella fought for.
At last, my role is at an end.
Pues dame el bastón.
Juna, I'm sorry. I only ever meant to protect you, but in the end, you'll have it the hardest.
Sister, please, you... Tell me, what do I do? Basilio, tell me. What do I do?
Lady Juna.
And what happens to the faithful? They'll be crushed. You're their saint. You had just put their hearts at ease. What are you?
I never wanted you to see it, but... Juna, look at this.
What?
What's left of my life is a price already claimed by my own curse. Perhaps it was too cruel to ask for a quicker death at your hands. I leave Juna and this country in your hands.
¿Qué hace?
Thank you, Juna. Your life and will was always your own. If only I
Como la maldición se congele, porque te has congelado tú.
I admire you. Please don't let this change you, dear sister. I just wish I'd had more time to watch over.
No entiendo, ¿para qué te has congelado? Pues sí, se ha terminado la maldición.
The curse is gone. He's cured.
I see. Which means Rella is...
¡Coja el bastón!
Damn it! What am I doing? It's just like me and Del. I never wanted her to go through this too.
She did not strive merely to make amends. She was as much a protector as any of us.
You're right. For her family, and for all Sanctism's faithful. Even as it cost her her own life.
¿Qué tal? Él mencionó que existe una conexión entre quien maldice y su víctima. Tuvo que pagar el precio por su cuerpo y probablemente sabía que moriría más pronto que tarde.
She really, truly wanted to guide those who looked to her. It wasn't about the church, for her, it was about the people. She was the kind of sanctist others only pretended to be.
I have a feeling that many of her congregation will continue to call her the saint. I only wish she had lived to see it.
I'm with you there. She was stubborn, fussy, a bit odd, maybe. But she'd drop everything to help someone. And she'd do it with her whole heart in all the filth of that sullied house. She was the one brilliant flower that bloomed. That's who you were. And that's why I loved you, Rella.
Are you all right?
No, not in the slightest. But I know wallowing isn't going to fix anything. Rella's given us a lot. Not just the truth about Luis. She's put the entire Sanctus congregation's support behind His Highness the Prince. You.
Indeed. You'll not have the whole nation on your side, but it won't be long before you've taken second place, just behind Luis himself.
Saint Rella saved me. I owe her
Por esa conversación tuyo que si lo de ser tercero es opcional.
Everything I have, right to the end. Let's do this.
Pero vamos, tengo que ir segundo ahora, porque Rella iba segunda y ha muerto. Así que me toca a mí. Misión completada. Y 2. Rella, la candidata en segunda posición, ha caído. Los creyentes que la apoyaban seguirán al príncipe. Claro, ahora ya no puedo escalar más, porque para eso habría que ganar a Luis. Los pregoneros han hecho correr las impactantes noticias de Rella por todo el país y a última hora del día han llegado hasta Grand Trad.
Saint Rella was the one who cursed the prince. And to take her own life in the name of atonement. Yet,
Even if she'd lived, she confessed to high treason. She'd have been executed either way. Has all I've believed in been lies?
But didn't you hear the rest? That elder boy's the true prince. He survived. The king's true-born son's risen to take down Luis. It's like a proper myth. I've got to stand with him.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I might have your attention for a moment. We actually received an urgent notice a short while ago. A letter from the candidate Luis. In truth, I wasn't sure if we should read this to the public, but the criers have come to consensus. We must fulfill our duties. If this message is being read, it means
that Rella is dead. And the boy who claims himself the prince has won. Now, only 2 aspirants remain with any real chance at the throne. The boy and myself. To all lessers who remain, lay down your arms and accept defeat with grace. Blind defiance will be met with death. Bare your teeth, and you will die like the dogs you are. The boy, or myself. Only one shall wear the crown.
Sounds like he's throwing down a gauntlet, doesn't it?
We need not wait.
Diría que porque hay gente apoyándole, pero
let us determine ourselves which of us is fit for rule.
Ya hemos visto cómo funciona la política en el mundo real.
On September the 24th, upon the grounds before the royal capital's grand cathedral, we settle this in a contest of single combat. As in our battle at the Opera House, I welcome any weapons, any number of adversaries. Collective power is its own achievement. Either way, you will die by my hand.
Thus ends the letter from candidate Luis.
I knew it! It's a duel.
If Luis emerges the victor, we are surely doomed.
I stand with the prince!
Nobody can beat Count Luis! It's high past time he tore that so-called
Si todo el mundo odia a Luis, ¿por qué Luis va primero en las elecciones?
If he beats this Luis person, will he become king?
Will he indeed? Reminds me of what my darling used to say. If you choose to fight, be ready when they fight back. I suppose it had to be this way. You can't fight a man for the throne without cutting a path to it first. Just come back alive. That's all we can hope for.
This defies all reason. What has Rella done?
Es que si me dan el bastón del hielo, ha hecho que son 5 elementos. Aquí hay 5 personas. Cada uno debería tener un arma de dragón. Y acabar con estos 4 me daría las otras 4 armas.
We must find a worthy successor and raise yet another candidate to replace Rella.
Yet, what chance do we have of winning now? Can anyone here conceive of someone as capable as Rella in winning the people's hearts? They say that even the monk captain Godot is stepping down. There is no road forward where a Sanctus delegate can take the throne.
Ha dicho que ahí eran 5 elementales. No 6.
We must take steps now to ensure that our positions cannot be eliminated, whether by Luis or the boy. Whoever wins, we must gird ourselves.
If Luis has his way, he'd sooner have our heads than our titles.
The methods don't matter as long as we have a plan. There's no going back when our hands are already steeped in blood.
Strange to hear that said without a shred of guilt. But you're right. Survival is what matters now.
Tenemos 10 días.
I see. Yes, that seems to explain everything. Glad to hear His Highness is all right. Hardly feels real after all the muck we've waded through. But I suppose the fates take as much as they give. And you, my girl, how are you holding up?
I'm all right. My mind's cleared a bit. Sorry. Still got to lie about it. But please don't act any different on my account. She put her trust in me. I can't afford to be weak now. I've a job to do.
and I'm going to finish it.
Right. Understood. For now, tempting as it might be, best not to drop everything and make a dash for His Highness.
Indeed. No doubt Luis has his eyes on us, waiting for such indiscretion. We must be patient and confront him face to face.
As it happens, we were rather beaten to the punch. Just earlier, a delivery bird dropped by with urgent news from old Batlin. Apparently, Luis has thrust us a proper letter of challenge. Says he'll be waiting to face us on September 24th in front of the Grand Cathedral.
Sounds like he wants this settled before an audience. If he's going all in here, maybe he'll finally tip his hand, show his trump card.
Still got a trick up his sleeve, has he?
Luis just doesn't go around hunting humans. He's been doing proper research, trying to figure out their powers and origin for ages. Don't know how much truth there is to it, but I heard he's developed some new magic art of his own. Something dark and secret.
He's forged new magics.
I wasn't convinced when I first heard it. But now I've met you lot and I've seen all this messing about with archetypes. Well, nothing surprises
Pues no
me
mostró
anymore.
nada en el duelo.
Indeed. Last time, we had the element of surprise, and he was wounded. And we still barely had him. Didn't end up much of a decisive victory over the perfect Count Luis. If we fight the same way we did last time, he'll kill us all. This won't be an easy battle, but we've got to keep our heads up.
We still have a grace period until the day he named. Let us use the time wisely and prepare all we can.
La posada de Altaburi. ¡Quemen mis ojos! Dios, para teneros a todos de vuelta en Altaburi. Sobre todo después de lo mucho que cabresteis al maestre Equinox y al ejército monacal.
No.
Bueno, a estas alturas eso no debería sorprender a nadie.
Yes.
Don Torrella depositó su confianza en nosotros. Nos encomendó la protección de todo el reino, incluidos los santistas. Igual que si fueran leales el verdadero príncipe.
Right.
Un cobarde que huye de la ciudad para salvar el pellejo no conseguiría ningún apoyo.
I beg your pardon.
Antes de volver al combate en Grand Trad, quisiéramos prepararnos. Te pido disculpas por abusar de tu confianza. Ya. No os preocupéis, no os delataré a la iglesia. De todos modos, el ejército monacal ya nos persigue. El maestro Equinox ha enterrado el hacha de guerra, por así decirlo. En fin, dados los acontecimientos, sin duda estaréis exhaustos.
Right then.
Descansad un poco. Todos están muertos de cansancio. Hala, toca planchar la oreja por hoy. No es plan de andar todo el día ojerosos ahora que la maldición del príncipe se ha disipado. Pues no me han dado arma. Puedo guardarla aquí, ¿no? Bien, creo que es el mejor momento para parar en seco. Ha habido una burrada. Creo que llevamos fácilmente 3 horas sin poder jugar. Guarda completado. Fácilmente 2 horas mínimo. Sí, ciérrame el juego. Llevamos 2 horas de puras conversaciones y escenas una detrás de otra. Así que creo que lo mejor es parar ahora antes de que haya otra hora o 2 de conversaciones y escenas. Es mejor parar ahora y que no se líe. A ver, tengo... No tengo. Que no se líe. Bueno, puedo hacer una raid cruzada. Puedo hacer una raid cruzada y mandaros a YouTube. Supongo. Seguir sigue, obviamente. Os mando de raid a YouTube. Os mando con Drash, que está jugando precisamente hoy al Metaphor en un especial por primera vez. Yo me voy a la cama a dormir. Mañana, directo de Digimon Liberator. Así que voy, entre otras cosas. Así que mañana habrá directo especial. Yo me voy a dormir. El Metaphor sí que va a ser ya el próximo domingo, día 17. El domingo 17. Y después del directo de mañana, Cuando me llegue las cartas, que creo que va a ser el martes, pues haremos el directo abriendo sobres. El resto con normalidad. Así que gracias a todos, pasadlo muy bien, buenas noches, me voy a la cama. A mimir todo el mundo.